Welcome, gumshoes. Is my volume loud enough? I think I might have just turned my monitor down. Yeah, it looks like I'm loud enough. I'm always loud. I'm too loud. Am I too loud, chat? How loud am I? Damn. That is some really good Void coffee today. I'm in a good mood. I actually got some sleep last night, chat. That's why I'm so late. Which, I mean, being late is not great, but getting sleep is. I fell asleep to Sam Cedars, right? To Sam Cedars' voice. Usually I have to turn on Pod Save America in order to stay asleep, and if I put on the Majority Report, I'll stay awake and pay attention. This time I actually fell asleep. I had apparently dreams of Sam Cedar. That's right. That sounds parasocial as fuck, doesn't it? No, chat. I'm not thirsting after Sam, alright? Sam is Sam, and I'm me. Look at all the Void coffee. You got some Void coffees. I need to make it so that I slept. Yeah, I did. I slept a little extra, right? I went to bed fairly early. I slept through the night. I woke up, saw the Majority Report. Literally just turned on the Majority Report, and like immediately just fell asleep. And I woke up when he's like, "Well, that's the last caller for today." Does anyone follow Progressive Matters? I like him. He's funny. No, but I should. They sound cool. Progressive Matters. I'm always looking to meet new friends. It's very good, especially in the world full of so many snakes. There's a snake under every rock. Progressive Matters. Oh, there we go. Wait, maybe I've seen this person before. His face looks familiar. Okay, I dig this. Some green screen. Some green screen action here. On Twitch, on Discord, on Twitter. That's the one that I care about, chat. You know what the real purpose I still have Twitter for is? I'm sorry, I'm leaving the music on a little extra long. Yeah, Progressive Matters. The real importance for me of Twitter is to be able to talk to other content creators. That's almost like everything that I care about. Interesting stuff. Interesting. Hey, yeah, thank you for mentioning this person. I wake up and then I fall back asleep to the Majority Report. I usually don't. Usually MR keeps me awake, right? It's my go-to when I've woken up too early and I need to sleep is Pod Save America, because the Pod Johns, I don't know. I think it's something about Favreau's voice, right? It's got to be Favreau. Not that I'm not trying to be mean or anything like that, right? But so there's something about Jon Favreau's voice that just helps me. It makes me sleepy. Is this your usual time for live streaming? No, it's not. It's much later. It's much later. I slept a little extra today. I slept until noon my time, which if you're on the East Coast, that's like sleep until 3 o'clock. But yeah, I just have not gotten a lot of sleep. We've been doing a lot of content. We've been busy. We've been under attack by a sussy baka. And who we're gonna maybe not talk about today. I don't know, chat. Is that kind of up to you? it's kind of up to you, like, what exactly that we talk about today. Well, at least partially. It's partially up to you what we talk about today. Omega Star, thank you for the 100 bits. You earned it, Irene? Oh, you're so sweet. That's really sweet of you. There's a lot of Mario on the stream. For somebody that did not grow up playing Mario, I got a lot of Mario. Somebody told me that this was, is this Mario? Is that Mario stuff? And of course, this is more my childhood, right? That's the Minecraft cat. I still prefer Portrait Live. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, we're way later than... Well, I mean, theoretically, chat. Okay, so normally, realistically, I start at 1 o'clock p.m., but aspirationally, I think I'd like to start at like 11, like basically right around the time that Majority Report ends. But that's such an aspiration. Speaking of aspirations, like I said before, that the content is partially up to you, and here's what I mean. Here's what I meme. Yes, here's what I meme. We do some memeing. We do a little memeing. But yeah, there it is. That's the aspirational dono goal. It is now, thanks to a Megastar, it is at 1%. And we got some choices. We got some choices to make. It's 12:36 where you are? NCC in her all-new time slot. I know, right? Looks like right now Mr. Beast hires a PDF is winning. If you don't know, that's a acronym, dog whistle, meaning something that sounds similar to PDF, but that YouTube doesn't want me to say, right? Second place is Vosh Road Rages on Bikers. Third place is NCC Dunks on Sunday some more. That's right. We got some Suntent. Chat, we're opening up the book of Suntent. All right, now we don't have to get to it today, and I would be fine either getting to it or not getting it to it. But yeah, he's talking about leftism, like he knows what that is. And I've got some opinions on it if you'd like to hear them. So what this is bonus material, right? We're gonna do our normal show, which is we start with politics. We do a little bit of drama, which today is about Joe Rogan. Joe Rogan and his failing comedy career, which is weird because like I don't think of Joe Rogan as a comedian, but apparently that's how he got his start. Did you know that, chat? Joe Rogan was initially a stand-up comedian, and from there he got on Fear Factor. I feel like he was a little funnier when he was on Fear Factor. Like he would crack some jokes, he would break the tension. Fear Factor, if you're not familiar, if you didn't grow up with Fear Factor, it is a reality show where they take a bunch of contestants and they make them face their fears. And mostly the fear is eating a cow eyeball or a bull testicle or a something that most people would not want to eat, right? You got to eat something that is, you know, not good food. That's Fear Factor. But also being in a high place. What else would be on Fear Factor? I think Irene is covering Sunday. Oh my gosh. Do you think that I have a crush on him, or is it possible that he talked about me for, I don't know, 5 hours the other day? I didn't count them up, right? But look, Sunday chose violence, okay? That's the truth of the matter. I had him on my stream. I invited him into my Discord. I trusted him. And he fucking lied to me. And he fucking used me. And then he went on his stream to smear me, all right? So we did a little trolling yesterday. We did a little dunking, all right? Now, I don't want that to become the mainstay of my content because I know that, yeah, getting involved with this guy. I mean, who's he obsessed on before? Like, Not So Erudite? He does have that thing, right? But again, chat, this is for you to choose, okay? So what I said was that Sunday chose violence, right? And then by putting him on the poll, I chose violence. And the question is, chat, are you going to choose violence by picking that option? Because that is choosing violence. That is a bit dramatic. I'm not going to be kind, but I am going to be fair. But yeah, that is choosing violence. And you don't have to choose that. You can be, like, chat can be the bigger person here and say, you know what, I've had enough of Suntent for now. We can close the book of Suntent back down and we can forget about it, right? We can turn our backs on the snake, on the absolute snake that is President Sunday. But yeah, it's all up to you. It's all up to you and what you choose. And right now you're choosing the Mr. Beast content, which I haven't really covered, right? There's all this stuff surrounding Mr. Beast. Now, this isn't about Ava Tyson, right? We covered Ava Tyson a few weeks ago. This isn't really related to Ava Tyson, but it's actually another person in the Mr. Beast orbit, another person in the Mr. Beast cinematic universe who is apparently got some real nasty, like, I don't even know if it's accusations, chat. I think they're like charges. I think they might even be convictions. I'm not sure. We'll look into that. Dave Chappelle did the best Fear Factor. Chat is one person. That's right. You got it, Lady Badash. Did the best Fear Factor comedy sketch ever. Oh, I wish I could show you that. I wish we could watch, you know, stuff from television. That will get me fucked up, though. Speaking of things that get me fucked up, I ran across a Hassan video. I ran across a Hassan video from about a year ago about Mr. Aiden Ross. And this was talking about how Aiden Ross had actually copyright claimed a Hasanabi Industrial Complex channel. If you don't remember from a year ago, maybe it feels like it was more than a year ago when this happened, right? But Andrew Tate was circulating. Aiden Ross was still a Twitch streamer. And Aiden Ross was the conduit for Andrew Tate on Twitch. Andrew Tate didn't like make a channel and be like, this is Top G here with my Top G channel, right? No, instead, Andrew Ross went on Andrew Ross. God damn, who is Andrew Ross? I feel like that's a person. Aiden Ross went on Andrew Tate went on Aiden Ross's channel and like hosted, I guess it was like a Zoom call or something. I mean, usually we use Discord as streamers. Usually it's Discord, but I think it was an actual Zoom call, and they were bringing people on to talk to Top G, to have a little conversation with the Top G, right? And one of those people ended up being Hasanabi. They brought on Hassan, and out of anybody that I've seen interact with Andrew Tate, Hassan cooked him. Hassan cooked the Top G, and he is a lol cow. He is a ridiculous man. He's a ridiculous person. He is worthy of ridicule, right? But not a lot of people knew how to ridicule him, right? And he was riding this wave. He was
super chatted $6.38. Stay awesome, Irene and chat.
Aw, that's really sweet.
Victory hand, dark skin tone, heart hands, dark skin tone.
Okay, well, it reads out the exact emotes that you use, apparently. But yeah, thank you for the £5 CDP. I don't know exactly how to translate that, but it definitely drives us up to at least 6, if not 7, on the dono goal. I hope I'm not underestimating it. Eamon Hawks. Oh, we can watch that. Wait, Eamon animation? Yeah. Okay. We can do a little bit of that. Sure. We got a little bit of time today. We're going to take things easy. Just like that song by the dad rock band. Top G. But yeah, I was right in the middle of telling you, like, I ran across this Hassan video talking about how he was copyright claimed by Aiden Ross, and he mentioned the same company, Thumb Media, as being the culprit, right? And he watches some Internet Anarchist and some other stuff, and it's basically, this guy, this is a company maybe that Speed uses. iShowSpeed uses them, and so does Aiden Ross. And it's basically to pad the pockets of these larger streamers at the expense of usually smaller YouTubers. Now, I guess there could be people that are just uploading their clips, and maybe, if somebody's making money off of their clips, they've got a right to that money. But what they're really doing is they're not just stopping at the clips. They're stopping. They're also going over reaction videos, transformative content. And in fact, with Hassan, they went after a video that he was in the video. Hassan was in the video, right? And they make the copyright claim. And just like me, just like my situation, remember I told you that I would like to fight back, but I can't, because the process that of fighting back starts with me doxing myself to Thumb Media and potentially to Aiden Ross. And I've heard about his community, going after people in some pretty nasty ways. So I don't want any part of that, right? I just took the hit. Aiden Ross took my money, and that's that. There's like nothing I can do about it. But yeah, this happened to Hassan. This happened to a Hasanabi Industrial Complex channel over a video that not only was it, like, it's not just transformative content, chat. It was Hassan in the video. It was Hassan content. And they still claimed it. And it's the kind of thing where YouTube just doesn't really look into it. YouTube doesn't really care. They did tell White Nervosa where to shove her claim. They did deny White Nervosa's claim, right? So instead of them like taking down my video or demonetizing my video or anything like that, they actually did send me what White Nervosa had sent them in her plea to get my content taken down. And again, this was just me reacting to a Xander Hall video, completely transformative content, the most transformative you could possibly be. If anybody wanted to watch the Xander Hall video, they would go to Xander Hall's channel, because if you watch my video, it's a lot longer and it's not the whole thing, right? So obviously it's not substituting for Xander Hall's content. But yeah, she tried anyway. But yeah, when Thumb Media does it, I don't know what it is, because they're so big, maybe, that YouTube just says, yeah, that's a valid copyright claim. Hey, somebody claimed your content. Sorry, you're not making any money off it. Actually, they're making your money. Actually, we're taking your money and we're sending it to them. And that's how it goes. And a lot of people have just taken this hit, both from iShowSpeed and from Aiden Ross, from the same company. This company's like notorious, right? And there's even a Hassan video talking about it, right? So, yeah, I guess I'm not alone. Internet Anarchist, Hassan, a lot of people been hit by Aiden Ross. Well, yeah, let's see what the top G's got for us. Oh my God, it's so loud. Is that too loud? I don't trust this music. I don't trust this music at all. Oh shit, we didn't add back the...
I like living in countries where corruption is accessible for everybody. I find it offensive that a police officer in England will stop me for speeding and then refuse to take a bribe. But if you're a billionaire, or if you're Boris Johnson, you can go to Epstein's Island, you can fucking throw parties during COVID, you can do what the fuck you want, right? If corruption exists, which it does, let us all play. Why do only they get to play and I don't get to play?
It's trance. We're listening to trance.
fucking buy. I want bitch, I'll get her. It's me. I am GTA. Buy. Like, my life is GTA. I don't need to play a game for GTA. If I want a gun, I'll fucking buy it. If I want a car, I'll fucking buy it. I want bitch, I'll get her. It's me. I am GTA.
Bro, how are you calling him a loser? He's like a 5-time kickboxing champion. He has like a $30 million net worth.
The reason 18 and 19-year-olds are more attractive than 25-year-olds is because they've been through less dick. If you lose in the game, you get another chance. In life, you get one shot. But if you get some balls, that's what life is.
So there's Aiden.
But that's not lame. Like, he's saying a lot of the shit that needs to be heard.
Women are the true currency of ballers. Fuck money. It's women. As a business, your primary concern is always making money.
If anybody deserves to be cocky, it's kind of him.
Everything must happen instantly, quickly, fast, speed, attack. Hitler conquered Europe with blitzkrieg. You need to go quickly.
Jeez.
Because females have no innate.
Okay, let's get to the Hassan part. I think that comes later. There it is. There it is. There it is.
Very important element, that control. So I end up with all these chicks just stuck in their house, sitting there, bored, completely in love with me. And of course, they don't go out. They're not allowed out. You stay in the house. You don't go nowhere. You're not, no restaurant.
There he is.
No clubs. Economics and the way societies work would look at society and say, you know what? A society with brave, strong men who are full of honor and duty, are there going to be a safer societies overall? So time will prove me right, but I have nothing against the guy. He's fine.
Andrew, I've seen some of your work as you're doing the rounds on Twitch here, and a lot of the things that you said that you've been called out on, specifically in regards to like women driving, are just...
So I think that's like XQC in the top left with the Cloud Strife haircut. Is that supposed to be Aiden Ross? Is that supposed to be Aiden right there?
There's no empirical evidence to back up those claims, which is why you resort to anecdotes quite frequently.
I can say the world is round, and there'll be a percentage of people who disagree with me. That's totally and utterly fine. I come on here and talk about my own personal experiences, and my experiences, men are better drivers than women.
No. You're misunderstanding what I'm saying. There is a truth, and then there is your own personal experiences backed by anecdotes, right?
No. Listen, you're deriving your truth from an internet study. That's fine. The truth of life is the truth that you experience as an individual.
An internet study. You're deriving your truth from an internet study, Hassan. From an internet study. I derive my truth from experience. You derive your truth from an internet study.
That is the only truth that we all live within. You live within your truths, I live within my truth, because these are the truths I've experienced as an individual. People are listening to me and they're either
I know, but you're still wrong, and that's the problem. And then, you know, well, if you just completely devalue empirical evidence, the entirety of the insurance industry that relies on making these sorts of calculations to ensure that these quotes are as profitable as possible, which ends up charging men higher rates than women, is a statistical likelihood that men...
So yeah, this debate was about whether women should be allowed to drive, I think. Right? Andrew Tate was saying women are bad drivers. Why are women allowed to drive? They should be our property. We should drive them. They should... A woman should have to drive... Should have to have a man to drive her. Therefore she's relying on you, right? I don't know. This is just his mentality. And given the way he treats women and giving the charges against him in Romania, I mean, this is really some damning shit. This isn't just damning about Andrew Tate. This is damning about the whole manosphere vibe. This is damning about their whole fucking rotten culture.
More dangerous drivers.
It's a culture that we have collectively had to put up for several years. Put up with for several years now. I'm sick of it.
Than women.
I'm not taking it.
Car accidents across the board. If you're going to look at all of that and say it doesn't matter because that does not correspond to my own personal experiences, then you're silly. You're being silly. You're being a silly person. If everyone thought like you did, right, we would have no scientific achievements on this planet. We would still be living inside a fucking cave.
Everyone's saying kick you. You've come on here deciding you really want to stick up for the chicks, and maybe, you know, one of them will drive over to your house. It's cool. We've got better things
I don't
to
think
talk about.
look, let's be real. I don't think I need to be
And do you hear what that is? That is the simp thing. I don't usually say simp. Right, and there's a specific reason for it. Now, obviously, it's kind of like a pervasive term. It's into the cultural lexicon. So you will hear me use it from time to time, right? But you know, to describe, I don't know, somebody that's. But in terms of simp as a you know, the original usage by the manosphere of simp was, and again, this is a word that's been appropriated, right? It's not their word. They took the word, they took the word and disguised it as their own, right? But yeah, the problem with this is it's basically scolding men for taking the side of a woman in a situation, right? Oh, you're just doing that because you want to have sex with her. I see. So Hassan, he's being a simp. He's being a simp. He's like, oh no, I know. Andrew Tate says that women shouldn't be allowed to drive, which is correct and based. But if I say that women should be able to drive, then maybe one of those women will drive over to my house and I'll have sex with them. Because, you know, Hassan, the biggest problem with him is getting women to have sex with him. There's not enough, he's not getting enough women to have sex with him.
male feminist to be able to attract women, okay?
It all makes sense to me now. You believe what you're told to believe. You don't believe your own eyes. You don't believe your own ears. And that's what you're going to sit here and talk about empirical evidence that you found on Google. Cool. If you believe everything...
Yeah, that's what empirical evidence is. You found it on Google, therefore it's internet shit. It's internet. It's internet. It's an internet study. I mean, it's a study and it's on the internet. It's not done on the internet. It's not a survey that was filled out on the internet and like, you know, got made into a study from that, right? But
That's on Google. That is your prerogative, my friend.
it's on Google. It's just internet shit. Have I watched this yet?
It makes you sound smart in the modern world to say that I read a piece of paper.
This video?
So I believe X, and I ignore my own personal experiences. And you think
I'm
that
not
makes
asking you to ignore your own personal experiences. I'm simply asking you to look at the data.
So let's change the subject because you've just proven your point.
Okay. Do you believe the Earth is flat?
Let's change the subject because I'm getting fucking cooked.
Oh, he took his headphones off?
He gets very stressed sometimes and, you know, takes his
Yeah, it's cool. Andrew, do you believe the Earth is flat or round? Spherical? Globe?
Round.
You believe it's round, right? But when you walk outside, it feels like it's flat.
Brother, and I
It
respect...
looks flat, it feels flat, but you believe it's round. Why do you believe the Earth is round?
Because I have personal experience that would prove to me that the Earth is round.
Oh, you have personal experience. What happened? Did you go up to the fucking moon? Is that how you figured it out?
That's it.
Yeah, personal experience, right? So he's trying to prove something similar, something simple, something uncontroversial, right? And there's a way to prove it. Not through anecdotes, not through personal experience, but yeah, through science.
I flew up into space and I looked down on Earth and I saw a big circle.
That's crazy.
That's crazy. Oh, that's right. He's a chess player. I forgot. T-pose. So anyway, we kind of know what happens from here, but yeah, that thanks for bringing that up. No, have I seen this yet? A long time ago. I think I reacted to it a long time ago. The thing that shocked me is how he knows the Earth is round. I forgot about that. I forgot that was the that was kind of like the moment, right? And Amon Animation does a great job of making internet debates more interesting. It's not a survey filled out on the internet. That got made into the study. I mean, look. I mean, I guess there are studies that amount to like a survey is taken over the internet, right? But in a lot of ways, what Tate's talking about that is emblematic of what's wrong with our modern concept of knowledge and epistemology. How we gather knowledge, how we know something is true or not, right? There are so many people, especially in shorts chat, that will appeal to me with, I saw a video of it, right? Is there an immigration crisis? Is it contributing to crime? Well, I saw a video. I saw a video that makes it look like there was, right? And this isn't even like firsthand experience. This isn't even what Tate's like technically talking about, which was like, I was there, I experienced it, I saw it firsthand. I don't trust anything that comes off the internet. A lot of people do. But yeah, it's an anecdote Andy thing. Anecdote Andys are the enemies of moving towards a more productive epistemology. I hate saying that word because it makes me sound like I'm up my own butt like President Sunday, but that is technically what we're talking about. Yeah, he's got a lot of good videos. He does. Did I just describe the cast report? I did. I did kind of describe the cast report. It says Lady Badash. Okay, chat, I'm getting so annoyed. I think that I've got like a really long hair. Like I've got one hair that's like really long and it's touching my arm and it's making me paranoid that I've got an ant crawling on me because I don't like ants and I especially don't like them crawling on me and I know what that feels like, right? but it feels a lot like a extra long hair that just tickles the tip of my elbow. And I think that's what I'm getting right now. I think that's what I'm experiencing. And it's just like, it's making me freak the hell out. What's up? Speaking of freak the hell out, how are you doing, Jordan B. Peterson? I've been going through hell, says Jordan. Multiple hernias, a torn groin, a cider allergy, a year-long coma, harassment from groypers. Oh God, yeah, I covered that. Jordan. Yeah, more like the ass report, right? I saw a video of like 10,000 people supporting Kamala at the airport, and they were AI. Yeah, they won't even. Yeah, it's weird. Maybe it's not about, like, I saw a clip of it, right? Because even that they can cast doubt on. But it's a combination, I guess, of a anecdote, right? And the anecdote could be a story by somebody. The anecdote could be a clip. But the second part of it is it's an anecdote that reinforces your bias, that reinforces your bigotry, right? You think that immigrants are bad people. You think that immigrants are dangerous. You think that immigrants are taking something, energy, I don't know, your purity of essence, like some kind of masculine power. I don't know, taking something from you. And so therefore that's, you believe that. Not you personally, chat, but like people, like, right, that this is the confirmation bias, the effect, right? So it's a combination of anecdote Andy and confirmation bias, and it just it's nasty. It's nasty, and it's got people believing all kinds of twisted shit, and in a way it kind of is like the Matrix, okay? It kind of is the Matrix. Ironically enough, this is the Matrix. And ironically enough, we are up to our first ad break of the day. Looks like in 4 minutes, you're going to be seeing one. That's on Twitch. That's not on YouTube, right? I'm talking about Twitch right now. I'm talking to Twitch now. And just letting you know that the ad breaks last for 3 minutes. They happen every hour on the top of the hour, and you can't skip them unless you're an enterprising weasel and you manage to get yourself a sub. There's 3 ways I want to point out that you can do this. The first way is if you got Prime, you might as well use it and get yourself a free sub. If you use that on my channel, you will no longer see those ads. You could also use $6 if you've got $6 lying around to get yourself a sub. That works as well. The other thing that might work is that, you could be gifted a sub, and that does happen from time to time, but it's more likely to happen to you if you're active in the chat. So there we go. Thank you for chat for keeping me on the. What is Hassan's process? Because I always hear him talk about the top of the hour ad debate. Like, people try to come up with weird shit. Oh, Globitz with a 5-stream streak. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Also, Schmegley with the 3-stream I'm talking like top G, the 3-stream streak. You got a 3-stream streak going on. I love his accent. I gotta say, I enjoy his accent. It's a particular and idiosyncratic mix of British and American English, and it's great. It's great. If all he was an accent, sparkling water. You can't drink water like a poor person. That's poor person water. You see that there, nocommentchick? You got your poor person water. Oh, poor person water. Which some people call moonshine. And some people call Valium, but we're not talking about President Sunday right now. What we are talking about is the top of the hour ad break. Oh my gosh. No, we already hit that. We already hit that. I think we're good on that. I think we understand that. I went full on Tate and Lispy Trump. Did I do that Lispy Trump for you? A little bit? You should teach me this accent? It's weird. I can't always get the accent, right? I can't always do the accent. But sometimes if I listen to enough Andrew Tate it'll get in my head and I'll be able to drop the right. What is it? You're like dropping syllables or something? I heard a lisp there. Wait, when? Did I do a lisp? I wasn't trying to. Maybe I have a lisp. I don't know. Maybe I got a little. You know what? It's the lipstick. It's the lisp stick. I'm wearing this lipstick that I really like the color of it, but it does make my lips kind of sticky and it changes the way I sound. And I don't like that. Did Trump or his team explain the loose dentures? They tried to say that was compression from like not compression as in audio compression, but compression on the stream. That it was altered by something that Elon did with the audio caused it to sound like that. But I swear to, I feel like I've heard Trump do that at other times. Leftists sabotage the audio. Yeah, just like they sabotaged the stream, right? Did you hear about the leftist DDoS? Trump is slurring only on X. Great promotion. Yes. No, there is a, let me see if I can find it. There's a clip. Okay, maybe we can tell, chat. Maybe we can, Trump on the Twitter space. I can't find it. I can't find it. I'm looking for this. But there is a clip of Donald Trump at Mar-a-Lago calling in. He's like on his phone. He's hunched over. Oh, they're claiming 1 billion people. They're claiming 1 billion people watched it. Like, as in the entire Western Hemisphere. You know what this is, though, right? Elon has achieved the innovation, and by innovation, I mean backslide. Because I think Facebook had this problem once. I think that maybe even YouTube had this problem. Where they would count an impression. And you know what an impression is, chat? On YouTube, if you're scrolling through YouTube, you know, videos will start to play. And if you scroll by a video, it might even play, right? If you see a thumbnail, that's an impression, right? That's an impression. You saw it, you didn't click on it, that's an impression, all right? Impressions actually kind of count against me, right? In terms of the YouTube algorithm, right? The more people that could have watched my video but didn't watch my video, the more that YouTube thinks it's not a good video, or it's not a good thumbnail, or it's not a good whatever, right? This is not something we should show more people because people aren't clicking on it. But yeah, Elon Musk is basically when you scroll by the Twitter space, you are counted as a view. There it is. I found it. Oh, we got the proof right here. We got the proof right here.
Biden actually did something that was impossible.
Do you hear that? That is not the Twitter stream. That's not coming from Twitter. That is somebody recording Trump calling in to Twitter in apparently President Sunday's house? Wait, are they roommates, chat? This looks like President Sunday's background. I didn't realize Trump was Canadian. Oh well.
Both sides hate him. You know, both sides. Yeah. That was
no, Cat. Chat, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding, okay? It's not President Sunday's house. It is it's the spooky mansion, the haunted mansion from Walt Disney World.
It was a hard thing to do. Unification.
Yeah, no. I mean,
Biden actually did something that was impossible. Both sides hate him, you know.
So there we have it. There we have it. If you had any question about whether Trump was actually lisping or whether it was, look, I love blaming Elon. All right. A lot of things are his fault. He's a clown. He's a clown, and just like Trump, everything that he touches seems to turn to shit. But I have to say, this isn't his fault. Elon did not do this. Elon didn't do this. This wasn't Elon. This was Trump. And I don't know if it's his dentures or See, we kind of have to hope it's, I mean, if you're hoping for the well-being of this man, as I'm sure Kamala Harris is, right? Because if he's not well, she might have to run against a real candidate. If he's not well and they replace him with like anyone, I think the Republicans' chances go up. So Kamala, very much praying for Trump at this moment, very much praying for this being maybe he switched to a different dental adhesive and this one doesn't work as well as his normal one. And he's going to know that. He's going to be like, God, I sounded ridiculous on that Twitter stream. And he's going to switch back. And we're never going to hear Sylvester the Trump again. But, chat, this could be a health indicator, all right? I don't know that it is. I don't know what's going on. I am not a medical professional. Nothing that I say should be interpreted as a diagnosis or a treatment plan or anything like that, but...
Both sides. Yeah. That was a hard thing to do. Unification.
Yeah, no, I mean...
He's addicted to tongue-numbing cream? Wait, where's he licking the tongue-numbing cream from? It's whatever drug dries his mouth. Do you think God bless the it sounds like I'm doing it like Cobra Take. Michael Cohen said he doesn't have dentures. What? Oh, see, if he doesn't have dentures, that's worse. If he doesn't have Donald is old, of course he has health problems. He's trying to hide and project onto other. Yeah, there's a lot. Look, that's the key. Oh my God. That's Trump's special move, is projection, right? He does this thing where anything that he's worried about being accused of, anything that he thinks might stick, anything that he thinks might paint him in a bad light, like his lying, he accuses others of doing first. So that if they come back and say, actually, you're the liar, then it's kind of like, oh, you can't do I know you are, but what am I? That's just a know you. You can't do a know you. It's automatically thrown out because it's a no you. Trump can grow back like Wolverine, hence his ear healing instantly. Or he's a ghoul, right? Ghouls can heal like that too, right? In Fallout. He's got screw-ins? I don't know. I actually don't know. Maybe he had a screw loose in his mouth. I mean, anything might stick. Like Irene's lipstick, yeah. I probably should just have like a paper towel here and do the thing where you kiss a paper towel to get the extra lipstick off. Every health problem Don accused Joe Biden of having, Don probably has. I mean, a lot of them, but he's not as we saw from, Sunday talking shit about me, he's not the only one that does that, right? Like, and the fact that I've heard him accuse multiple people of, substance issues leads me to believe that this is what Sunday thinks his liability is, which seems, I don't know. It seems paranoid. I don't care. Like, if he's falling out of his chair, that's one thing, but I've never seen him look like that. I don't really care how much he drinks. That's not something I would ever bring up. So, but yeah, he had to get there first. He does look like he might have something. Wait, I gotta read this. Ghouls can be fully resurrected with radiation? What? Are you serious? Oh my God. Wait, which Fallout are you basing this on, Lady Badash? I gotta know. Is this canon for New Vegas, or is this canon for... Trump did have a tweet where he denied having a stroke. No one asked. Ooh. Jeez. See, I actually don't want that to happen. I don't want that to happen. I mean, I predicted that before Biden dropped out, way before Biden dropped out, after Biden had secured the nomination, I predicted that there was a chance that the election was not going to be between Trump and Biden. And people thought I was silly. They were like, no, they've got the election wrapped. It's going to be Trump and Biden. I was right on one count. Let me not be right on both counts, right? Because that definitely could happen, and that's not going to be a good thing. That is the bet. Yeah, in Fallout 3, in New Vegas, in Fallout 4, and Fallout 76. See, but like Donald Trump being able to be resurrected with radiation, it like sounds legit. I don't know. Something about that, like it sounds like it could be real. Anyway, the real thing is that I have edged you for long enough, and this time I even showed you some content while I was doing it. We even got to the content before we get to the content. The glowing ones can resurrect other ghouls? Oh my god. Oh my god. Well, I helped a bunch of the glowing ones get to they were going to the moon, right? They want to go to the moon. I, for one, look forward to our new coconut overlord. Just not the orange man. Just not the orange man. That's true. Anyway, I gotta talk to you about some politics, right? And today we're gonna get to the politics before we get to the politics. The problem is, chat, that there's so much going on in politics. What? I clicked the wrong button. There's so much going on right now, and I kind of have to pick and choose what I actually watch. And for the record, at this moment, the drama is kind of like a reprieve from the politics, right? It's not making me like the majority of the money that allows me to live, pay the bills, pay the electricity bills, pay the internet bills, and all that other important stuff, right? The majority of that actually comes from my political content at the moment, not so much from the drama stuff. The drama stuff is just... I'm sorry, chat. I'm just like trying to figure out what to start with here. There's so much. There's so much I could go for. We got sort of a limited time to do this specifically because I started so late. I'm trying to remind myself what the, oh yeah, no, I think I know. Trump plots to steal the election while complaining the was stolen. There we go. He's like the Grinch who stole Christmas, but then said that somebody stole Christmas from him. That's who we've got today. That's who we're dealing with. We're going to do some Trump tent, okay? I hope you're ready for this. Are we all on board for the Trump tent? Yo! Okay, I've got to move the throne stuff to a different place where I can actually see what happens. What happened? Omega Star, thank you for the $15 for rent. Yes. Thank you for contributing to my rent fund. that I hopefully will not have to have in the near future. I mean, things are looking really good for the channel, right? We're at like almost 7,500. We're going to be at 10,000 before too long. I'll try to do something special for that. I realize we haven't done the premium streamium. We should probably do some like community stuff coming up soon, because that would actually relax me, and I know it'd be fun for you too. So, but yeah, thank you for the generous gift to on Throne. So that brings us up to 21% of the dono goal, and it gives you, Omega Star, the ability to put your money where your mouth is. What am I talking about? I'm talking about the dono goal. And when you donate, you can let me know which of these topics you would like to see in the bonus material. Right now, it looks like people are voting for Vosh's Road Rage. Mr. Beast hires a PDF is in number 2 position. J.K. Rowling's Mold Symbiote is in 3rd position, and 4th position is Choosing Violence and Unleashing Me on the latest Sunday VOD. But yeah, I wouldn't mind putting the sun tint to rest for a while. Fallout, please. Fallout indeed. See, that you're speaking my language, Omega Star. I voted for the love with my dono. You voted for love. That's the opposite of voting for violence. Yeah. Or choosing violence, right? And sometimes when people are choosing violence, chat has to be the peacemaker. Tenting for Trump tent. Yeah. Yo, tenting indeed, Kraken. Tenting indeed. Are you looking for a chair? I didn't see that on the throne. I should probably put that on there. I just don't know. Moe Nope actually suggested one. And I don't know. I don't know. Is it comfortable? I mean, it is, because you suggested it. What am I thinking? I'm like asking, wait, is it comfortable? And you're like, no, it's actually really uncomfortable. I thought that's what you wanted, NCC. You want the uncomfortable chair? That's what I got for you. No, let's put it up on the... I can do this really quickly and easily. And I should probably do this. But I'm also trying to get the... short stream going as well. But yeah, thank you for helping to save the NCC, Omega Star. I appreciate that. We also have the what is it? This RAM upgrade, 16-bit sticks to upgrade my RAM, and the editing update. That's the Blackmagic design speed editor, and then the prepared content upgrade, which is the Elgato teleprompter. But yeah, if any of those things, yeah, Throne's basically there if you want to help crowdfund a better experience for everyone. Whether it is like keeping my body and soul together, or encouraging me to edit more videos and do them faster so that you have more content coming out, or making sure that we don't have any technical difficulties that sometimes take down the stream and are really frustrating for me, and I'm sure for you too. Or if you want to encourage me to branch out into video essays and other forms of prepared content, right? It's all up to you. You create the experience to a great degree, just like you create the experience by voting for the topic of your choice, and when you donate, letting me know which of these choices you want your money to go towards supporting. Okay, wait, what was I in the middle? Oh yeah, I was in the middle of adding a chair. And I trust Moe Nope's inclinations as far as that chair goes. I mean, I'm standing up right now, and I'm actually kind of okay with that. But yeah, sometimes I need to... Yo, there's like sleep support? Wow, Throne has a lot of random stuff. It must be like melatonin or something. Maybe I should start taking melatonin. Oh my gosh, it's making me select a color, pink. Wait, is pink an option here? Oh, Barbie pink. Yo, I don't know. Is that too much? Ivory white, orchid, yellow, green pear? Ooh, that's cute. That's really cute. Oh my gosh. I can look at the other ones. Let's look at the Barbie pink one. Ooh, that's cute too. Oh my gosh, chat. Green pair. There we go. Okay, so I'm putting that up on Throne as well. Enable crowdfunding. Yes. Save my butt. Why is it not allowing me? There's one other thing that I need to choose, right? It's not a digital good. Okay, wait, maybe I'm choosing something that's out. I don't know, chat. I don't want to spend too much time on this. But you did bring it up. Wait, if I pick Barbie pink, does that... See, like, the add to which... They need to, like, actually tell you... They need to tell you why it's not allowing you to add it to the... I'm clicking around to the different colors, and the add to wish list is grayed out. Yeah, every single one. I don't know what's going on with this chat. I'm probably gonna just figure this out some other time. I don't know what's going on. I don't know what's going on. We got to get going. We got content to do. Trump plots to steal the election while complaining that the election was stolen. That's what we got today in the way of Trump tent. Let the mid-roll ads rip on shorts. Remember, if you're getting too many ads on shorts, come back to full scale stream, right? I don't, and let me know how bad it is actually, because I'm not sure what this will do. But if we're gonna have, look, if we're gonna have so many Trump fans in the chat, I might as well monetize them. They might as well be heavily monetized. I love monetizing MAGA, and this is like the only way I could do it. You know what the other way of monetizing MAGA is? I'm sorry, the chair was sold out. I don't know if that's what went on. It's not your fault, though. Are you confirming that for me, though? On are you seeing that on the site? I'll figure it out. I'll figure it out. But it looks like a nice chair. Yo! It's me, Natalie Marie. Thank you for the resubscribe on Prime. And just in case you can't see over there on Twitch, right? The topics for today are Vosh road rages on bikers, Mr. Beast hires a PDF, J.K. Rowling's mold symbiote, and NCC dunks on Sunday more. If you want to choose violence, choose that one. Sunday chose violence and I chose violence, but that doesn't mean that you have to choose violence. You can choose whatever you want, whatever content appeals to you the most, right? You can also add it to the Fallout fund, which maybe I'll lower that. Maybe I'll make it so 50, you know, gets a new Fallout episode. Fruitopia tastes like chemicals. I haven't does that exist anymore? Bosch Road Rage, yes. Bosch Road Rage gets 3%. All right. That's how we're rolling today. So there's that. Change it to live chat. Add the poll. Did you like the stream yet? This is such a passive way to get to farm likes here, but I love it. I got this from Femios, by the way. Femios, thank you for inspiring me. Maybe someday I'll debate Chud logic just like you did. And then get this and add. Twitch.tv/nocommentchick. CC, there we go. We got the penned. Let me pen the penned. The pen is penned. The penned is penned. And next we hit the buttons that make this everything go round, make the world go round. People say that money makes the world go round. I think it's buttons. I think buttons are what's important to making the world go round. What do you think, chat? I feel like it's all about buttons. BC Clarity Carlton with the $2 super chat. Road Rage for 2. Road Rage for 2. Thank you for the super chat. And again, I'll dive into the Trump tent and I'll read all the super chats or donos after we get through Trump tent. But let me read that for now and then add your there we go. We are 25%. Yeah, 1/4 of the way to the dono goal already. Wow. Road Rage for 2. There we go. Adding 5 points to Vosh Road Rage. That's in the command. That's leading right now. That's leading in all polls right now. It looks like Vosh Road Rage is the popular choice. But remember to vote. Remember to like the stream. And when you donate, let me know which of these topics you want to see next, because I care. And this is the part of the stream that you get to decide, right? You want to choose violence, you can choose violence. You want to choose road rage, you can choose road rage. If you want some Mr. Beast content, you can have that too. You can have anything you want. Within reason. Within reason. Okay, so here we go. What do I have to press? I've got to press this button. And then I have to press this button. And now another button should be coming available for me to press. I'm a born button presser, chat. Here we go. Button pressed. Okay. Here we go for another fun day of Trump tent. I am your hostess with the mostest, no comment chick, the lady with the butterfly in her hair, here to tell you about the failing campaign of one Donald Jameson Trump. Is that his middle name? I think it's Jameson. We'll go with that. Donald Jameson Trump, not having a great time as of late, struggling in his campaign, when only a month ago he was riding high. He was riding high. This man survived, had a near unaliving experience, and all he had to show for it was a cartilage piercing, which miraculously has healed since. It doesn't. I can't even tell. But yeah, a very harrowing experience for Donald James Trump. And it looked like he had the election all sewed up. He had everyone on his side. He had everyone glazing him the fuck up. What a difference a month makes. What a difference a month makes. What a difference a new candidate replacing Sleepy Joe Biden with, what does he call her? Laughing Kamala? Oh, it doesn't really stick. It doesn't really have that ring. He's going to have to work on that nickname for Kamala. I don't think it's working. I don't think much at all in his campaign is working right now, so... We're going to take a look at some of Donald Trump's favorite topics, right? From election denial to speculation about Kamala Harris's race to the late great Hannibal Lecter. We'll take a deep dive into the Trump tent, into the tent that is Trump, because this guy's my favorite new lolcow. I love this guy. Anybody that comes in here says, why do you hate Trump? I'm like, what do you mean? Like, literally, what do you mean? What about my content makes you think I hate Trump? Trump is my cash cow, just like he is for a lot of right-wingers. And that makes it sound like I'm a right-winger. That's not quite what I'm saying, is it? I hope not. That's one way to make money off of Trump. You get on that Trump train. Shakespeare with the $2 super chat. Magister Dominicus trahitor in immundum Flumen, which I will now translate into putting your money where your mouth is. There he is, Mr. Beast. With the sussy hire. Mr. Beast is having a pretty bad month as well, right? But I don't know who's having a worse month, chat. Vosh. Vosh is having a good month, by the way. Vosh is not having Trump. Vosh is doing quite well. Subsisting off the Trump tent, much like myself. Mr. Beast, not so much. I'm an American, but I hate Trump. Yeah. Oh, not American, but I hate Trump. Yeah. Well, I mean, like, look, when I say I like Trump, I mean, he's funny. He's goofy. It's fun to point and laugh. It's fun to point and look at him. I wouldn't want to be him. I would not want to be him right now because he's got a very tough decision on his hands. Is he going to do what's right for the Republican Party and drop out, making it possibly an even race again? Or is he going to stay in and pretty much give the race away to Kamala Harris and Tim Walz? Only time will tell, chat. Only time will tell. Okay, there's still more buttons to press, aren't there? I'm going to repress this one. I got to repress this button. And then the most important button of them all, the NCC button.
Kids online.
That's not it. That's the Hassan button. That's different. Different button. Let's try the good button. Okay, the good button, not the laggy button. Let's... Still lagging. Still lagging, aren't we? Can we try that one more time? Well, I mean, that almost was correct. One more time. There we go. There we go. At long last, here we are with our favorite guy, Donald Trump. So somebody mentioned this to me the last stream I did on Trump, that they thought that it was mean of me to say that this guy is slurring his words, that this guy is talking with a lisp, that there's something going on with his dentures. I'm just speculating here, chat. I'm not his doctor, and I couldn't be his doctor. And if I was his doctor and gave him the drugs that he requested, I'd probably lose my license, just like his last doctor. But here he is in the haunted mansion in Walt Disney World. No, chat, I'm kidding. This is Mar-a-Lago, actually. This is, apparently, this is what Mar-a-Lago looks a lot like, the haunted Disney mansion. Looks like a lot like the background of a certain pseudo-intellectual theory streamer, but it's actually just Mar-a-Lago here. And we have him recorded calling in to the Elon Musk Twitter space. Let's see what he sounds like, chat. So the allegation was that it was compression, not audio compression, but data compression that caused him to sound like Sylvester the cat. That it was either data compression. I think I heard somebody else say that Elon was trying to use a sibilance filter, right? That's the filter that takes off if you have a lot of S's in your words, you can use a filter to kind of cut those down. And that maybe Elon had tried to do that for Trump, and that's what caused the sound to be like this. But I mean, let's hear it. This is what was recorded on somebody's phone in Mar-a-Lago.
Biden actually did something that was impossible. Both sides hate him, both sides.
Yeah.
That was a hard thing to do. Unification.
Yeah, no. I mean,
Biden actually did something that was impossible.
I feel like Trump has been doing that too. I feel like Trump has been doing the impossible in unifying both sides against him. He's got kind of a rebellion on his hands from the Groypers, apparently. We might have time to look at that. There is a Nick Fuentes video that I've got on that. But for now, let us just... Why is it on Hassan? It's not what I'm trying to look at. I'm trying to look at this one.
What are you hearing from all the sources you always are talking?
Donald Trump has been indicted.
Okay. So we're looking at Trump's propensity to talk about election interference. And he's talking usually about the election in 2020, claiming that he really won it and that he should be president right now. It's not exactly a good thing, right? Because if you make your supporters think that the election outcome is stealable, then why should they even vote for you if it's just going to be stolen away anyway? So a lot of people have been telling him this. We'll also hear about what people, political analysts in the know say about how it's playing, that he's still coping and seething about 2020, right? It's maybe turning some voters off. But for now, let's take a look at what he's doing, kind of signaling that he might try to steal the election himself this time.
Donald Trump has been indicted twice over his efforts to overturn the 2020 election. And some of his recent attacks on Vice President Harris and how she became the Democratic nominee are stirring fears that he's laying the groundwork to try to do it again.
Natalie Marie says people are saying that Trump was wearing shoulder pads. I mean, doesn't it look like it in this picture? Now, shoulder pads were a thing in the 80s, right? This was acceptable in the 80s. Anybody know the song? It was acceptable in the 80s. Yeah, it was acceptable in the 80s, both for women and for men, I guess. And so Donald Trump maybe honed his look in the 80s back when he was a playboy socialite and real estate magnate. And he seems to just have kind of locked in that look.
Coup. This was a coup of a president of the...
Look, I can't tell you for sure if this guy wears shoulder pads. What I can tell you is apparently he does wear lifts. He does wear lifts on his shoes to make himself look taller. He's famously paranoid of being photographed with anyone taller than him. This makes it hard for him to take pictures with his son, Barron, who's already taller than he is.
United States, actually, they forced him out. It was a coup.
Wait, we definitely got some... We got some lisping right there.
President Harris and how she became the Democratic nominee are stirring fears that he's laying the groundwork to...
Wait, Omega Star says it wasn't acceptable for men? What am I thinking? I'm thinking of like the Talking Heads guy, right? Doesn't the Talking Heads guy wear shoulder pads?
Try to do it again.
This was a coup. This was a coup of a president of the United States.
The president.
Actually, they forced him out. It was a coup. We had a coup. That was the first coup in the history of our country. And
I mean, he does seem to slobber. He does seem to salivate. More on that in a second, right? But yeah, here he's, I mean, he doesn't sound like Sylvester the Cat, at least.
it was very successful. She was the first one out. And that you can then be picked to run for president seems to me actually unconstitutional.
And my panel is back now. I'm not a lawyer, but I do have a broad sense of the Constitution. And I don't think the Constitution says anything about political parties or how a nominee should be picked in a political party, which is exactly what the whole story within Biden and Harris, Biden going out and Harris being put in there, says. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. All right. So just putting that aside, let's look at the big picture, because every time I hear him or people who are allies of Donald Trump say coup or say, you know, I spent $100 million on Joe Biden and look, the sort of a bait and switch, I think, what happens if he loses? Is he telling us ahead of time what he's going to do after Election Day, just as he did in the 2020 election?
This, to me, is almost the latest iteration in what we've seen for the past couple of years now. The former president hasn't stopped in trying to sow doubt in democratic systems, in the elections, and the integrity of elections, really since the 2020 election, right? And now you see the latest iteration, which is trying to basically put the focus on Kamala Harris now being at the top of the ticket as well. You've heard him use words like coup and what have you, but as you say, there's nothing in the Constitution that backs that up, you know, obviously. And there's a process in place.
Yeah, so the Constitution doesn't say shit about political parties. George Washington, the first president, did not want there to be political parties. However, it might just be sort of a natural evolution, I guess, of the American democracy that political parties developed. I don't know if there's anything that you could have done to stop them. Obviously, the Constitution doesn't preclude political parties either, but as such, what they are is they're organizations that give backing to a candidate, give approval of the candidate, and they're not democratic. They've never been democratic. And to the extent to which there is an element of democracy in the political parties, i.e. the primaries and caucus system, that is because the parties have chosen to do that. And so it's not an issue of constitutionality. It's an issue of institutionality. And the institution that I'm talking about here is the Democratic Party and the way that it runs its elections. Now, look, they're brands, and that's why people want to win the primary. They'll help you get on ballot. They'll put a brand on you. The brand is like, I'm a Democrat. You know, I stand for progressive policies. Traditionally, it's been, I stand for workers. If you go even further back, it's like, I stand for states' rights and segregation and a lot of other bad stuff. But the modern Democratic Party post-Civil Rights Act has been about abolishing segregation and establishing voting rights, establishing civil rights, etc. Has been socially progressive, and with the New Deal coalition, at least for the American political parties within the ideological spectrum, the Overton window of what's acceptable, which starts with maybe social democracy and ends with sort of libertarian small government philosophy, right? That's outside of that range is not considered viable. The Democrats have been on the side of using the government to regulate business, have been on the side of allowing some sort of a social safety net to be there to kind of correct the mistakes of capitalism, to correct the rough edges of capitalism, the fact that crisis is built into the capitalist system, and therefore you're going to have recessions, you're going to have depressions, and the people that feel that most acutely are the working class. After the New Deal, the Democrats, in an attempt to save capitalism from itself, because remember, you go back to the New Deal and you see a window where something a little stronger, something approaching, some form of socialism is slightly viable. But that window closes with the Democrats enacting the New Deal and the sort of Keynesian consensus that developed post Great Depression, post World War II. So, I mean, that's what the Democratic Party is. It's a brand. It's a brand that's evolved over time. There's an institution. There's people with power in the Democratic Party. Their viewpoint tends to decide, who's going to get selected as the candidate for president. And they set up rules, and the rules have evolved over time as well, right? If you go back far enough, the rules are more like, we're going to meet in a smoke-filled room and we're going to decide who wins. There might be primaries, but those are just kind of like them, taking the temperature of the country as part of that decision. And the primaries weren't in every state. Now the primaries are in every state, and they're supposed to be what decides the president. But of course, we've got kind of a special circumstance here in which, because of the favoritism that the parties show towards an incumbent, when they have an incumbent, generally a challenger is not selected, right? So if you've got an incumbent president, they're likely to win the whole thing. There's a lot of Democrats who don't even want to run a serious primary, and if you do run against an incumbent, you might be blacklisted from the party. If you even run against somebody like Hillary Clinton, who's got institutional power and is effectively called next on the election as she had in 2016 and in 2008, and you don't end up defeating, you don't end up coming for the king, you don't end up coming for the queen and defeating them, then you will likely be blacklisted as well. And so because of that favoritism that the party tends to show the incumbent. This is an effect of the post-1980 election. The 1980 election was primary was between Jimmy Carter and Ted Kennedy. Ted Kennedy ran a pretty strong race. He's got, the Kennedy name. He was a fairly strong candidate. Some Democrats thought that the Kennedy primary, the Kennedy candidacy, and the attacks that Kennedy levied on Carter in the primary actually hurt Carter's chances in the general election. However, I think that Carter's failure in the general election probably had a lot more to do with the Reagan interference in his foreign policy, that being the hostages that were in Iran, that Carter may have been able to get out before the election, but was not able to get out because the Reagan administration, much like the Nixon administration before them, had been talking to, and they're not the administration at this point, right? They're a candidate, but they talked to the Iranians and they said, hey, we will give you a better deal. We will treat you nice. We'll take care of you if you hold off on releasing the hostages. Those hostages were a big part of Carter's failure in the 1980 general election. Anyway, long story short, chat, it is a private club, despite the fact that it functions now a little bit more like a democracy. But there's a lot in the system that makes it not really a democratic process. So by that process, Joe Biden was selected. Joe Biden started to lose as of October of last year. Trump overtook Joe Biden in the polls and just kept on increasing his lead. In a panic, Joe Biden challenges Donald Trump to a very early, historically early presidential debate in order to try to start the clock on the election, because his thought was that until people accept the fact that the election is going to be Biden versus Trump, you're going to have Biden supporters holding back and saying, I don't know, maybe there could be somebody better. Maybe I could vote for somebody else. I don't really want to vote for Joe Biden. I don't want Donald Trump either. So, I mean, that's the background that we're dealing with. And when Joe Biden met Donald Trump in that debate, he did not look like a guy who could run a presidential campaign. He did not look like a guy who could string two sentences together. He didn't look like a guy who could communicate. And that is the primary task of a presidential candidate. If you can't communicate, you can't really run. And Joe Biden showed that he couldn't communicate. So, yeah, after the Republican convention, Biden drops out, is replaced by Kamala Harris, and the presidential race resets. And now the Democrats have what they always wanted, had what they were hoping for when they were like cool to Biden in the polls, right? You replace Biden with almost any Democrat. You replace Biden with a generic Democrat, and all of a sudden that generic Democrat is beating Donald Trump in the polls. So Kamala Harris starts out as a generic Democrat because people don't know much about her. People are finding out more about her. She selected Tim Walz as her running mate. And so far there's kind of a honeymoon period that seems like it might actually last through the Democratic National Convention, which starts, what is it? Today's Wednesday. It starts next week, August 19th through the 24th or 23rd, I think, is the Democratic National Convention. She's likely to even get a little bit more of a bounce from that. She's already leading Trump in the important swing states. She's tied with Trump in states like North Carolina. She's doing really well. She's doing so much better than Biden did before. And she's likely to even get a little bump on top of that coming out of the Democratic National Convention. I would say after that convention is where the election proper will really start. And we can expect maybe some momentum swings. Maybe the Republicans will have an attack on Kamala and Tim Walz that lands. Maybe she'll introduce an agenda that people don't like, or maybe that they do like, right? We've got debates coming up as well in the fall, and so those can swing momentum. We don't know what's going to happen after that, but we do know that Kamala is starting this thing off with a huge advantage, a lot of momentum, and as no longer an underdog. So we'll see where we go from there. Anyway. But yeah, the point being, Chad, that's a little bit of a rant, right? The point being, though, that pressuring Biden to get out of the race is not illegal. It's not unconstitutional. And it's not abnormal considering that Biden is having physical trouble based on his age running for president, right? It's a strange circumstance. It hasn't happened a lot, especially recently, but it's not. Trump can't. He wants to complain about it. He wants Biden back. He dreams. He's truthed out the idea. Maybe Joe Biden, who feels very wronged, and he probably does. He probably hates Nancy Pelosi. He probably hates Barack Obama. He's probably really sad that he didn't get to run for president another time because he said, "I got this, Jack. I got this," and he in fact did not have this. Right? Maybe he feels aggrieved, but what Trump wants him to do is show up at the convention and crash that shit and try to take the candidacy back because Donald Trump was doing so good against Sleepy Joe, and he's not doing well against Laughing Kamala. She is laughing Kamala, but she is laughing at Trump.
Place that is now playing out. They're going to follow that process in the DNC as well. But I see this as just the latest step in something that I remember the FBI and the Homeland Security warning about after DHS, saying that continuing to make false statements about the election and the election process will have a ripple effect, and will have a negative ripple effect when it comes to perceptions across the country and people's trust in democratic systems.
Yeah, I mean, look, he's pissed. He was running against Joe Biden and doing very well, and now he's not running against Joe Biden. And this is how he reacts. Yeah,
he was ahead in the polls. He felt very good, and they had a plan to run against Biden, and that's what he was doing. And then he's seen this huge shift and this huge momentum shift, and so many things are clearly frustrating him. Her crowds, the rally sizes. He puts a lot of stock in those things. So sort of seeing these big crowds come out, seeing the enthusiasm.
Yeah, Donald Trump is looking for a dick measuring contest, right? That's his favorite thing to do, is brag about what he's got in his pants. And I mean, anecdotally speaking, it's maybe not that great. And his crowds are not that great at this point. He's being outdone time and time again by the Harris campaign. I think maybe even purposely booking the same venues and showing that she is able to fill up venues that he leaves somewhat empty.
Seeing the airport hangar pictures, those things are all clearly getting under his skin.
So that's the rhetorical angle of this. And then there's what is happening on the ground in some of these key states that will determine the election. Georgia is an example. There's a new election rule in Georgia passed by the state election board. Counties now have leeway to delay reporting of the votes that come in. Election boards can demand more information and conduct inquiries before certifying results. And in addition to that, if you listen carefully to that very long rally that the former president did in Georgia last week, it might have got missed because the focus was on him trashing the Republican governor, but he was praising.
Yeah, I was going to say that's all I heard about that rally was him going after the Republican governor of Georgia for not basically helping him steal the election last time. Now, the thing about Georgia and the thing about what he's been able to do in Georgia, and this is what happens when you get Trump sympathetic people in positions of power, is they try to make it easier for him to file false claims, for him to delay the counting, for him to, delay what seems like right now the inevitable, that if he stays in as the candidate, he likely will lose. And I'm not saying this from my perspective, chat. I'm saying this from the markets. I'm saying this from what people bet on the election outcomes. And right now, more people are betting for Kamala Harris to win the presidential general election than for Donald Trump. So he does have some things in place in Georgia. Now, it may not come down to Georgia. The main core strategy of the Harris campaign relies on 3 states: Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania. If she wins those 3 states, she can lose Arizona, Nevada, and Georgia. And as long as there's no other surprises, there's no other non-swing states that end up somehow swinging, she wins the election by 270 votes. So the conservative core strategy of a small c conservative core strategy of the Harris campaign is to lock up the Rust Belt. And she's gone a long way to doing that with nominating Tim Walz from Minnesota. He's not only somebody that's in that neighborhood, in that upper Midwestern neighborhood of states, but also somebody who appeals to the kind of voters that she's going to need to court in those states. And she is up in those 3 states. So even with whatever Donald Trump is trying to do in Georgia, it may not matter.
3 Republican board members who were appointed to their jobs this year saying that they're on fire, that they're pit bulls for transparency, honesty, and victory. And it made some people go, oh, okay. Is he working the refs here a little bit?
Well, and the Democrat on that panel warned of how this could be misused in an election. And so the difference between...
Wow, it looks like we've got some election denial from chat. Are you really still focused on the 2020 election? I don't think that's going to be helpful for the Trump campaign. You want this guy to win, right? Or you want some Republican to win. Weasels for life. Thank you, Omega Star, for the resubscribe. Remember, we've got the option to maybe do some bonus content today. And when you donate, let me know which of these topics you want to see. We've got Mr. Beast hires a PDF. Yeah, that's going on. We got a story about Vosh road raging at bikers and arguing with a, I don't know what you call a motorcycle tuber, a motorcycle YouTuber named Squid Tips. We've got the possibility for me to continue dunking on President Sunday. Maybe he's had enough, though. Maybe he's had enough, right, chat? You can choose violence or you can choose peace. It's up to you. Or J.K. Rowling and her mold symbiote. She is fused with the black mold in her house. So whichever of those topics is interesting to you, when you donate, let me know what you want to see, and I will put your money where your mouth is. That means that we're pulling that. We got a poll going on the full scale stream, which is on YouTube, right? If you want to go over there and vote, you can. And also, when you donate, let me know which one these one you want to see, and I will add a percentage for every dollar that you donate. So you can actually steal the, look, Trump's all about stop the steal. All right, but you can literally buy the election on my channel. So yeah, there we go.
2020 and now, or in 2024, is that it was kind of ad hoc, right, in 2020. Now it seems like groundwork is being laid potentially to at least slow down, if not,
well, this is
hamper.
Because this is based on a law that
Exactly.
Republicans in Georgia passed after 2020.
Exactly, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
It's so that now that there's these like infrastructures potentially in place to slow down or potentially cause chaos in the aftermath of the election.
And Doug Emhoff was at a fundraiser in Los Angeles yesterday, and he said, quote, they're going to do lots of shenanigans. They're already talking about that. So we got to win. We got to protect the win. So we're going to need the lawyers. We're going to need volunteers.
Yeah, and that's not something that they're starting today. I mean, the Democrats have been working on this for a very long time. The Harris campaign, when it was the Biden campaign, had been gearing up for this, the idea that they need to be prepared in key states.
Hey, Chad, the only thing that you need to be prepared for right now is if you're watching on Twitch, the top of the hour ad break, right? We're streaming on Twitch as well. And on Twitch, they have this neat thing called an ad break. It happens at the top of every hour and it lasts for 3 minutes. That's a lot of ads, right? Those ads are unskippable unless you get yourself a sub. You can do that for free using an Amazon Prime sub. You can do that for $6 using $6. Or you might even be gifted a sub by somebody very generous. That sort of thing, though, more likely to happen if you're active in the chat.
So they need to have legal, strategies ready. And so that is something that they have been working on.
Donald Trump may have won the Republican nomination by a wide margin, but the former president still faces some serious opposition from within his own Republican Party.
Why they got this music? Is this Wolf Blitzer's theme song, chat? This sounds like a wrestling. It's like a wrestling promo. What is up with this mute? You hear this?
Last night, a group called Republicans for Harris held a call to mobilize disaffected GOP voters. Thousands of lifelong Republicans and former lawmakers shared their stories and made their case for putting country ahead of party. Listen.
As a firsthand witness to the chaos of the Trump presidency behind closed doors, I can say this: we cannot go back.
This is no longer the party of principle.
So now what she just said was that she has been involved in the Trump campaign or the Trump administration. She saw a different side of things maybe than people looking in from the public have seen. And she's like not the only one. There are a lot of ex-Trump officials that are now advocating to make sure to keep that guy away from the levers of power, right? People that have been on a shocking number of people that have been on the inside of Team Trump have seen something that changed their mind, right? They've worked for him. They wanted to be part of his team. And then when they saw what was actually going on, I mean, this is why there's so many leaks from the Trump campaign.
And it shows.
If we can defeat Donald Trump, then we can go back to the luxury of arguing about policy.
So if your neighbor, a Republican, doesn't want it to be Trump's party.
See, that's a former Republican congressman. That's Joe Walsh.
Trump's got to lose, and he's got to lose by a lot. And that means we Republicans have to vote for the only person who can beat him.
The weird thing about the never Trump Republicans, and I'm not sure if Joe Walsh is a never Trump Republican or if he's somebody who got pilled at some point and turned against Donald Trump. But I've never taken them seriously as a political force, right? When I think of never Trump Republicans, I think of like David Brooks. I think of old neocons who have not been relevant for, I don't know, closing in on 10 years here. Yeah, or 8 years. It's like 8 years, right? They haven't been relevant since like 2016. And when I say 2016, I'm talking about the primary, right? This is Trump's party. This has been Trump's party for a long time. Those people are outsiders. And those people, generally, I don't think of them as representing a real constituency, right? They exist in the party. You know, these are the people that, you know, Trump and his, well, actually, you know, anybody that's even lukewarm about Trump is considered a rhino, right? Republican in name only. But I have trouble taking these never Trump Republicans seriously because it seems like they're like overrepresented in the Republican establishment versus in the Republican electorate. But I could be wrong. Maybe there are, you know, there do seem to be some people that were along for the ride in 2016, maybe even along for the ride in 2020. And when January 6th happened, and before that, all of the Stop the Steal nonsense, all of the ridiculous court cases that were filed, which were thrown out of court because they weren't serious. There wasn't any real claim there. After that shit show, after being embarrassed, maybe they are maybe they have some small margin of the Republican electorate. And yeah, they're all pretty much coming out and saying, don't vote for this guy again. I mean, look, for these people, it's about taking their party back. It's about making room for themselves, allowing themselves to be viable. Look at what happened to Liz Cheney. Liz Cheney stood against Trump and she got blacklisted in the Republican Party. So because of that, you've got a lot of people. In fact, you've got never Trumpers. Lindsey Graham was a never Trumper. Lindsey Graham was considered a moderate Republican at some point. He is nowhere near moderate. This guy has proposed like a national abortion ban. This guy is, I don't want to say glazing Trump up because that opens up questions about Lindsey Graham's sexuality. And that's not what I'm here to talk about. Lindsey Graham's sexuality is his business, and you know, he can hopefully figure that out himself, right? But you get the idea. He's kissing up to Trump. He's trying to get, and Trump's weirdly transactional. There's a lot of people. J.D. Vance is a great example of this. J.D. Vance, Trump's vice presidential candidate, was once on record as having said that Trump could be America's Hitler. He has said pretty bad things about Trump. He has opposed Trump and Trumpism. And, what a difference an election makes. He's very much Team Trump now, and very much at the bleeding edge of Republican politics as far as his association with Project 2025 and their attempt to create an even more imperial presidency. And when I say imperial, I mean like borderline monarchic, right? The way that the CEOs of Silicon Valley tend to run their businesses is the way that people like Peter Thiel, who is basically J.D. Vance's paymaster, the way that Peter Thiel wants to see the country run.
All right, let's discuss with former RNC Communication Director Doug Heye and Democratic strategist Laura Fink. Doug, should the Trump campaign right now be concerned about these voices, disaffected Republicans in your Republican Party?
They should, and I'll tell you specifically why, Wolf. It's not because of anything that we necessarily just heard. It's what I saw in Raleigh, North Carolina earlier this year at a Nikki Haley rally, one of the last ones she had before pulling out of the race. The atmosphere in that room was very real. And those voters who were there, they were very real. The ones who were wearing the T-shirts that said permanently banned suggest that they're less likely to go to Donald Trump in a swing state. But yes, one of the things that
I'm sorry, T-shirts that said permanently banned? What is that about?
Earlier this year at a Nikki Haley rally, one of the last ones she had before pulling out of the race. The atmosphere in that room was very real. And those voters who were there, they were very real. The ones who
So Nikki Haley voters we're talking about
were wearing the T-shirts that said permanently banned.
I don't understand. Can anybody explain the permanently banned thing? I really don't get it. I do not get it. Why did they have T-shirts that said permanently banned? I'm not sure I understand.
Republican Party.
They should, and I'll tell you specifically why, Wolf. It's not because of anything that we necessarily just heard.
I am fake news. Well, thank you for calling me news.
It's what I saw in
That's not what YouTube thinks, but I'm glad you think I'm news.
Earlier this year at a Nikki Haley rally, one of the last ones she had before pulling out of the race. The atmosphere in that room was very
banned in the ballot? Oh, damn. Nikki Haley voters were saying that? See, so now Nikki Haley has not exactly burned her bridge against Trump. She was critical against him. You know, she was one of the few, because you had two different types of primary opponents. And I say opponents almost with air quotes, right? That primary was a clown show. But there were two different kinds of people that were running against Donald Trump. You had the Chris Christies and the Nikki Haleys, and maybe to a small extent the Mike Pences. And these people were legitimately running against Donald Trump. And you had the Vivek Ramaswamis that almost seemed there to ensure that nobody got enough of a snowball running, nobody got enough momentum going in order to seriously challenge Donald Trump, right? In the same way that Elizabeth Warren stayed in the Democratic primary when all of the centrist candidates that were opposing Bernie Sanders dropped out and endorsed Joe Biden, they kept Elizabeth Warren in specifically to kind of divide up those votes, those progressive energy in the Democratic Party, and to prevent Bernie Sanders from having a majority. So yeah, Vivek Ramaswamy seems to be the same way. Now Ron DeSantis is an interesting creature, let's just say. Ron DeSantis is somebody that I think he legitimately wanted to take the primary. I think he legitimately wanted to challenge Donald Trump, but he was created by Donald Trump. His election, his campaign was him building a wall with his child, reading his child bedtime stories about President Trump, and just basically glazing up the former president. And it's hard to go from that to saying, I actually think I would be a better candidate to the guy whose ring I've been kissing. It's really hard to do that. Also, Ron DeSantis has got no riz, right? Say what you will about Donald Trump. He's got a strange charisma. I don't feel it. It doesn't affect me, but I am told by some of my Republican friends that they think he's great. They think he's great. They think he's really funny. They think he's really, personable and real. And that is one thing that Ron DeSantis never had. But yeah, you've got a division between the candidates that are really running against Trump and the candidates that are just there to kind of kiss his ass. But yeah, the Nikki Haley voters, right? They're saying had permanently banned on their shirts, and people in chat are assuming maybe that means that he should be banned from the ballot. That there was a movement to remove him from the ballot based on an interpretation of an amendment to the Constitution. I think it was the 14th Amendment that was designed to keep Confederate officials out of American politics. Now, look, if you know anything about history, we're talking about Reconstruction there. We're talking about the post-Civil War era, and Reconstruction was an idea that the South should be brought back in, but it should be brought back in under certain conditions. And a lot of that, was, essentially, allowing Black people to vote and changing the ways of the South, changing, like, the denazification is something that went on in Germany post World War II, and with some exceptions, Operation Paperclip was fairly successful. But the reconstruction of the South, any attempt to really change not only the culture but how power worked in the South, it kind of faded, right? There were a group of people at the time called the Radical Republicans. This is before the party switch, right? Way before the party switch. The Radical Republicans wanted to, put some serious conditions on the South re-entering the Union. And while they were powerful in the, post-assassination political environment, they ended up losing their power. And in fact, it wasn't too long before the Democrats, which were at the time the party of, had been the party of slavery, the party of the Confederacy, and, definitely later on the party of segregation, they got back into power way too quick. So
real. And those voters who were there, they were very real. The ones who were wearing the T-shirts that said permanently banned.
But anyway, that was sort of what the 14th Amendment was designed to do. It had never been implemented in this way in terms of at least to my knowledge, in terms of keeping a candidate off the ballots. And when it went to the Supreme Court, they had a different way of looking at it and, kind of smacked down an attempt by, I believe, Colorado to remove Trump from the ballot.
I suggest that they're less likely to go to Donald Trump in a swing state. But yes, one of the things that you do in campaigns is you bracket, you pull out
Decimation says two cheeks on the same butt, and we are in the middle again. So wait, we're the crack? I'm not sure if I understand the metaphor, but I, like you, I'm pretty skeptical of both parties. I'm a little bit more skeptical of the Republican Party these days, but yeah, in general, I don't think that either of the parties are great.
That's what the Harris campaign is doing here. This may be marginally effective, but in so many states where things are going to be marginally close, changing turnout models by 1% in this demographic or that demographic definitely matter.
Every vote counts, as they say. Laura, Trump is getting some serious backlash over his comments about workers on strike earlier in the week. I want you and our viewers to listen to what he actually said.
Yeah, he might get more than just backlash in terms of people not liking it, right? UAW is filing a federal federal charges against Trump and Musk over this, right?
And how Tim Walz is responding.
Well, you're the greatest cutter. I mean, I look at what you do. You walk in and you just say, you want to quit? They go.
So now Trump is not referring to self-harm or anything there when he says cutter. He's talking about job cutter. He's talking about cutting jobs, and specifically in a union-busting manner.
Strike. I won't mention the name of the company, but they go on strike and you say, that's okay, you're all gone. You're all gone.
Vice President Harris and I have both had the privilege of joining workers on the picket line. Donald Trump and J.D. Vance, they see the world very differently than we do. They've waged war on workers and their ability to collectively bargain to take that away from them. All we're asking for is better wages, better benefits, better lives, and dignity in the work that we do.
Laura, as you know, Trump is trying to win over union workers around the country, but isn't it hard to imagine that they'd actually buy this anti-union position he's advocating?
Well, I think he's targeting a very small sliver of union workers with his rhetoric, and he thinks that he can win them over by insulting the rights that they fight for every single day. This is not uncommon. The fact of the matter is that he has always sort of pretended to be about the working class, but then given big tax cuts to the wealthy and, really given big corporations.
And look, oh my God.
Trump has been.
Oh my God.
Finally, the
oh my God. Stop. God damn it. YouTube. Sorry, chat. Technical difficulties here. So on the shallowness of Trump's working class appeal, just what they were getting at.
Donald Trump has been indicted.
I think we're somewhere around here.
But isn't it hard to imagine that they'd actually buy this anti-union position he's advocating?
Well, I think he's targeting a very small sliver of union workers with his rhetoric, and he thinks that he can win them over by insulting the rights that they fight for every single day. This is not uncommon. The fact of the matter is that he has always sort of pretended to be about the working class, but then given...
Okay, so people, sometimes come into here. They see what I'm talking about. They see what my stream title is. They see what I'm showing them in terms of the content that I'm reacting to. And they're like, oh, you're a Democrat. You're a liberal. You're glazing up the Kamala and Waltz campaign. That's not me. I've got criticisms for the Democratic Party. They may be secondary to my criticisms for the Republican Party, but here's an area where the Democratic Party have enabled Trump, right? Like I said before, if we look back to the Great Depression, World War II, and the New Deal, we see a certain kind of coalition emerge, right? This is a coalition that's pro-labor, it's pro-social safety net, but it's anti-communist, right? And it gets more explicitly anti-communist as the Cold War breaks out, and as we get into the McCarthyite period in the 19 really probably starts before the 1950s, but regardless, the Democratic Party tends to throw different constituencies under the bus, right? Like I said, there's a coalition there, but when they look at the Republican Party and they see how radical they are, there's a tendency to say, well, you know what? The people supporting us, they got nowhere else to go. They can't vote for the Republicans. They got to vote for us. So you know what we can do? Because we need to not just please our core constituency. We need to not just please the voters, but we also need to please the donors. And the donors don't like labor. The donors that matter are wealthy people. And so when the Democratic Party undercuts labor, throws labor under the bus, that opens up an avenue of attack for Donald Trump. And specifically, I'm going to mention a name here that you might be familiar with. Former Trump advisor Steve Bannon. As Naomi Klein describes in her latest book, which you should read if you get a chance. Here's a book recommend for you, all right? It's called Doppelganger. Steve Bannon is great at identifying constituencies that the Democratic Party has left behind, constituencies that feel left behind, and finding ways that a Republican candidate like Donald Trump can appeal to them. And it's very superficial, right? The guy, wears a red hat. He talks about the elite. He'll talk about workers. That shouldn't work. given what the Republican Party represents, given that it is the party of big business. But the Democrats, ever since maybe the early 80s, even before then, you could trace it back to the Carter administration in 76. The Democrats have been in the pocket of big business as well, right? And especially when we see a change in electoral law that allows for the entrance of money into politics. The Democrats lose a couple of elections, first to Ronald Reagan, then again to Ronald Reagan, then to Ronald Reagan's vice president, the father of George W. Bush, George H.W. Bush. They get spooked. They say, I don't know if we're ever going to win another election again. We've got to become Republican light. We've got to appeal to people who are behind Republican policies or behind tax cuts, are behind attacking labor, but just be a few degrees to the left, maybe even just on social issues. And that's what brings you candidates like Bill Clinton, candidates like Hillary Clinton, candidates sadly like Barack Obama. There's different names for these Democrats, but what they really are traitors to the post-New Deal coalition, to the sort of the promise that the Democratic Party made with the American worker in order to stave off communism. Like, you don't get too radical. You don't talk about revolution in your unions, and we will support your unions, and we will give you a social safety net, and we will make sure that when the next crisis comes up, as it will, because it always does in capitalism, crises are baked into the cake in capitalism, right? You don't get depressions, you don't get recessions, you don't get these things by accident, right? This is part of the cycle. And who gets fucked over at those times? Not the people with money. Sometimes people with money, especially if you look at, I mean, we're not talking about a depression or a recession here, but when we look at the situation around the pandemic, right? You have a lot of wealthy people, you have a lot of corporations making a lot of money. Meanwhile, we're stuck paying higher prices. Meanwhile, we're stuck in an economy that looks good on paper, but oftentimes is kind of illusory. Have you ever tried to apply for a job and it looks like something that you could do? You wouldn't mind doing it. The pay is nice. And you just don't get a call back. I mean, sometimes that is because your resume got filed in the round file, right? Sometimes that, yeah, they looked at you and they didn't want you, right? But sometimes they weren't actually hiring. They weren't actually looking for a position. They are just stacking up resumes for the next time that they are. So, yeah, I mean, as much as it looks like it's a good economy, it's not good from the angle of working people. And it's not good from the angle of renters. And for the Democratic Party to betray working people like that, it just shows you how fragile whatever was achieved in that post-New Deal coalition really was, right? It just shows you that we need something a little bit more radical than what the Democrats are willing to offer. So anyway, that's my piece about what I don't like about the Democrats. That being said, obviously, I dislike the Republicans, and particularly the MAGA Republicans, a lot more. But I got to get my 2 cents in here and there.
Big tax cuts to the wealthy, and really given big corporations the upper hand when it came to those very fights that are happening at the bargaining table and on the shop floor. So I just think it's going to fall largely on deaf ears, and this is more of a media conversation.
So, chat, when I say I love Trump, I'm serious. Like, that shit right there, he's got the dance moves. He's a creature of the 80s, and he still rocks that vibe. He's not embarrassed to do his little whatever the hell. Was this how people danced in the 80s? I think I've seen that, right? That's what I love about Trump. Now, obviously, I don't love his policies. I don't want him back as president, but he does amuse the fuck out of me. He does really keep me entertained. Anyway, let's take a look. This is Frank Luntz. We're gonna try to look into this guy. This is a Republican pollster, and he's here talking about Donald Trump. And he's talking about the problems with Trump's campaign, not the problem with Trump's policies or anything else, right? The problem with the decisions that Trump is making and the decisions that his campaign is making.
What are you hearing from all the sources you always are talking to? What are they saying about this conversation with Elon Musk?
Well, Donald Trump himself was
Yeah, Knox. He's got no shame with his moves.
thrilled about it. Apparently, he was talking to his team that was in the room with him as the technical glitch was going on and saying that it was flattering that so many people were trying to get into the spaces that it shut down completely. And he was happy with the fact that it actually went on. He thought it was a good conversation. And that was the same for his campaign advisors. One of the things we've been talking about, Jess, is the fact that they really are trying to reach people who are outside of your traditional voting bloc. That means people who don't engage with politics in the same way that others do, low propensity voters, people who are first time voters, people who could be persuaded to vote for Donald Trump. And those people might be watching an interview with Elon Musk.
Matt Loveless, thanks for the warning. If that's what that is, I'm gonna remove your comment though. And I think you maybe understand why, but no shade. Thanks for the warning.
More so than watching a news conference or a rally that he does. So that's their argument. But when you talk to several allies, they don't really understand exactly what the strategy is here, particularly as we've seen this surge with Kamala Harris in the polls as well as enthusiasm. And part of that might be based on some of the stuff Donald Trump is saying. Last night, he seemed even more focused on Joe Biden than he was on Kamala Harris. Take a listen to just one piece of what he said.
This was a coup. This was a coup of a president of the United States. He didn't want to leave, and they said, we can do it the nice way, or we can do it the hard way.
Wait, I got somebody in chat saying Kamala's going to steal the election. How? We've identified moves that Trump's making. We've identified things that Trump has said that indicate that he might try to steal the election. You can look at what he did in 2006, and I don't know what that is besides trying to steal the election. I just don't see it for Look, I'm willing to entertain that, right? Like I said, I am not like I'm not a huge fan of the Democratic Party. And you know, Kamala is not the candidate for president that I would prefer.
Yeah, I mean, they just took him out back behind the shed and basically shot him. You know,
what they did with this guy,
So,
and I'm no
yeah.
fan of his, and he was a horrible president, the worst president in history.
Now, in addition to comments like this, he went after Kamala Harris.
Look, I've got a different president that I consider the worst president in history.
They spent a lot of time praising each other, going back and forth about how great each other was. Not necessarily a campaign speech. One person saying to me, we wish he would focus on policy. We believe that if he actually doubled down on things like immigration and the economy, he would be doing better in this race against Harris. But again, this is a strategy, or at least part of a strategy his campaign team says is to work and try and get these outside the box voters. We're just not going to know if it's working until closer to November.
All right, Kristen Holmes, the latest. Thanks so much, Boris.
Let's dig deeper now with Frank Luntz. He's a pollster and a communications strategist.
So here's our dude, right? This is a Republican pollster. He's been around forever. I say he's our dude. Obviously, I don't like him, but I'm going to listen to what he says because he does a lot of focus groups and he tends to, like, his job is to help a president win. And you know, to help a Republican president win, or you know, I don't know where he's working now, but like in the past, he's worked for a lot of Republicans. So anyway, Frank Luntz, let's give him the floor.
Strategist Frank, always great to have you on. I want to start with Donald Trump taking to X with Elon Musk. The campaign says they were seeking to engage these non-traditional voters, something that's been a focus for the Trump team. These first-time or low propensity voters. How much do you think that demographic can make a difference in November?
It's significant. It's what he did in 2016. It's what campaigns that have been successful over the last decade have done, bringing new people into the electoral pool. It's difficult because there's a reason why they haven't voted. Either they don't care or they don't like anybody or they don't see that it impacts them in a personal way. I commend the Trump campaign. It's the candidate that's problematic. The candidate who can't stick to issues like inflation or...
And that's funny that he says the candidate, right? Because he's not saying it, but I've said this for a few days now, right? And this is what's probably made me so controversial Probably the reason that I'm being talked about in some of the darker corners of the internet is because I proposed the idea that Donald Trump should, for the good of the Republican Party, drop out. That the Biden versus Trump rematch from 2020 is an election that nobody wanted. And that in the same way that Joe Biden dropping out from the election has allowed new energy to flow into the Democratic side of things, Donald Trump dropping out of the election might be the only way for the Republicans to win this election. I don't think it's impossible for a Republican to win in 2024, but the more Donald Trump is his own worst enemy, the more Donald Trump does things which actually really give like Hillary Clinton, the more likely that the best bet the Republicans are going to have is to replace this guy. Again, there's just so many people that are sick of his shit. And look, there's people that were sick of Joe Biden too. And look at what a difference a month has made. Look at what a difference a new candidate has made. So, look, I'm not trying to give advice to the Republican Party. I don't want the Republican Party to win. I obviously have problems with the Democratic Party too, but those pale in comparison to the issues that I have with the Republican Party. But yeah, this is what and I get the feeling that Luntz is kind of on the same vibe. I don't know if he's going to say that. And, maybe there's no reason to say this. Donald Trump's not going to drop out. MAGA's not going to turn against him. I mean, maybe the Groypers will yell at him to be, more right-wing, more explicitly racist, which is honestly kind of his problem, right? Him pleasing that constituency would actually hurt him with the larger public, would hurt him with some of those independent and undecided voters that he needs to sway.
Immigration can't stick to policies that the public supports, that instead he has to deliver attacks against a president who's not running against him. What people think of Joe Biden has no impact on Kamala Harris. And it's actually damaging Trump's efforts right now at a time when the nation is so evenly polarized, so hostile to each other. So yes, it is a very effective strategy at adding to the voter pool and increasing the opportunity to win votes. But it's very ineffective when you're communicating to the public on things that they don't care about or even find offensive.
On the other side, I'm curious to get your perspective on Kamala Harris laying out her policy vision when it comes to the economy later this week in North Carolina, something that has been a liability for the Biden administration. What do you think she needs to do to sway voters to her side on that issue?
The key is
CNN is hilarious. I actually agree with that.
Affordability. It's not inflation. Inflation is what you and I say. Affordability is what the average American feels. And in the story...
You want me to stop watching CNN? Look, I'm watching Frank Luntz. If you can direct me to a Fox News video of Mr. Luntz, talking about his perspective, do you not want me to watch CNN or do you not want me to watch Frank Luntz? I'm not really looking at the name on the channel. I'm not really looking at the, I'm looking at the subject that's being discussed here, right? And no, I'm not a CNN fangirl.
Before setting this up, you communicated that it's of things that people care about. Housing and healthcare, which is very expensive. Food and fuel, which is day-to-day items. And the public believes that no matter what inflation is right now, they're looking at it over the last 4 years. And that's a dangerous situation for Harris. She wants to get ahead of it. So it's smart for her to be doing it. And in fact, she doesn't really have a choice. Now that she's the candidate, she's going to have to draw a contrast because the public does not believe that Joe Biden was effective on inflation. And they do give Trump credit in his administration for numbers that we haven't seen since he was president. One last thing about inflation. Everyone feels it. Doesn't matter what...
Okay, so you see what Luntz is saying? He's worried about the candidacy, and I got a feeling that, if he had the power to, he'd replace Trump with another candidate. But we all know that's not realistic. We all know that Donald Trump's giant freaking narcissistic ego will never in the world let him do what's right. Joe Biden barely did what's right. Joe Biden had to be pressured by his party, and there's nobody in the Republican Party that's willing to risk their clout, willing to risk being blacklisted in order to put that kind of pressure on Trump, even though that might be what's better for the party. But what he's saying, what he's offering here is advice for the Trump campaign. You want to win this election? Here, let's roll him back. Let's roll him back and
to get your perspective on Kamala Harris laying out her policy vision when it comes to the economy later this week in North Carolina, something that has been a liability.
So, chat, we can expect that maybe, I think, tomorrow, the Kamala policy statement
for the Biden administration. What do you think she needs to do to sway voters to her side on that issue?
The key is affordability. It's not inflation. Inflation's what you and I say. Affordability is what the average American.
Okay, so he's saying, put it in words that people understand. Inflation is, is not what people are feeling, right? It doesn't make sense. Like that's a economic indicator, right? And normal people aren't tuned in to stuff like that. They're tuned into the prices that they're paying at the grocery store. They're tuned in to what their rent is.
American field.
And they're tuned in to whether or not they can get a loan for a house.
And in the story before setting this up, you communicated that it's of things that people care about. Housing and healthcare, which is very expensive. Food and fuel, which is day-to-day items. And the public believes that no matter what inflation is right now, they're looking at it over the last 4 years. And that's a dangerous situation for Harris. She wants to get ahead of it. So it's smart for her to be doing it. And in fact, she doesn't really have a choice. Now that she's the candidate.
Mario, we're watching a Republican pollster. I don't know what your preconception about CNN is, but yo. Thank you for throwing the biddies my way, Omega Star. Whoa. Oh my gosh, I didn't realize that we had the VTuber pop up. Wow, that's a blast from the past. Damn, that's what I get for leaving Twitch alerts on. But yeah, thank you for the 100 biddies. And I will add those, I'm guessing, to the Fallout New Vegas rad meter, which is right now up at 41%, right? That's the so when you donate, I've got a poll running in the full scale stream, in the full screen stream, which I've got pinned for you if you want to go over there and vote. If you could leave a like while you're over there, because that helps me out a lot. But yeah, go over there, vote on that. And if you donate, let me know which of those topics you want me to cover, right? We got 4 topics for you. J.K. Rowling's mold symbiote, me dunking on one President Sunday once again, Vosh talking about his road rage against bikers, against motorcyclists, bikers, right? And Mr. Beast with his strange hire of an actual PDF, potentially, allegedly. I gotta say allegedly, because I don't think those court cases, I don't think any sort of court case has been concluded yet. So we got to put this all under the rubric of allegedly. But yeah, you can let me know when you donate, whether it's through Super Chat, whether you are getting yourself a membership on YouTube, you're gifting memberships to other people, or any of the other ways you donate through Throne, through signing up for Patreon, or of course on Twitch, right? Let me know which of these topics you're feeling, and I will put your money where your mouth is. I'll also read donos out for the Super Chats after this segment, after the politics segment. So
She's going to have to draw a contrast because the public does not believe that Joe Biden was effective on inflation, and they do give Trump credit in his administration for numbers that we haven't seen since he was president. One last thing about inflation. Everyone feels it. Doesn't matter whether you're working paycheck to paycheck or whether you're middle class. Doesn't matter whether you're from Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Michigan.
He almost said Ohio. Frank Lunt's brain rot arc.
Michigan, Nevada, Arizona, the South, Georgia, North Carolina, because it's so universal and it impacts everyone from whether they're 18 years old or 80 years old. This is the key issue because everyone feels it. And Harris has a way to go to show that her policies aren't going to make a tough situation even worse.
Frank, from both big parties to a third party, there were two pieces that caught my eye recently on RFK Jr. There was USA Today saying that his campaign is imploding, but he can still be an electoral problem for Trump. And then the Washington Post essentially saying RFK.
Yeah, isn't this weird how this worked out, right? RFK Jr. is somebody that Trump seems to want to ally with, and it sort of makes sense, right? As much as they are both, anti any sort of public health policy to deal with the pandemic. Trump less explicitly and RFK Jr. more explicitly. And as much as RFK started off as running as a Democrat and tries to appeal to the Democratic Party, especially with his family name, Kennedy being heavily associated with the Democratic Party, he has the effect that he has on the campaign has changed, especially since Biden dropped out. There's less and less Democrats voting for RFK as an alternative to Joe Biden, and there's more and more Republicans voting for RFK as in some ways a more Trump than Trump candidate. And when it comes to, when it comes to being anti-vax, when it comes to, conspiracy theories on the pandemic, etc., right? RFK is like so much. He's saying the quiet part out loud. He's willing to say the stuff with his chest that Trump is trying to kind of tiptoe around. Like Trump doesn't want you to think that he's pro-vaccine, but he also doesn't want to be labeled with the anti-vax label. Because again, he's vying for undecided voters, and he's going to lose out that way. So yeah, right now RFK is kind of cutting against the Trump campaign. There has been an attempt on Trump's part to try to get RFK Jr. to drop out, maybe even by bringing him into the administration. Because at this point, RFK is more of a spoiler for Donald Trump than he is for Kamala.
Jr. is now hurting Donald Trump. Do you think his campaign makes it to November? And who do you think he would draw voters from most?
Well, the question is, it's a great question, and it's an issue of what percentage does he get? Because for 2%, 3% of the electorate, the smallest percentage, he's actually drawing votes away from Donald Trump more than Harris. However, when he was getting up to 8, 10, 12% of the vote, not more than 60 days ago, he was drawing more votes from Harris than he was from Trump. In the end...
there's people in chat making the assumption that I'm voting for Kamala Harris. Right now, I'm providing analysis of the election for you, right? I'm talking about the horse race. I'm talking about the likelihood of different outcomes, right? I'm not here to advocate for a candidate. That being said, I'm definitely not a fan of Trump. And, as far as who you should vote for, I think it depends on what state that you live in, right? If you live in a state that's solidly red or solidly blue, you might be able to. Now, check the polls when you do this. Make sure that you're not doing this on the year where the election in your state is really close, right? But it's safer to vote for a third party to try to build that power, to try to help third parties get on the on the ballot more often and get more federal money for their elections, right? It's worthwhile to do that. It's more worthwhile to vote your conscience in a state that's hard red or hard blue, right? And so as far as my voting goes, right, it's going to be dependent on that. If you're in a state which is actually, and there's very few swing states, right? But if you are in a swing state, you might want to use your vote as a weapon. You might want to decide between the candidates which of them you like the least and vote for the other candidate to make sure that the worst possible outcome doesn't happen. And I feel like Donald Trump being empowered again, considering what happened last time, how that all ended and how that almost didn't end, how he tried to stay in office past being defeated, I think that would be a very irresponsible thing to allow to happen. So it really does depend on what state that you're in And I'm not here to vote scold anybody either, right? There are, people who are disgusted with Joe Biden's foreign policy, especially as it relates to Gaza, and their stomachs are turned by the decisions that he's made, by the words that he's said, and Kamala Harris is a part of that. So I can understand somebody not wanting to endorse that, and I don't think it's helpful for me to scold them and for me to badger them and berate them and tell them that they need to think sensibly. They need to realize that Trump is worse. And yes, Trump is worse on Gaza. I feel like my energies are better used in pushing the Democratic candidate to be better, on pushing Kamala to put some distance between herself and Donald Trump. And more of those voters will actually come back to her if she does. So, I mean, that's my take on it.
He's got to get on the ballot. So no matter what he's getting in national data, he's not on the ballot in almost all the swing states. So he will be a non-factor. Second,
Okay, I can accept that.
Is that with Harris now in the race, the excitement, the energy, she's brought out brand new voters, younger women who were not participating in the election campaign, and they see something in her that they did not see in Trump. A lot of Bobby Kennedy's vote, the reason why Harris has gone up so much in the last 3 weeks, is that she's basically sucked in the undecided and sucked in Bobby Kennedy's vote. And
she sucked him in. I'm sorry, Chad. I'm immature. I'm sorry. I'll shut up.
I expect him to be more damaging to Trump in the end than to Vice President Harris.
That is fascinating. Frank, I also want to get your perspective on the idea of a post-convention.
Suju, you want me to watch Fox News? Don't tempt me with a good time. Don't tempt me with a good time. I might actually take your advice.
Bump and how this sort of unprecedented streak of news that we've had over the last month and a half or so might have changed that. There are folks out there who have argued that for Republicans, that post-convention bump came early because of the attempt on former President Trump's life, and that for Democrats, the DNC bump came early because Kamala Harris was announced.
Okay, so that's an interesting perspective. So they're talking about a convention bump. This is something that normally happens in politics. Now, Chad, I want you to understand that the world is changing. A lot of the people in power, a lot of the people, on the news, they have, if they are not a baby boomer themselves, they have very much a baby boomer mindset. And there was a certain way that the world worked during the, past century, I guess. And some people really have not moved on from that. Things are changing now. Some of the assumptions that were, set in stone in the past do not hold true today. And yeah, convention bump could be one of those. That describes a bump in polling that a candidate receives around the time and after their convention. It tends to be that a candidate will improve in polls after having a week spent of people coming in, making speeches on their behalf, and the kind of excitement, the buzz around the convention, around officially accepting the nomination, and it's just the hype. It's just the hype, right? That tends to drive the polls up. So what he's saying is that maybe this time Trump's bump came early because he survived a high-powered ear piercing from a fellow Republican. And maybe Kamala's bump could have come early because she nominated Waltz, just a few weeks ago, right? So I don't know. It's possible. Sure.
Essentially, as the effective.
Are we talking about the Celine Dion clip? Wait, I don't know about that. Tangerine. What's the Celine Dion clip?
A nominee for the Democratic Party. Do you believe that bump still occurs the way that it used to historically, and whether it's been sort of truncated or advanced by the way that we've seen the news cycle develop?
It's a fair question, but I'm not going to duck it. I'm going to try to adjust it because what really matters is that debate on September.
When you say the Celine Dion clip, are you talking about something with like Trump and Elon playing the characters from Titanic? Is that the clip?
When you see both candidates side by side and they both are answering the same questions at the same time and challenging each other, whether she gets no bump or 2 points, whether it was before or after the convention, in the end, it is that side-by-side comparison that's going to make the entire difference in this campaign. And the question is the Harris message stronger than the Trump message? And I will tell you this, if it's just about policies, just about issues, Trump has the advantage.
Okay, so now he's talking about issues like immigration, on which Trump is, I think, still perceived as better on. Issues like the economy, which Republicans are traditionally perceived as better on. Now, I have seen some polls to the opposite effect. I have seen some recent polls that surprised the heck out of me that show that maybe Kamala is, they're like neck and neck. Actually, it gave Kamala a slight edge on the economy. I haven't seen anything like that in a long time, right? The supposition is made that the Republicans are better on economic policies because they do have better economic policies for the wealthy. And if your mind is stuck on the idea of trickle-down economics, meaning the better the wealthy do, the better the workers do, right? This idea that that economic fortunes trickle down from the rich to the poor because the rich are the job creators, right? This is stuff that's been debunked. It was debunked even when Reagan ran on it by actually his own vice president when Bush was running against Reagan in the primary. However, as a narrative, it's powerful and it's captured the imagination because it sounds true. It's got what Steve Colbert used to call truthiness, right? It's not that it's true, it's that it sounds true. It feels true. You can say it and be like, yeah, and you got to make sure they're job creators, they get the money, and then they say, what shall I do with this money? Oh, I know, I'll create more jobs because that's what I do. I'm a job creator, right? Chat, do you feel anything trickling down from the upper class, from the corporations? Do you feel anything trickling down? Because if you do, it's probably piss. They're probably pissing on you, all right? It's not money. But yeah, this is taken hold ever since the 80s. And so ever since the 80s, the Republicans are perceived as being better on the economy. Now, that poll that I saw, maybe it was an anomaly, maybe it was a mistake, maybe it was statistical noise, maybe polling's not as accurate as it used to be, but that is really strange to me. But yeah, he's talking about, there are issues on in which Trump is perceived as better at. And so every time that Trump tries to turn the subject towards something like, I don't know, is Kamala black? Right? Anytime he tries to talk about that, anytime he tries to say that the election was stolen from him, right? He's talking about stuff that alienates swing voters. And what he needs to be doing is trying to suck in some of those swing voters to get himself a majority, because he doesn't have a majority with the MAGA faithful. That's actually a pretty small and tight-knit group, and a group that sort of turns off the rest of America. That is part of the problem. Trump's got what we call a ceiling, which is like a top level in polling that he can rise to, that he hasn't been able to exceed, and meaning that his chances of winning are very narrow, right? He's got to pick up as many swing voters as he can, because there's lots of voters that are just never going to vote for the guy. They don't want anything to do with him. They remember what life was like in 2020, and they don't want to relive that shit. They don't want to give him a second chance to ruin the country. They don't want to give him a second chance to fail at a leadership crisis that comes up. And yes, the pandemic was a leadership crisis, and it's a crisis that he failed. And we are all worse for that. Some of the issues that we're talking about, that Luntz is talking about, like inflation, right? And he said, again, he doesn't want the candidate to say inflation. He wants the candidate to say prices, affordability, things like that, things that translate to normal people rather than economic indicators. But really, we're kind of talking about inflation, right? But the global inflation that we've experienced in part came from Trump's mishandling of that crisis. Would it have existed either way? Probably. There probably would have been some inflation, right? If you're going to do a stimulus, if you're going to have supply chain problems, you will likely experience inflation, but it probably did not have to be as bad as it was. And, when you have a president up there talking about bleach, talking about the pandemic is going to go away. It's going to go away, folks. It's just going to disappear. It's going to be gone, right? This is him wish casting. He doesn't want to be seen as the president that oversaw a major disaster. He said it's going to be gone by April, chat. And he said this over, I think I showed this the other day. I won't bore you with this, right? But yeah, very like Trump failed. And not just in terms of his policy decisions, not just in terms of undercutting his own officials like Dr. Fauci. Trump failed in terms of inspiring confidence in the American people and in the world that somebody was at the wheel that could be trusted, right? That was a very out of control situation, and probably the worst person possible was the president at the time. There's a lot of people that do not want to go back there. That's part of that. Isn't that one of Kamala's slogans? We're not going back. That's where that comes from. That's why that works. That's why that bangs. That's why that resonates. But again, there's Frank Luntz. Now do I have one more Frank Luntz for you? I'm looking for it, chat. Here we go. I'm showing you a Republican pollster. Somebody said that. Somebody requested Fox News. I do have some CNBC for you if you're you think that's more of a people are complaining about CNN being a lib platform. I don't really see that. Considering its new ownership, I really don't see. I think if anything, it swings the other way. But you know, to each their own. Anyway, CNBC, Frank Luntz. Let's see what he has to say.
The latest polls in the presidential race showing the Vice President Harris gaining ground in some swing states and even eroding some of former President Trump's lead in Florida. Our next guest says if the election were held,
I mean, that's still a lead. That's still a lead. But yeah, it's not the lead that you'd expect. Yeah, Florida's been, Trump country, and the last time a Democrat won Florida, I think, was 2008. If I'm not mistaken.
Today, she would win. Joining us right now is pollster and political strategist Frank Luntz. That's a turn.
It's more.
Turn him up. We got some sidechain ducking here.
That's a plot twist.
Whoa, it's more than that? Oh, excuse me, what? He's coming in hot, chat. He's coming in like an NCC chatter in shorts.
She's bringing out people who are not interested in voting for either Trump or Biden. So the entire electoral pool has changed. And if it continues in this direction, you have to start to consider Democrats winning the Senate and Democrats winning the House. The actual people who are participating, she's got intensity now. She's got an intensity advantage. She's got a demographic advantage. And I haven't.
So understand, this is not a Democrat. I don't think this is even somebody that wants to see Harris win, right? This is a Republican. I don't know exactly how he feels about Trump. I suspect that he thinks that there might be a stronger candidate out there, but the Republicans didn't choose one of those candidates. The Republicans didn't choose Nikki Haley or Glenn Youngkin or whoever, right? So he wants a Republican to win, and his hair is like on fire. He's really scared. He's really worried. And he's not the only one. Trump's donors are worried. People that have invested money in his campaign, that are funding his campaign, are worried. They had a meeting with him, and they expected him to talk about the ways that he's going to adjust his campaign, the ways in which he realizes that he's made some mistakes, and now he's going to change tack, and he's going to, do, the kind of thing, like talk about the issues and stop trying to go low with these personal attacks that might have worked against Hillary Clinton, that might have worked against DeSanctimonious, but are not landing on Waltz and Kamala.
Seen anything like this happen in 30 days in my lifetime.
How big is that marginal extra voter that she's bringing in? I mean, how much does that change the pool?
1%, maybe 2%. That's it. But that's enough.
Right.
Can I just ask you, though, about the veracity, frankly, of the polls right now? Because you go back and look, and there was an interesting report yesterday showing that if you look at where Donald Trump was in terms of what the polling showed, this is back in 2016, undercounted. You go even in 2020, undercounted. And so, you start to think about the, margin of error situation where maybe she's up, 1 or 2%. But, is the Trump vote fully counted?
But that's why my process is not just to do the numbers. It's also to do the focus groups, to listen, to understand why people feel this way. And now my groups are broken up by young women saying, I'm not voting for him anymore. Make no mistake, there are three attributes, three components.
So you think it's a switch? It's not, because you just said, I'm not voting for them anymore. So you think they were voting for Donald Trump, and now they're voting for Harris?
The people who are undecided have all collapsed towards Harris. The people who are weak Trump have all collapsed towards undecided. It's this broad shift. I'm trying to do a focus group tonight with undecided voters under the age of 27 for a major news outlet. And I can't recruit young women to this because they don't exist as undecided voters. And you shift the demographics and you shift the entire outcome. There are issues, attributes, and the conditions of the country. The issues and conditions favor Donald Trump. He should be winning this election. But the attributes are so much in Harris's favor that he's not. That the very attributes that Trump offers, and the best example, you did the story on the UAW, why is Donald Trump saying publicly, I want to fire?
I feel like we need to cover that. The UAW story, chat. I have a limited amount of time for politics, right? We do some politics streaming. We usually talk about a little bit of drama. Today, actually, we're going to talk about Joe Rogan after this, right? But I really do want to find some time to cover the UAW story because it's so interesting. It's an example of Trump potentially getting Elon Musk in trouble with what he said during that during that live stream. Now, I've had people say different things to me about that live stream. Some people come in here saying, he got 1 billion views. He's cleaning up. Wow, Trump, we've never been so back. We've never been so back, say the Trumpies, all right? I'm not sure about that. You know what a view is on Twitter, right? With Elon, a Twitter view is an impression. An impression is like when you're scrolling down your home feed, your For You feed on YouTube, and you see a thumbnail. That's an impression, right? And on Twitter, a view is when you scroll past the Trump-Elon space, right? They're counting somebody scrolling past them, which is honestly something that, as far as analytics, YouTube would count against me. So in other words, chat, I don't want more impressions without views. The more impressions that I get without getting views, the further my click-through ratio goes down. And if my click-through ratio goes down too low, then YouTube says, I don't think people are interested in what you got to say. And my numbers go down, right? But on Twitter, it's just fucking Alice in Wonderland, upside down world, right? And they're counting impressions as views. So yeah, he had 100 views on Twitter, a disastrous stream. Do you really want, even if it was like, sorry, 100,000, 1 billion views, do you really want 1 billion people to see Donald Trump do a Sylvester the Cat impression? See Donald Trump almost lose his dentures? I don't know what that was. People say that maybe he doesn't have dentures. Maybe it's a health problem. Other people have proposed there was a compression issue, a data compression issue with the way that Elon was streaming, considering how much they've spent at Twitter to make Twitter into a live streaming platform. That's pretty sad. That's pretty sad if their technology is still struggling that much. But whatever it was a bad look. It was a bad look for him. And again, more than a bad look is when he talks about Elon Musk as a great cutter, somebody that's really good at firing people, and specifically mentions firing people trying to unionize, which, you know, can be in violation of labor regulations. So the UAW is trying to press that issue, is trying to, you know, see if that they can actually get some action against Elon Musk over that. And it's because of Trump bringing it up.
Right.
Trump is a liability, is what I'm saying. He's a liability for the Republican Party. He's a liability for his family. And he's a liability for Elon Musk.
Same people that he's getting now, still getting union members, it's ridiculous. It's as though he's lost control. And I know that there are billionaires who watch this show who are spending a lot of money on Donald Trump, and they don't understand why he's committing political suicide.
What can he do? Are these problems fixable? It sounds like the reason why women...
So yeah, this is exactly my diagnosis. I mean, I think the word that I used was like, electoral self-harm, but the point is the same. The point is the same, right? He is his own worst enemy, as much as Hillary Clinton was during the height of the 2016 debacle. Which again, she didn't lose the popular vote, but the popular vote's not what matters. It's the electoral vote, and she was so close in the popular vote. She was so close to losing that Donald Trump was able to win in the electoral college, which is how we pick a president.
Or undecided women are now deciding to vote for Kamala Harris. Those are things that cannot be fixed.
Yes. So there are three issues. Number one is affordability. We should not call it inflation ever again.
Okay, so there he goes again with that. He's trying to tell the Republicans to speak to people in language that they understand. And inflation is a, kind of highfalutin economic indicator. Affordability is something that people understand, especially if you put it to them in terms of, we're talking about your rent. We're talking about the prices that you're paying at the grocery store, right? These things that you're actually pissed off about, right? And this is what he wants Trump to get back on, instead of the weird attacks about Kamala's race or the accusation of the 2020 election was stolen from him, right? People don't want to see Trump coping and seething about the 2020 election that he lost, right? But people might respond to what Frank Luntz is talking about right now, which is the very real material conditions, right? Ironically, this is a Republican pollster trying to tell the campaign, talk about the material conditions.
It's housing, healthcare, food, and fuel. And the people that Trump needs cannot afford it either every week or every month. Second,
Frank Luntz, Marxist-Leninist arc.
Washington spending, which you're not talking about anywhere. This was an issue over the last 8 years. Hardworking taxpayers hate it when they see their money being wasted. And third, it's not just immigration, it's safety and security. And I brought the headline here. I look at this. I walked into your office. I don't know if you can get this.
So this is the New York Post, right? And look, the New York Post does a good job at outrage mining, right? They want you to be afraid of immigrants. They want you to feel the loss that you're feeling every day, in the prices that you're overpaying and the job that you're getting underpaid for. Because remember, that's part of the equation too. By the very nature of capitalism, you will never get the money the value that you're contributing to your job, right? That is called surplus, and that is something that they have made an art of taking from you. In the past, you might have known what kind of value you were adding in creating goods and rendering services, right? But now, since you're just a part of a big assembly line, so to speak, maybe literally, maybe figuratively, you're not seeing what you're actually building, what you're actually making, the value you're adding. Your contribution to this economy is something that's really very hard to put your finger on, very hard to identify, right? And they don't want you to identify it. They want to skim that. And in the same way as you're getting hit with greedflation, right? Greedflation meaning that the cost to the company is not still going up, right? We've looked at the inflation recently, and those numbers have cooled off, right? So that cost isn't going up, but they know that you're used to paying more and more at the grocery store, and they know that every other grocery store is going to do this too. So they mark it up and they mark it up and they mark it up. And you know what? Their profits have gone through the roof during the lockdown and the post-lockdown period, right? They're doing okay. And in general, yeah, capitalists do tend to make money both in a recession or a depression, as well as in a strong economy, right? It's the working class that are actually hurt when things go wrong with capitalism. In this case, we're not talking about a recession. We're not talking about a depression. We're talking about a rise in the cost of goods, at the point of purchase, combined with a stagnant growth for your wage. And those wages have been stagnant since the 80s. When adjusted for inflation, right? You're not getting paid more, but you are producing more, right? I can, show you a graph sometime to that effect. You're creating more value, but you're getting paid at basically the same rate, inflation adjusted, as somebody in the late 70s, early 80s.
This is the New York Post. It says $5 billion, shocking amount New York City taxpayers have spent on migrants, and it's still going up.
And this people.
So there he goes. He was like, you got to use the racism the right way. Don't say weird things about Kamala Harris maybe not being black. Don't do that. Go after the immigrants. Blame them for everything. Blame them for crime, even though the crime statistics show us that an undocumented person is less likely to commit crime than a citizen, right? Go after them for affordability, even though that, right? You know, this is just a classic, scapegoating. A focus on somebody that's not your problem, when the real problem is coming from the same source that it's always been coming from. The real problem is the system itself. The real problem is the capitalist mode of production. Anyway, I've said too much. Let's go on.
Look at this and go, damn it.
Right.
Or even worse, Trump should be.
Damn it, or even worse. He means he wants them to say a slur. He like, they're going to say damn it, but I'm not going to tell you what they're really going to say. I don't know. See, he's not a good guy. He's a smart guy. He's got advice that would probably benefit the Republican Party, would definitely benefit the Trump campaign, but he's not a good guy. Don't get me wrong here. And I'm not trying to glaze him up, in a moral sense. It's
winning. But the attributes, there are three things that people are looking for there. By the way, it's a cube. Three different areas.
It's a cube?
4 different components.
What? 3 different areas, 4 different components. What does that mean? He's going to go over the 3 different areas, I guess.
Number 1, who's got results? Trump actually can show it. Trump has the advantage there.
Trump can show, 2017 to 2019, right? But when we get into 2020, there's some problems.
Number 2, a detailed plan of action, which he's about to release tomorrow. And number 3 is genuine accountability.
Which she's about to release, is what he said.
Which the public thinks no one does.
Let me ask you 2 questions. One is, she is about to release a plan, or at least we're going to start to see pieces of a plan that I think we'll hear about over the next couple of weeks once we get into the DNC convention and the like. Does a plan make her more attractive or less attractive? And the reason I ask is because right now there's very little...
Lobo Peep, that is an astute observation.
To genuinely critique or attack if you were on the other side of it, right? Because you're not really sure. It's all this sort of amorphous thing. We're all guessing. Does she tack to the center? Does she?
Yeah, Shakespeare is pointing out undocumented Americans pay into Social Security even though they will never get to benefit from it. You know what that is? Right? That's, them getting a Social Security number and it's not theirs. Now, that sounds bad. Is that like some kind of identity theft? Are these illegals going to do bad stuff to you with your... No, they're actually putting money... Right? If an undocumented worker is using your Social Security number, they are putting money in Social Security for you. And they're never getting it back. They're never going to see it, right? That's how they're exploited. That's why we need to take immigration seriously, but the problems that need to be solved are the problems like providing a pathway to citizenship. The reason that people are, immigrating illegally is because it's impossible to, in many cases, to immigrate legally. That needs to be fixed. That needs to be dealt with. Also, what needs to be dealt with is the effect of American foreign policy on other countries, right? Immigration doesn't just happen, right? Immigrants aren't just sitting around being like, let's invade the United States and they're not sitting there plotting, right? It happens because of the material conditions. Oh, we're back to that word. That's an interesting word. Material conditions in the country where they're from. It happens due to the situation in the country that they're from. Case in point, Venezuela, right? During the Trump administration, there was an attempted coup of Venezuela, and it didn't work. It didn't go well. It was kind of a shit show, actually. It was kind of a just absolute failure, right? And after that, as a punitive measure, Trump institutes sanctions on Venezuela. So, chat, is it really that much of a surprise that a lot of the immigration that you saw post that were people immigrating from Venezuela? the United States has a huge effect, is a global hegemon, and our foreign policy has a huge effect on the world around us. But that's an issue where the immigration that Donald Trump is complaining about, the issue that Frank Luntz wants him to use as a trump card, is actually a situation that he created. And it's not the only one. Let's take a look at what's going on in Israel and in Gaza right now. Let's take a look at the conflict that threatens to break out any moment between Israel and Iran. Why is that happening? Well, you might point me to October 7th. Okay, let's take a look at October 7th. Why did that happen? And the answer that I keep coming back to is this piece of diplomacy known as the Abraham Accords. This is a project that Donald Trump nepotistically outsourced to his failed son-in-law, Jared Kushner, right? Go and negotiate, Jared. And Jared says, okay. And he goes and he sets up bilateral negotiation between Israel and other countries in the Middle East, right? Who is he cutting out, though? The Palestinians, right? They're negotiating about that issue, but they're cut out of the negotiation, right? And when you do that, you leave people in a desperate situation, right? So October 7th, the conflict between Israel and Hezbollah and Iran and this whole thing that's blown up in people's faces, right? During the Biden administration can trace its roots back to actions that Trump took. And it's, he's always doing nepotism. Like, how many times did he hire a family member? Did he empower a family member? You want to talk about Burisma? You want to talk about Hunter Biden? Let's talk about Trump's family members, all right? Let's talk about something real instead of chasing vapor trails from Hunter Biden's crack pipe.
Tack to the left, what are we about to see, right? At some point, if you actually have a detailed plan, no matter what it is, if you're on the other side of it, you're going to be able to say, well, let me nitpick this, let me nitpick this, let me nitpick this.
I heard this in 1994 when the GOP put forward the Contract with America, which reversed 40 years of Democratic control. If that plan of action, Wait,
I see a comment in Shorts chat. It says, I guess conservatives aren't allowed to comment. Your comment's there. Do you know what the difference is between your comment and the comments of some other conservatives, right? The typical conservative comment that I see in chat, in Shorts chat, is like Trump, 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 or Trump 24, or something like that. That's not a conversation. That's an advertisement, right? And in general, I don't allow advertisements in my chat. So that's going to get banned. Whereas what you said, which sounds like more like a invitation to a conversation, which I'm having with you right now, is very much encouraged. And I'm interested in what you have to say, especially if you're a conservative.
details are things that the public wants. They will ignore the criticism, and these soft voters will become intense voters. She's talking about the number one issue facing the country, and Donald Trump is talking about crowd size. What the hell, Andrew?
I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm asking you a slightly different question, which is, does the policy piece become an advantage or a disadvantage? And the other element of that is, it is possible if she does, for example, tack to the center. I imagine the critique will then be, well, where were you? Are we supposed to believe what you're saying today, or are we supposed to believe you before? And then you get into this sort of John Kerry flip-floppy thing. I mean, there's going to be lots of ways that people will critique wherever she lands.
But if she's landing on making life more affordable for more people, that's the place to be. Her weakness right now are male union voters who traditionally vote Democrat over Republican by about 20 points. Trump is still
Oh, shit. Sorry, chat. I didn't realize.
Paycheck voters that I speak of.
There we go.
Don't call them blue collar. They don't relate to that, and don't call them.
It's like a 70s term, right? Like I said, there's a lot of people in charge of things that are just, they come from a different world, right? Trump included, right? Trump, Biden, Hillary, right? They're all like creatures of the 20th century, and shit has changed. History did not end. Things kept moving, but they're still sort of making these assumptions that just don't hold anymore.
Working class because they actually resent it. They are challenged every week, every month to make ends meet. They want someone to make life more affordable to them. Even if she's attacked, then she's being attacked.
Now, that's interesting what he said. Don't call them working class because they resent that, right? So working class is maybe too close to like lower class. And even when people do occupy that part of the economy, it's a shameful designation. Everybody wants to think that they are middle class or upper middle class, right? Everybody wants to think that they are a temporarily embarrassed millionaire in our society, rather than you are actually doing a lot of the work of the economy and you're not getting much in return. And the thing about it is that, for a Republican, you probably shouldn't talk about workers too much, right? You don't want them to develop class consciousness. You don't want them to say, actually, I shouldn't be ashamed of being working class. I see a bunch of people sitting on their asses, collecting money for doing nothing, and they're the ones that should be ashamed. And actually, I don't like them controlling so much of my life. I want a workplace that is democratized, right? These are all poison to the Republican plan, right? Now, Chad, I'm of the opinion that our two-party system is also a dinosaur, is also a creature of the 20th century, and that it needs to move forward, right? And not necessarily, obviously the two-party thing is annoying, and if we had a, different electoral system, maybe it'd be more popular for third parties to get in there and have a positive effect rather than hurting their own side, as often happens now. But I honestly think that the discussion, the discourse should not be between like Democratic and Republican, right? People talk about the uniparty, and in some ways this is a uniparty. Both of these parties support the capitalist corporate order, right? I feel like a more interesting conversation to happen would be a conversation between capitalist Democrats that want to uphold both capitalism, but have some sort of limits on it, have some sort of regulation on it, and offer some sort of social safety net for when shit hits the fan. And a party that wants to move beyond that order. A party that really does stand for the workers, and that's not limited as labor has been in the wake of World War II and the New Deal through things like McCarthyism, through the specter. The funny thing is that Karl Marx talked about the specter haunting Europe, and Anyway.
For fighting to make things more affordable.
Frank, we got to
BlackRock
run, but the final question, what states to you are in play?
Look, I'm not just worried about one corporation, I'm worried about all of them.
What are the true swing states at this point?
It's the same ones that we know of. Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Michigan.
But then you're saying maybe.
Okay, so what he's saying is that like he's identifying Kamala's what I'd call like the core strategy, right? This is the conservative plan for Kamala Harris, right? The first thing that she needs to secure is those 3 states. If she wins those 3 states, she can lose Georgia, she can lose Arizona, she can lose Nevada, and she can still win the election. So, as a Republican pollster, as a Republican analyst, as a Republican advisor, you want Trump to concentrate on winning one of those states. Then that forces Kamala to adjust her plan and try to win a more difficult state, win Arizona, win Georgia, win Nevada, would go for North Carolina, which she's now pulling even in.
Florida, something happens here. No?
No. All Trump needs to do is to win one of those states. He's now talking about the election being stolen. This is a a line from Governor Chris Sununu. You can't steal what you've given away. He is actually giving away this election, and we will look back on today, and I will.
He's blaming Trump, right? And it's understandable. Because again and again, Trump is choosing losing strategies, right? He's naming possibly winning strategies, and I think they're violent and racist strategies. I think that, they rely on demonizing people who aren't actually the problem, focusing on immigrants as some kind of boogeyman. But yeah, he's right that Trump's current strategy, his current sort of obsession, it feels like he can't not talk about the stuff that he's talking about, and that's what's dragging him down.
Post this and say, you've been warned.
What do your Republican friends say when you say this?
They tell me yell louder. They tell me.
Okay, well, anyway, that's Frank Luntz. Let's see, do we have one more? We have one more from him. This dude is a delusional? Are you talking about Frank Luntz?
Pollster and communication strategist Frank Luntz just held a focus group. Watch this.
Yeah. When you're worried about immigrants beating else, you're worried about people that are leaving their country because of the material conditions in their country. And when those material conditions come from United States policy, and in this case, when my example of Venezuela, from Trump era policy, then you really should be worried more about that policy than people that are following the natural course of cause and effect, right? You can't make a living, can't survive the place you're in, you try to come to a different place. So when that's what's driving immigration, and when we talk about, the phrase illegals that gets used, we're talking about undocumented laborers, undocumented immigrants, right? The fact that there are so many undocumented people in our country has a lot to do with the lack of immigration reform, with the lack of a pathway to citizenship. People come here illegally when there is no way to come here legally. A combination of effects, right? Immiseration in their home country, problems in their home country, combine that with a lack of a pathway to citizenship, and you get this undocumented workforce that gets exploited by American corporations, just like you're getting exploited by American corporations. I hear Republicans talking about BlackRock. I feel like your view is too limited. Your view is too limited, right? There's a whole corporate aristocracy out there that has way too much power over your life, and it's not democratic. You don't get the right to exercise your any kind of democracy at your workplace, right? If
How many of you were supporting Joe Biden 14 days ago? Right.
Okay, so this is Frank Luntz. Now, the one thing that I don't have from this that I would love, maybe we could find the source. Maybe he's put this up on the on YouTube somewhere else, right? But he's talking to these 20 voters. I think there's 20. 7, 11. Oh my God, there's only 15 here. Okay, anyway. I thought there were 20 voters for some reason. He's talking to these 15 people, and what we don't know is like how he selected them. Like, you know what I mean? Because they're about to say their response is going to be surprising. And I'm not sure if it's because he's selected these particular people or because he selected a group at random and they all happen to have the same response. Anyway.
Raise your hands. None of you. How many of you, if the election were held today, would vote for the Democratic nominee, Kamala Harris?
I would.
Okay, that's all of you.
That's all of you.
None of you to all of you. And
wait, let's see that again.
You, if the election were held today, would vote for the Democratic. How many of you were supporting Joe Biden 14 days ago? Raise your hands. None of you.
No one supporting Joe Biden. So they were all either undecided or Kennedy or Trump supporters, or, you know, third party or Trump supporters.
How many of you, if the election were held today, would vote for the Democratic nominee, Kamala Harris?
I would.
Okay, that's all of you.
Now, some of them, I don't see their hands up. I don't know if it's out of frame or something like that, but I'm assuming he's not just lying about this. I don't know. There was like 3 of them where I didn't see their hand, but he said all of you and nobody objected.
To all of you. And Frank Luntz is with us now. Frank, so thank you so much for being with us. Let me just ask you, if the election were held today, who would win?
She would win. And I want to emphasize, it's not just about momentum. And I thought your commentary just before this was dead on. It's also about passion. It's about commitment. And Harris voters are even more eager to vote for her than Donald Trump voters are to him. We've not seen that in the entire campaign. Call that intensity. And her campaign is generating the intensity. And another key component is exactly why this is happening.
Just so you know, if you're jumping into the chat, understand that what we're looking for in the comments section is not the candidate that you support, but more like the conversation that you want to have, the comment that you have, the opinion that you have of what you're seeing. We're inviting you to have a conversation. And the reason that we try to limit spam of go Trump, go Kamala, stuff like that, is that kind of fucks the chat up, right? For people that are trying to have a conversation. So, converse with each other, give me your opinion of what you're seeing. That's fine. We're not here for advertising for political candidates, right?
Talking and emphasizing her persona, her attributes, her character traits. And that's where Donald Trump has been commenting. And the fact is, the American people do not want to hear the same kind of negativity, the same kind of attacks that he's been delivering. His strength is on issues, most particularly the 2 issues that matter most, inflation and immigration. But instead of speaking about those 2 issues and talking about the failures of the Biden administration, he's been making these personal attacks, and it's frankly turning the voters off that he needs to reach. Now, I want to emphasize one more thing.
Hang on, Frank. I want to actually break down some of the things you just said there into pieces. And before we get that, though, again, if the election were held today, you say that Harris would win. If the election were held 4 weeks ago, who would win? Who would have won?
Donald Trump would have won, and I was very careful when I said it. And the reason why, threefold. Number one, he's winning those 3 states, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin. Number 2, he had the intensity, so he'd have done actually 1% better than his polling showed. And number 3, frankly, he was on the issues that people cared about.
Let's talk about the Harris side for a second, because you talk about the excitement and enthusiasm. One of the things that she and her running mate are leaning into is this idea of joy. How does joy rate in your focus groups? Is there anything you can see where that's having an impact?
It's not joy. It's the amped.
Connie says, I feel like Trump cannot say what he really wants to and needs to. What do you mean? What's stopping him? I'm curious.
Absence of meanness. And I want to be specific about this.
Because I feel like Frank Luntz's opinion is that it's him getting in his own way, that he is in a lot of ways his own worst enemy, that his inclinations and his response to the fact that he's gone from some pretty good poll numbers, some pretty solid poll numbers, looking like he was going to win the election against Sleepy Joe Biden, to now being the underdog and losing in enough of the swing states that would, hand the election to Kamala, and definitely losing in terms of the energy, right? It's his reaction to that. It's him in some ways, like, his anger is leading him to choices that are making him more toxic to voters. I think is what I'm getting from Frank Luntz here.
It's not that she's so energetic and so, which is part of it. The people.
Where's the polling for other states? You want me to go over some polling, Eliza?
In the focus groups appreciate that. It's that they've stopped appreciating the same kind of attacks again and again, year after year, that Donald Trump delivers. Frankly, and now let me upset everyone here, it's not that she's winning this campaign, it's that Donald Trump is losing the campaign. And I'm starting to wonder, how does he not see this? How does he not see the polling decline that he's had?
And we've seen a candidate do this before. We go back to 2016 and we look at Hillary Clinton being her own worst enemy. Hillary Clinton and her reaction to, the results of her reaction to the way the election is going, classifying voters as being deplorables, right? Hillary Clinton failing to go to Wisconsin, assuming that because that's a strong union state, that those voters are going to be in the bag for her, when in actuality, she needed to give them some kind of positive message, right? If Hillary Clinton had won Wisconsin, it could have been a very different night.
Not read and understand that people were fed up with a 93-minute convention speech that was really great for the first 30 minutes and got really awful at the end. We are different people than we were when he was first elected. We are a different country in 2024 than we were in 2016. And I don't think that he understands it. Last point, I don't think it's his campaign, because I see the stuff that they put out. I think it's actually the candidate that's responsible for this.
Look, at all the reporting over the last 3 days has seemed to indicate that.
Wait, I got a question. How many times can you become president if you lose? Mr. Nice Guy says. I think you're asking about Trump. Trump won in 2016. He lost in 2020. So that means that essentially you are allowed 2 terms. Now that is post Roosevelt, right? Roosevelt took over from Herbert Hoover in the midst of the Great Depression. Herbert Hoover, who didn't want to take any proactive steps towards helping workers. And they elected Roosevelt. Now Roosevelt came from wealth, and from all indications was a capitalist, but enacted some policies that have since been characterized as being socialist, but in the effort of saving capitalism from itself, right? So there's a cyclical crisis that goes on in capitalism that's just baked into the system. You have things like depressions and recessions, and it's just a feature of that mode of production, right? And the people that feel the pain most acutely when something like that is going on are the poor. And so Roosevelt was able to enact somewhat of a social safety net, not as vigorous as what you might see in some of the social democratic countries in Europe in the post World War II time, and as well as public programs like the WPA, the Tennessee Valley Authority, and through that sort of staved off the threat, which was at the time, socialism was more popular than it has been since. So, sorry, getting back to the question of how many times a president can run, Roosevelt was reelected. I don't know how many times. Was it like 4 times? He had a lot of terms, right? Since then, they limited it to 2. And so Trump is allowed 2 terms. He's had 1 term, but since he wasn't reelected, he can run again. But if he were to be elected this time, this would be the last time he could run. Now, that is assuming that he doesn't pull any kind of shenanigans. He has, made overtures of wanting to be a dictator on day 1. And the last time that he was in office, he tried to stay on as president even after he had lost. So, saving a drastic change in the American government and how it operates, right? He would only be able to have 1 more term. I think that's the question, right?
The leaks, the likes of which we've seen, generally speaking, are to send the candidate a message. You've got to see this. You've got to see the problem you're in. Ezra Klein, this wasn't an article. This was a column in the New York Times today. He's an opinion writer, but he writes, quote, Biden's communication strategy was designed to make Trump bigger. Harris's strategy is to make him smaller. And then Klein continues, the result is that Trump is starving.
Okay, so you see the difference between Biden saying Trump is a danger to democracy and Kamala and Waltz saying Trump is weird.
Starved for the resource he craves most, attention, and as is often the case when he loses control of the headlines, he's making loonier in more self-destructive arguments. How do you feel about that?
I think I never thought I would say this because Ezra and I have disagreed on a lot. I think he's dead on. But let's talk about the impact on democracy in the end. The key moment here is going to be the debates when Harris and Trump stand side by side and give the alternative points of view. I still think he has a reasonable chance of winning because in the end, the issue agenda favors him.
And look,
not if you're so angry that you've stopped.
I want to point out that he does make a point there, right? There's a long time until November. A lot can change. Kamala's riding high. She will probably continue to ride high through the end of the Democratic National Convention. But after that, yeah, things could change. Momentum could change. A debate could change the momentum, right? There's a lot that could happen. So anybody that's out there thinking like it's over, I mean, Trump is his own worst enemy. Trump is making things worse for himself right now, but it's not over. It's not over by a long shot.
Stop reflecting the people you're trying to reach.
Frank Luntz, great to speak with you this morning. Thanks so much for your time, as always.
CNN's Jeff Zeleny leads us off this hour. He's joining us now. So, Jeff, for Harris and any campaign, really, the mission number one is create the momentum and then keep the momentum. For the Harris campaign, what does that mean? What does that look like now?
Well, Kate, it simply is keeping the momentum alive that they've had for about 3 weeks or so. You saw that rollout last week of the vice presidential running mate. That is, a week that happens only once in a campaign. Now, of course, it's back to some of the basics, actually saying what she would do as president. So we are going to look for that later this week. But look, this momentum is something that clearly, as you said, has gotten under the former president.
Yeah, Chad Alpha is pointing out something that I think is really important, that just as Trump is his own worst enemy, Kamala could be her own worst enemy. And she has shown signs of that at rallies when the subject of Palestine comes up. Now, there's one example where she reacted in anger and told the protesters that they were essentially helping Trump win. Again, like I said, that is vote scolding, right? And I don't think that's productive. And you got to understand where people are coming from when they look at the Biden administration and its policy, and they see an enabling of ethnic cleansing at the very least, right? The second time she was confronted by protesters, she mentioned that she was working towards a ceasefire. Now, that's better. That's better than reacting in anger, but I don't think it's enough. She needs to show a difference in policy between herself and Joe Biden, which is a difficult thing, remembering that she's still vice president and Biden is still president. He still, has control over the U.S. Foreign policy. And she does not, right? But yeah, she does need to put some distance between herself and Biden, right? If you look at the polls, like I mentioned before, Biden was ahead up until like October of last year. Ironically, not ironically, right? We can imagine, what might have changed, right? And Trump has been in the lead since then. The coalition that the Democrats had in 2020 does not work without those voters that Biden lost through enabling monstrous acts to be done, not just by a U.S. ally, but with U.S. arms. That's what Kamala needs to concentrate on, showing that it's more than just words, because Biden's talked about ceasefires too, and we haven't seen a ceasefire. And there's precious little precious little incentive for Netanyahu to come to the negotiating table. In fact, he's killed Israel has killed the negotiator, the point person that they were negotiating with, right? So that they, very much do not seem to want to come to anything approaching a ceasefire right now. The real danger is that Israel gets into a war, a regional conflict, a conflict with Iran, a conflict with Lebanon, and that then Harris is put in a real bind before the election. And Netanyahu has made it very clear that he wants Trump reelected, right? There's even what did I found a picture of I don't know if it was just a campaign picture or what, but yeah, it was like in Israel, and it's Netanyahu, Trump, and Putin, right? These are,
skin. I was at that Detroit rally where he was talking about there was no crowd. There was a crowd, a very large crowd. Thousands of people were streaming out and streaming in. But look, what the Harris campaign is trying to do is not respond to every one of these sort of outrageous claims from their rival and really try and focus their base.
Waluigi's your second favorite Nintendo character?
Keep their base energized and excited. The vice presidential candidate, Tim Walz, he's out fundraising all week long.
T-Rose says, I think that a Democratic primary would have presented a strong momentum for their presidential campaign. I think that there should be a primary every year. I think that they got to stop this thing of just sandbagging any candidate that's willing to run against an incumbent. The incumbent needs that challenge, and especially on a year where they've got an incumbent and the Republicans are going to have some sort of primary that gets them free, unearned publicity and the rest, right? It's incumbent upon the Democrats to have something interesting too, and to really test that incumbent and see if they're up to the challenge of running for another term. If they had done that with Biden, if Biden had actually had, viable figures run against him instead of the opponents that he did have, then you might have seen this. You might have seen the problems with Biden as a candidate earlier.
President Harris is back here in Washington after her swing last week. They simply are trying to.
Yeah, she should also address her record of jailing nonviolent drug offenders as a prosecutor as well.
To keep their base energized, of course, leading into the Democratic convention next week. But it is about policies and proposals that we are expected to hear later this week, because she really has not answered questions at all. Or
a Democratic primary would have, the Democratic primary of 2020 led to, I don't know about Nancy Pelosi, but definitely Obama had a hand in getting all the centrist Dems to drop out in one night and Elizabeth Warren to stay in order to hand the race over to Joe Biden.
Say why, in fact, she is running.
But yeah, if what you're saying is that there is too much power invested in institutional figures in the Democratic Party, you are correct. You are correct, right? And there's too much of a fear of having a real organic contest, and that the Democrats have been trying to avoid anything like that. Even when it's not a year with an incumbent, even when like 2016, you've just got a candidate that has quote unquote got next, that has that seniority that people assume is inevitable, right? You don't have you have too much of the thumb on the scale. But again, when we're talking about political parties, we got to understand these are not like apparatuses of American democracy. These are private clubs. These are brands that endorse a candidate and are not beholden to any sort of democratic norms. Small d democratic.
For president, or what she wants to do as president in her first term of a Harris.
Washington warned us about the threat of political parties. Yeah, not to glaze up the founding fathers or anything like that, but yeah, even Washington, the first president, did not want political parties to rule.
Administration. So, of course, they have to put some more meat on those bones, Kate.
Well, let's talk about the meat on the bones. Republicans are attacking Harris.
Sure.
We heard that from J.D. Vance. I heard it from, surrogates who were on the show just this morning, that Kamala Harris is not rolling out enough policy. What is the Harris campaign saying about that?
Well, look, it is very early in her campaign.
Well, you know what? Considering the political atmosphere that Trump has created, right? In a lot of ways, he's being hoisted on his own petard, right? Campaigns from 2020 onward have been more about personality and less about policy, right? The idea that you would have a major candidate that gives every single opponent he faces a nickname, right, is kind of weird. It's kind of weird, but again, this is what Trump created. And now it's cutting against him.
So we are starting to see more. In fact, we heard of some policy proposals late last week. She was talking about the border bill. She said if she is president.
Primal says Democrats cry about Trump being a danger to democracy, yet they're the one ignoring the primaries. Again, Primal. Again, primaries and political parties are not part of democracy. These are private clubs. These are brands that put their stamp of approval on the candidate and help to get them on the ballots. And they're not beholden to, democratic norms. That being said, what we had was not anything anti-democratic. What we had was a candidate showing up in a debate, showing that he cannot run for president, even though he thinks he can. Even though he thinks he's God's gift to democracy, Joe Biden couldn't cut it. And the party putting pressure on him to leave. And in the end, him withdrawing from the campaign was his decision. So, I don't know, co-parter maybe?
She would sign into...
But you're not the only one coping about this. Donald Trump is coping about this. Donald Trump is really butthurt that he doesn't get to run against Sleepy Joe.
The border bill that was going through Congress, promoted by Republican Senator James Lankford of Oklahoma and a bipartisan group that was derailed in Congress by the former president. He told Republicans to stop negotiating on this. So she said she would sign that into law. So that's one very serious piece of policy. There's not been a bipartisan immigration bill discussed for a couple decades here successfully in Washington. So that is one. She also was following the former president's
yeah, and it's not the reason that this doesn't get passed is because it's too damn useful for the Republicans. Right? And here's the fucked up thing about the Republicans, especially before Trump. They want to allow the corporate interests for whom they are cronies to use and abuse undocumented workers. Right? It's great for those companies. They can pay them less, they can treat them like shit, and if they ever try to unionize, they just call immigration on them. But they also want to be able to demonize immigrants. And so keeping in that holding pattern that they were in, it kind of works for them. Right? There's no incentive for them to, vote for something that offers a pathway to citizenship, because then the crisis gets solved. And their corporate paymasters, the people that finance their campaigns, are out of these disposable workers that they have with the undocumented immigrants.
Lead when she was in Nevada over the weekend, talking about the taxes for tips on workers, for servers and things. So that is something else that he accused her of following his lead. And she was, but she also said she would use that to pass a minimum wage bill as well. So we're seeing some...
He was threatened with the 25th Amendment. Show me proof of that. Show me proof of that. Do you have recordings of secret conversations that the rest of the world is unaware of? Put up or shut up, chatter.
Of these lines being drawn in, but they are promising, a more economic policy later this week, perhaps Wednesday or Thursday, to fill in some of these gaps. But again, she is trying to keep this momentum alive going into the convention next week. And then we're almost at the end of August. So yes, still 85 days to go. There's no doubt this is going to be, she believes that they're still under.
Again, there's so much coping and seething about this. Like, is that really the reaction from Republicans that I'm hearing from chat? That you just can't stand the fact that Kamala is winning and that that Trump is not allowed to campaign against a walking corpse? Is that really where you're going to hang your hat on? Seriously. That is so pathetic. That is so pathetic. Is that really what you're stuck on? Like, they threatened to invoke the 25th Amendment. Oh my God. Oh my God, you mean political pressure was brought on a candidate to drop out of the race? You mean like the political pressure that was brought on those candidates that dropped out in 2020 and endorsed Biden? Yo, you don't like, that's like, unfortunately, that's the most normal thing in politics, right? That is how this world works. And look, you know, could there be a better system? Yeah. Yeah, there could. There definitely could. But when you have a combination of capitalism and democracy, you have a combination of a fox and a henhouse. All right? The fox being the corporations, the fox being capital, and the henhouse being democracy. Right? And I do believe that we should move past that, but I'm not sure that's a conversation that anybody in here is prepared to have right now, right? We're talking about electoral politics right now. We're talking about the way that things actually work in the real world at present. We're not talking about, you know, what, you know, mode of production might be better for humanity to embrace in the future, right? For that, we would need, at the very least, a little bit of class consciousness. Right now, that consciousness, the acknowledgement that there are those of us who work for a wage and there are those of us who own for a wage is not widespread enough, right? At the very least, for workers to control the means of production requires that kind of consciousness, right? Now, I do try to talk about that. I do try to point to that. I do try to show you, you know, who your enemies are not, first and foremost, and maybe suggest what your enemy actually is, which is not a person or a type of person or anything like that, but a system. A system that is fucking like 99% of you over. I don't know. There might be like, you know, one or two actual, you know, people who own the means of production in my chat. And if so, you know, the super chat button is right there, right? You can get in good. You can get in good. You can get in early, and we'll go easy on you. Anyway, chat. There we go with Frank Luntz. I think that's all the Luntz tent. We're gonna call it Luntz tent. I don't know, chat. That's not that. I'm trying to make fetch happen. Let's go back to my playlist here. Oh yeah, so I wanted to talk to you about something that happened during the Twitter space between Elon Musk and Donald Trump. Oh, wait a minute. Is this the one from... I feel like I'm missing something here. Is this the one from a year ago?
Okay, there were a lot of conspiracy theories.
Okay, so 1 year ago.
Around the 2020 election about widespread fraud favoring Democrats. 2,000 mules stuffing ballot boxes. Human mules, not like donkeys. Foreign actors using rigged Dominion voting machines to secretly flip votes to Biden. Democratic election workers pulling out secret suitcases full of ballots late at night. And while none of those things actually happened, a few rare instances of actual prosecutable voter fraud did occur, and lots of them had something in common. I'm going to let you guess what that was. For example, 4 residents of a Florida retirement community called the Villages pleaded guilty to felony charges of voter fraud.
Chat, do you know about the Villages? I feel like I haven't talked about this in a while. What are the Villages? It's like a retirement community in Florida, right? Where, I don't know, people ride around. It's a strange place. People ride around on golf carts. And at least in 2016 and 2020, it was known for being fairly conservative. But yeah, there's like a strong contingent of Trump supporters in the Villages.
Each admitting to casting more than one ballot in the 2020 election. And 3 of the 4 felons from that very Trump-friendly community were registered Republicans. The 4th was not affiliated with any party. Then there was the Pennsylvania man who cast an absentee ballot for Trump, using a ballot meant for his mother, who had died before she could vote. There was the Republican Party official from Ohio who cast a ballot on behalf of his dead father. There was a Colorado man who pleaded guilty to voting for Trump, using a ballot in the name of his wife, who had disappeared earlier that year and is presumed dead. He said he thought Trump could use the vote. There was the Nevada man whose claims that someone had cast a ballot in the name of his dead wife were relentlessly promoted by the state's Republican Party as proof of rampant voter fraud, until the Nevada guy admitted that he was the one who actually did it. And now we have a new example from the state of Ohio. A registered Republican who has made campaign donations to Donald Trump is awaiting his fate after being tried for voter fraud, for voting twice. In 2020, the defendant allegedly voted early in person in Ohio and then cast a second in-person ballot on Election Day in Florida, where he owns property. Then in 2022, he allegedly voted twice again. At a trial this week, the defendant, who pleaded not guilty, reportedly did not testify or provide any witnesses, but the Cleveland Plain Dealer quotes his lawyer as saying, "Mistakes do happen, accidents do happen." The judge who heard that case will rule on it next month and decide whether he joins the ranks of fellow members of the Election Integrity Party who committed voter fraud.
God damn it. Fucking MSNBC. Okay, so here's a little look. Look, people are complaining I'm watching too much MSNBC, too much CNN. Let me give you some Chapo. How about that? We got some baseball crank fans in the audience, perhaps,
and are largely have their bony arthritic finger. This is the perfect segue into this week's reading series. If we're going to talk about sectors of the American public that are basically impossible to dislodge from our politics and are largely have their bony arthritic fingers on the steering wheel.
This is them.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm going to go stigmatize the bathroom for a second before we start. Okay. The dingleberries and the asshole of American politics.
Now, on our last episode, we did a reading series about Selena Zito's Project Main Street and hashtag IO opening or whatever.
And by the way, I want to. Somebody pointed out this online. One of the towns they went to, Londonderry, New Hampshire, is actually very wealthy.
Oh no shit!
Very
yeah.
affluent.
Yeah.
Not in any way hard scrabble or small town or anything. It's a bunch of fucking people who moved out of Massachusetts because they don't have a sales tax or state income tax.
But this is But
this is much the same.
Yes, I mean these people absolutely this is the same. But now we discussed this sort of the phony brand of post 2016 election journalism of trying to find out of work steel workers to ask them why they voted for Trump and having that be the stand-in for this is Trump's base of support. The white working class, to use a shorthand. This is from Politico this week by Michael Grunwald. That I got to say is probably the only one of these pieces that seeks to sort of go out of DC and New York and find Trump voters that I find at all useful, because it does capture the people who are actually Trump's base of support. Are incredible, are wealthy retirees.
Wealthy.
Yeah, definitely.
Everywhere, that is his biggest area of support in the election and since.
These people are not working class by any stretch of the imagination. Let's just get into this. This is called Generation Pickleball.
Ugh.
Welcome to Florida's political Tomorrowland. This is a profile of a gigantic gated retirement community just outside of Orlando called The Villages. That honestly should just be called The Village, because it's like that spooky movie, and there's a twist ending. The twist ending being that they're actually living in the modern world. That's just as true for this segment of the population.
Oh, come on.
Did I just spoil that movie for you, Virgil?
He's dead the whole time, by the way, in Sixth Sense.
Okay, so there is some amazing color in this story, and it's also again
white predominantly.
I mean, it's also incredible. It's incredibly telling about the mindset of the Trump voter. Like we said, how can you hear audio of kids screaming and being separated from their parents and be like, good, more of that, yes, please. The answer lies in this article. So I'm just going to begin here. The Villages is America's largest retirement community, a carefully planned, meticulously groomed dreamscape of gated subdivisions, wall-to-wall golf courses, adults-only pools, and old-fashioned town squares. It's advertised as Florida's friendliest hometown, and it's supposed to evoke a bygone era of traditional values when Americans knew their neighbors, respected their elders, and followed the rules. It has the highest concentration of military veterans of any metropolitan area without a military base. It has strict regulations enforcing the uniformity of homes, as well as the people living in them. No families with children except to visit. And it is Trump country, a reliably Republican, vocally patriotic, almost entirely white enclave that gave the president nearly 70% of the vote.
Calling it a metropolitan area is kind of loose, because it is just a giant sprawling suburb, but it has been growing nearly exponentially. In 2010, it was like 60,000 or so people living there.
So, Chad, as you may have guessed, right, this is a podcast from, oh my gosh, 6 years ago, all right? I'm just bringing this up to give you a little background about a voter base that Trump had locked up in 2016. I don't know where they were at in 2020, but we're seeing some change amongst these people, amongst these wealthy retirees in Florida, this strange place called The Villages. And like, what are these golf courts doing? Well, it's a retirement community, and instead of, I don't know, making it walkable, they've made it golf cartable. I'm not sure I entirely understand, but there's a certain generation that likes riding around in a golf cart. And there's all these little paths around here, right? But yeah, here we got a Trump rally that actually has some opposition. These are counter protesters, right? This is the boomer version of, I guess, I don't know, like the battle for Berkeley, you could say, right? These are, you know, MAGA chuds in golf carts writing in support of Donald Trump, and this is the Antifa that shows up. Yeah, Black Bloc looks a little different in this world, but I'm showing you this not because I'm trying to take you on a walk down memory lane from 2018. Or 2016, right? It's because I want to note a change that's gone on in this community. But first, we got to understand the background of the place that we're talking about, what's the strange world that is the Villages And when I say it's a retirement community, I feel like I'm underselling it, right? It's not just like a place. It's not just like a complex. It's not just like a subdivision or something like that. It is a sprawling area in Florida with a shit ton of boomers retiring there and riding around in their little golf carts. And these golf carts have become their form of activism, their form of manifesting their political beliefs, right? Both for and against, and mostly for Donald Trump.
Now it's well over 100,000. It's nearly tripled in size since then.
It says here, older voters are America's most reliable voters, which is why baby boomer boom towns like the Villages represent the most significant threat to a potential Democratic wave in Florida in 2018, and the most significant source of Republican optimism for many years to come. Here's where it gets to the nub of it. Trump supporters who get the most media attention tend to be economically anxious laborers in economically depressed factory towns. But in Florida, economically secure retirement meccas like the Villages are the real reason Trump won in 2016, and why the state's Republicans, who have controlled Tallahassee for 2 decades, think they can avoid a blue wave in 2018. It makes sense that they're coming to the Villages because this leisure class Sunbelt oasis is a lot more pleasant than the dying working class Rust Belt towns that journalists usually visit on Trump voter safaris. It feels like a 40 square mile cruise ship or a college campus without required classes. It has enough golf courses to play a different one every week of the year, and more than 100 miles of golf cart trails that keep traffic congestion to a minimum.
It's like back to school if everyone was Rodney Dangerfield.
It isn't exactly luxurious, but it's comfortable with a median home price above $250,000. So again, keep that in mind there. These are people who have wealth. They own homes. They golf every fucking day.
This is,
So
this is like if
something that Chapo Trap House has been particularly good at pointing out is that the myth of the Republican voter, the economically depressed, white voter, it is a myth. It doesn't represent the coalition that Trump actually has. Now, are there voters like that? Sure, for sure, 100%, right? But the majority of the people voting for Trump are not working class laborers. They are what Chapo describes as the jet ski dealership owners from Terre Haute, Indiana. Right? They are small business tyrants. And fairly old, right? It's a fairly old, the Fox News demographic, right? Is I don't even know what it is now. It was somewhere in the 70s the last time I checked the average age of the Fox News viewer. And this is where a lot of them live, right? Now, again, this is still a little bit dated. This is still a few years old. I want to, give you the background of who we're talking about, what we're talking about. The rabbit hole that is the Villages. Miles and miles of it's almost like the back rooms or something. Do you know what I mean? There's something liminal about this space. There's miles and miles of golf carts. Another thing about the Villages is that rates of sexually of STIs, let's just say it that way, are kind of through the roof, because these boomers, they're practicing a party lifestyle. And so they've got these out of control outbreaks of STIs there that have been documented as well. Anyway,
an ancient description of paradise was made by the people who make those memes, like how to get respect from me. 1, wear a belt with your pants. 2, this is
tuck your t-shirt in.
Yeah, there is no way that these people aren't doing child sacrifices to Jimmy Buffett songs. This is the most horrifying thing we've had read in a while.
And it's worth pointing out, all of this is owned by one company.
Jesus.
The Shinra company.
I'm sorry. They talked to a guy, Larry Harmon, who's a former Chicago area stockbroker who runs one of their little investment clubs. He says, I keep telling people, come on, Trump has nothing to do with your portfolio. Harmon, a former Marine, is much more excited about Trump's crusade against the National Football League.
Holy, this fucking dumb hog.
Players taking a knee, that's bullshit, Harmon told me. I'm with the president 100%. Throw your hand over your heart and respect our flag. So it's getting
this guy should live in a kennel. There is nothing that the world gain. I know I was just saying we need a program before we can marginalize people, but now hearing this guy, it's this guy should live. This guy should be naked and live in a kennel. This guy is just a fucking dullard. The only reason he's voting is because Kaepernick kneeled. This guy is you could just amuse him with like a Kong filled with peanut butter every day. This fucking idiot.
Oh, there's more. There's way more.
It gets so much better. But I like that was what it gets is like this guy is smart enough to know that like the fucking stock market doesn't really care who's fucking president. He would be raking it in if Hillary Clinton was still president. But he loves Trump because he's willing to stand up to those goddamn NFL players.
All right, so when was it? This guy was probably in the Marines during like Grenada.
Yeah.
I didn't strain my MCL for you to kneel, you piece of shit.
So you guys, it's not a coincidence that the Villages supports the nation's largest American Legion post, or that the signs on its bar declared no NFL games on post televisions.
Oh my god!
So listen, Republicans outnumber Democrats by more than 2-1 here, and in interviews, they generally express support for Trump's tax cuts, as well as his hands-off approach to Medicare and Social Security. That has helped blunt the perennial Democratic pitch to seniors: choose us because Republicans are coming for your checks. But what really attracted them to Trump were issues that had little to do with their pocketbooks or their daily lives, like his opposition to sanctuary cities, or his insistent rhetoric about strength, or his attacks on Muslims, MS-13, and protests by black athletes. They feel like Trump is on their side in a cultural war against cop haters, their perception of scheming foreigners, global warming alarmists, and other politically correct avatars of disorder and decline. They thought President Barack Obama was on the other side, standing with transgender activists, welfare freeloaders, and Islamic terrorists. When Trump vows to make America great again, they sense that he means more like the Villages.
Oh, let's hope so.
Yeah, these are the people you alienate by talking about bathrooms. And good, I want them to be alienated from the mainstream.
Yeah, if like just tomorrow Trump like saw a Gangland episode that impressed him and he's like, actually, we're bringing every member of MS-13 over to be double citizens and they get 10 times like just for some reason like their lives wouldn't be affected. These people are more likely to be beaten to death with a golf club over like some weird mishap that started on kink.com than any gang shooting ever.
It really is like living in a village where there's law and order and people take care of each other, said Baxley, who owns 3 funeral homes in the Villages. Boom times for him. Trump tapped into that sense that the rest of America isn't like that anymore, and some people don't have to follow the rules.
This is Jonestown for people who smashed Dixie Kicked records. That's what this is. Like this is like a cult.
And again, is there a fact check out there or a civil, polite, reasoned argument that could reach these people? They're telling you point blank, I don't give a shit about the economy or any policy that might affect my life. I care that he's standing up to largely imaginary evil villains that lurk just outside the walls of my gated village.
I think it's important for people with like a certain political program to believe in the ability of people to change, but these fucking people have always been like this and they will always be like this.
What's so monstrous to me, in addition to all of the myriad just disgusting exemplars of racism and hierarchy, is they think they're defending some city on a hill, and it's this. This is the culture that they're willing to kill the world for. They would see a million people stacked, like corpses stacked on the fucking Mexican border to protect what is essentially a giant open air TGI Fridays that's going to be underwater in 50 years anyway. Yeah, that is the fucking world that they're willing to just countenance any amount of bloodshed to maintain.
They want to do the Crusades for the entire world for the Billy Big Mouth Bass.
Here's some more good stuff. One recurring phrase from veterans at the Post was that they were 100% behind Trump, even though they might quibble with his tweets, his extramarital activities, or even his policies. Chet Sturgis, a 78-year-old
oh my God.
A 78-year-old Navy veteran who served on an aircraft carrier during the Vietnam War, disagrees with Trump about trade and immigration. He spent time in Juarez as a manager for Ford, and he believes a border wall would hurt America as well as Mexico. But he said he still is 100% aboard the Trump train because the president respects the military, stands up for freedom, and calls out the right enemies. I love it when he says fake news, Sturgis says. I only watch Fox because they're the only media that tells the truth. Hannity especially.
You fucking clapping seal. You
I
fucking
love-
dumb shit.
I love what he said when the president says his catchphrase. I also voted for Urkel in 1992.
The voting officials keep warning me I can't vote with pogs, so I just ate them. I choked on them. I didn't get to vote in 2012 for this reason.
I just imagine thinking, the one channel that I watch that I like and it has the shiny images and everyone's yelling and their faces are all red and they got big veins pop. They're telling me the truth. How would you know? I'm not comparing it to anything. Well, it sounds right. It sounds like what I think is.
It sounds truthy.
So it must be the one telling the truth.
This
is truthy.
Literally, you could wipe out about half of the worst part of the electorate, not like kill them, but just from the voting rolls by giving them a busy box and being like, here's what you vote on. You get as many votes as you like. And they'll be like,
Anyway, so yeah, that's a description of what the Villages was. Now, it's changed apparently a little bit. Like, I don't want to oversell this. This is still a demographic that, is pretty favorable to Trump. This is the Fox News demographic. This is who's watching this stuff. This is who's the core supporters of Trump, were and still are. But something a little different has popped up in the Villages as of late.
Why are you excited about Harris?
Because she envisions a country of freedom and liberty for all of us. Trump just wants to bring us back. She wants to put us ahead. And that's where
You think America's ready for a woman of color, a woman?
I'm ready for a woman of color or any woman that embodies the things that she does.
What difference has Kamala Harris made for Democrats and you think for the country?
No! Boomers, and you're freaking... Oh, God. Chad, you don't understand. You don't understand. The reason I'm reacting to that music is that is the Beatles, that is fucking dad rock, and that is the shit that will get you clapped so fucking quick, right? Copyright is a nightmare on YouTube. Copyright is actually a nightmare on Twitch, right? It's one of the biggest things I struggle with. Keeping anything, especially copyrighted music, the fuck off my stream. But yeah, that is
Doesn't matter which one you didn't like.
Oh my God, why are they always gotta have oh my God, Chad, I'm trying to show you this. Let's see if maybe this video is better. I want to show you the change in that we've seen in this this retirement metropolis. I don't know. It's looking a little different.
You won't have to vote next ever again.
That better be live music. I'm muting it regardless.
Mike, isn't this fun?
You look official.
No, I'm not official, but it's so much fun. But don't get run over. This is so exciting.
Yes, this is.
It is so exciting. People just feel energized. Yesterday, we were at the office making signs, and they were coming in just very energized.
Great.
Anyway, were these people at the Villages before? Probably, but they just didn't have they didn't have anything to cheer for. I mean, you saw like our sort of the senior version of wait, that's where is this one again? Yeah, you saw the counter protester show up there, right? They did have a few people but these people are like protesting the golf cart rally. Now the seniors at the Villages are holding golf cart rallies of their own. They are proud. They got the energy. They got the momentum.
We have a great person for.
So does this represent a real movement in the, I don't know, retiree demographic? I can't tell you for sure, but it is interesting to see how things have changed. Anyway, Chad, I don't want to bore you with that anymore. Let's see. Let's get back to where, oh yeah, I was going to show you this. This is
She looked like the most beautiful actress ever to live. It was a drawing. And actually, she looked very much like our great First Lady, Melania.
The United Auto Workers are filing.
What? He thinks that this drawing of Kamala looks like.
And actually, she looked very much like our great First Lady, Melania.
I'm sorry, I gotta see that again.
And actually, she looked very much like our great First Lady.
In what way? Like, Melania's had a lot more work done, and it shows. She looks done.
Melania.
The United Auto Workers are filing federal labor charges against Elon Musk and Donald Trump following.
So again, this is a result of the Elon Musk and Donald Trump collab that went on Twitter, that Twitter space that took forever to even get going, plagued by technical difficulties. Elon claimed it was a DDoS. But regardless, when it did start, it was ridiculous. Trump sounded like Sylvester the cat. He had a lisp for some reason. And, well, they talked about a lot of things, but one of those things was Trump's admiration for Elon firing people, right? He calls him a cutter, right? Meaning, he's good at cutting positions, cutting jobs, firing people, right? And then he starts talking about, particularly in the case of unions, right? Which Elon's very much against. So
their insane and rambling conversation last night. So I'll get to that. In case you missed it, this discussion was such a waste of time. So the only way to listen to this is to listen to someone else commentate over top of it, which is what I was doing. There is no possible way you could sit there for 2 hours listening to these two clowns talk about bullshit and just ramble on. It was essentially a Donald Trump campaign speech where he's just, going on rambling, complaining about whatever, but with a hype man, where you have Elon Musk chiming in every now and then saying, "That's right, sir. You're right, sir. That's right. Oh, you're correct, sir." Like it was so to see a billionaire grovel like that at Donald Trump's feet. God, I got secondhand embarrassment listening to Elon Musk just kiss Trump's ass the entire 2 hours. It was really quite something. So, the audio is out there. You can find it. You can listen to it. I don't recommend it because it's so boring, but go right ahead if you want. I will pick out a couple of clips that were newsworthy from it. But it's also worth mentioning that what I said yesterday in a video did come true. Interview crashed and burst into flames. So it was delayed like an hour.
So, this is really reminiscent of the De Sanctimonious campaign launch, which was also on Twitter, which is one reason that you'd think that maybe Donald Trump wouldn't trust Elon Musk. The fact that he was so tight with DeSantis kind of shows you that maybe he was hoping that Trump's political fortunes would go south and that they'd be able to move on and they'd be able to replace him with a candidate that's got very similar positions, maybe even further radical right positions than Trump, but that doesn't have the baggage that Donald Trump has, the baggage that he picked up from January 6th and the 2020, his disastrous. Well, then again, no, DeSantis does have that baggage. But yeah, regardless, Elon might have had a different candidate in mind, and it didn't work out. It didn't work out at that Twitter space. It didn't work out at that campaign launch. And we're repeating that same sort of thing. I don't know. Also, why did Trump think that Elon could handle this, that Elon and X could handle a very similar event to what, the one that failed with De Sanctimonious?
Because, of course, Elon Musk is a fraud and was not able to get it working properly. Cannot get audio streaming.
Did anyone else learn about socialism in high school? I learned that it was bad. I learned that capitalism had proven to be the superior system, and that, if you want socialism, it means you like dictators. And unfortunately, since I've learned that capitalism and especially with democracy as a fig leaf, right? For its authoritarian, the capitalism is pretty fucking authoritarian in its own way, and that like I said before, it's a fox in a hen house, right? A capitalist democracy is a fox in a hen house. even when you have vigorous regulation, right? Even if when you have like a sort of post New Deal, post World War II situation, right, where regulation and social safety net is the order of the day, you still end up with an undermining of anything approaching democracy. You end up with McCarthyism, right? You know, the whole thing that's nice about democracy is supposed to be freedom of speech, freedom of expression. And here you have Democratic means, in this case, the House Un-American Committee subcommittee, or the House Un-American Committee on Un-American, what the fuck is it called? Un-American Activities, yes. The House Un-American Activities Committee. Here you have like, democratic apparatuses used to suppress free speech.
Year 2024. You can't get audio streaming working properly on time? He blamed like a hack. Of course he did, because he's not going to take...
Oh, I'm sorry. I got a question in Shorts chat. No poll today. Actually, we do. But you need to click on So I've got a pinned comment here. You can click on that, and you can find the link to the full scale stream, the full size stream. And if you click on that, you can vote in there. Just make sure to leave me a like while you're there, because it helps me out a lot. And you can vote for the topic of your choice. Right now, today we have 4 topics for your for your approval. Mr. Beast hires a PDF. Vosh road rages on bikers, on motorcyclists, right? NCC dunks some more on President Sunday. If you want me to choose violence, you can choose violence for me by selecting that option, or you can select the option of finding more about J.K. Rowling's mold symbiote that she's fused with, right? Right now, it looks like Vosh road raging on bikers is the number one choice, followed by Mr. Beast hires a PDF and J.K. Rowling's mold symbiote. Oh my gosh, not a lot of people choosing violence. I think people are sick of the sun tent. We're done with the sun tent for now. But again, as always, when you donate, let me know which of these topics you want to see, and I will add your donation as a percentage to the topic of your choice. So whether that's a super chat, a super sticker, a sign up for membership on YouTube, or a gift of memberships to other people. That goes for Patreon signups. That goes for Throne donations. Right now, we are crowdfunding some better RAM sticks for me, so we have less technical difficulties, among a number of other things. But yeah, any donation towards that, and of course anything on Twitch that you donate, subs, Prime subs, or gifted subs, or bits, right? That goes to the dono goal as well. We're at 32%, so we're like a third of the way there towards the dono goal, which is pretty decent progress so far. And if we hit 100% by the end of the stream, you will get bonus content. And what bonus content? The content that you vote for, combined with the content that people are donating for. So that's how it works. You donate, you add your donation to the overall score. And right now, it looks like Mr. Vosh road raging on bikers is winning right now. So let's get back to the content. But yeah, since somebody asked, I thought I'd explain how that works.
He's not going to take credit for the failure that it is. But there's no hack. He just failed. It's Twitter. This happened with Ron DeSantis when they went to launch his primary campaign, and it was a complete disaster. Which, in fact, at that time, Donald Trump on Truth Social made fun of Elon Musk for it. And the Kamala Harris account, which is on Truth Social now, actually retweeted that message from Donald Trump back then during the crashing and burning in this discussion. So it was a complete disaster for the first hour. And then it finally worked. And at that point, you kind of wish it didn't work, because it was just so completely nuts. Here is one example, one clip that is going around a lot. This has nothing to do with the UAW. I'll get to that later. But this is just wild.
But she's getting a free ride. I saw a picture of her on Time Magazine today. She looks like the most beautiful actress ever to live. It was a drawing. And actually, she looked very much...
Yo, Kamala's cheating, right? Somebody on a magazine put a drawing of her up there. It makes her look good. And you know what else? Those crowds that she's got meeting her at the airport, well, those have got to be fake. Like this, he's coping and seething so freaking hard.
It's like our great first lady, Melania. She didn't look she didn't look like Camilla, that's right, but of course she's a beautiful woman, so we'll leave it at that, right?
Camilla?
Camilla? Really? How many different pronunciations do we have now of Kamala? What are you talking about? Does not look like Melania at all. There's so many things worth mentioning here. First of all, why are you referring to your wife as our great first lady, Melania? She's your wife. Just say, if you actually think Kamala Harris looks like your wife here, just say, oh, she looked like my wife. Like, you have to be all weird about it. Our first lady.
Do I like Trump? I love Trump. Trump makes me so much money, but not in the sense that I'm grifting off of Trump supporters by pretending like he'd be a good choice for president. Look, he was a good reality star, all right? There's one thing that he's done in his life that he was good at, right? And that was saying, you're fired, right? Everything else that he's touched has turned to shit. And so do I want him touching the country again? No. Do I want him to grab the country by the P word? No. All right. But no, in terms of content, he's great. That's why we're doing Trump tent. Look, I would say that out of all the lolcows that exist, Trump is my favorite. Favorite all-time lolcow.
On top of that, okay, let's get to the psychoanalysis portion of this, because obviously I don't know what's in Trump's brain here. He's insane. His brain's mush. But what I think maybe happened is he caught himself calling another woman beautiful, looked like a beautiful actress, and he thought maybe Melania's not going to like that. So then he said, "Oh, beautiful, like Melania," as a way to kind of protect himself there. So that's my read into it, because otherwise, like, bro, you need glasses.
Oh my gosh, I can't even pronounce your name, but you think I'm acting emotional? Am I the one coping and seething in your chat? Or is it like the other way around? El Chewbacca. Chupacabra? Is that your name? Okay, whatever your name is, right? It's weird to come in to my chat and emotionally accuse me of being overly emotional. I guess you have a interesting definition of how that works, right?
I don't know what you're talking about. All right. This also happened.
I'm good. I'm calm. I'm moisturized.
Kyle Klinsky tweeted this out, quote, Elon to Trump. During your first term as president, you were attacked relentlessly and often unfairly. Again, going to how much Elon kissed Trump's ass. But you didn't try to shut down the media or inhibit their freedom of speech. That says a lot about your belief in free speech. As Kyle points out, Trump sued CNN for $475 million, claiming libel and slander. What are you talking about? This goes to how there is like a different set of standards when it comes to Trump versus everybody else. Imagine Joe Biden sued Fox News for $475 million, claiming libel and slander. We would hear about this every single day. But even I forgot this happened. Because again, there's so much with Trump. How can you possibly keep track of
Jake Parker, I was not aware of Trump's attempt to rescind the Emancipation Proclamation. I would point you out to the fact, though, that something very similar to slavery that does go along racial lines, considering how law enforcement is unequally implemented and disproportionately affects communities of color in terms of American jails. Like state of Alabama comes to mind, right? So, I mean, I'm not sure what your definition is. I'm not sure which specific policy that you're talking about. But unfortunately, the United States has got a long way to go in terms of fighting racism. But yeah, I'm not glazing up the former president. I just find him hilarious. I find him to be a clown, and I enjoy watching him stumble. I enjoy watching his downfall. Okay, He's a well-documented internet personality. Let me just put it that way. Do you understand? Some of you out there understand what I'm saying.
Give it all. Not to mention, he also sued Bill Maher before he became president because Bill Maher compared him to an orangutan. And Trump is so thin-skinned that he can't even take a simple joke. Again, as I've said before, Trump's entire personality is based on insecurity. It's incredible that anybody...
Where does racism exist in the U.S.? Oh my God, Dvo.
Thinks he
oh my God.
Shows strength or he's confident. How can you possibly think Trump is confident when he cries endlessly about crowd sizes? Like, what are you talking about? So let's get to the UAW portion of this. This is, again, I would say wild, crazy, but it's not. This is exactly who Trump and Elon Musk are. This part of the conversation didn't even really faze me until I saw it clipped out later and realized, yeah, this actually is a pretty big deal.
I mean, I look at what you do. You walk in and you just say, you want to quit? They go on strike. I won't mention the name of the company, but they go on strike and you say, that's okay. You're all gone. You're all gone. So every one of you is gone and you are the greatest. You would be very good. Oh, you would love it. But, if you look at Argentina.
Here we go. Trump and the Republican
Trump's CNN lawsuit was dismissed. Thanks for the update, J-Knock.
Party pretending they care about the working class. They care about the worker. Trump openly advocating for firing people who are trying to unionize. The only power that the working class actually has against massive corporations is banding together. And here he is openly mocking that idea and advocating for firing those people.
Okay, so as far as let me just mention something, okay? When you come in here and you want to chat, right? We're trying to make a good environment for chat. That's very hard to do on Shorts. So we're more interested in what you think about the candidates than in which candidate that you vote for. So please don't come in here with like a Trump 2024 or RFK 2024, Kamala 2024, right? Tell us what you think about the candidates. That's what we're interested in. But can we admit that Kamala sucks? I can admit that there are things about her policy that suck. I can admit to her that her reaction to protesters asking her to stop the absolute ethnic cleansing that's going on in Gaza is pretty bad. I could admit that her caving into Trumpian immigration policies is kind of fucked. Yeah, there's some downsides to Kamala. She's not the candidate that I would prefer if I were selecting the candidate. But again, you got two options, right? Depending on what kind of state you live in, right? If you live in a state where you're a solid red state, a solid blue state, it's not likely to change, right? Then you can kind of vote your conscience and you can try to build up, a third party candidate or an independent candidate that you believe in, right? If you live in a swing state, though, you might want to consider weaponizing your vote. What do I mean by that? I mean voting to support the candidate that can beat the candidate that you really don't want to see in there. So in that sense, yeah, using your vote to vote for Kamala in order to fuck up Trump's world, that's a pretty base decision. Now, it's not the decision that I'm going to try to force on somebody. It's not the decision that I want to scold somebody into making. Again, there's a lot of reasons to be disgusted with Kamala Harris. There was a lot of reasons to be disgusted with Joe Biden. And to somebody that feels like that feels left behind, that feels let down, that feels that the Democrats have thrown them under the bus, I think it's a more productive use of my time and energy rather than vote scolding them to put pressure on the Democrats, to put pressure on Kamala Harris to be better, right? That's my perspective on it, if you're asking.
So this went on, the UAW went on to put this into an ad. Check this out.
I mean, I look at what you do. You walk in and you just say, you want to quit? They go on strike. I won't mention the name of the company, but they go on strike and you say, that's okay, you're all gone.
Oh my God. Base chatter. Zach Gregory says, I like that both candidates want to control the southern border because having an open flow can be harmful to the country. See, I don't see that. When you say it's harmful to the country, right? But you do say pathway to citizenship. We need easier pathways to citizenship. That's what I think that you said that was based, all right? I've heard people say that they think immigrants are harmful to the country. They will name things like crime, all right? So when we're talking about undocumented workers, when we're talking about undocumented immigrants versus citizens, who commits more crime? It's citizens. And you can guess why, right? If you're in the country in a precarious position where you're undocumented, maybe you're working for, sort of under the table for some company, and they're underpaying you, and they know that if you should decide to try to unionize or something like that, you can have immigration called on you. If you're in that kind of precarious situation, do you really want to rock the boat by committing a crime? Do you really want to do that? It doesn't make sense, right? But yeah, this is something that gets drummed up. This is something that gets demagogued, right? This is something that a lot of people will just believe without any proof. Oh yes, undocumented immigrants are doing all this crime. And all they got to see is one example. Show them Laken Riley and get them to believe that this is a thing that undocumented immigrants are doing, when in actuality, like I said, an undocumented person in this country is less likely to commit a crime than a fucking citizen. Should we deport all the citizens, right? If that's what we're going to go by, if that's our standard, that we don't want crime coming into this country, well, there's more crime that's like already here. But yeah, it's really easy to attack an outsider. I do think that the undocumented status that people have, because of, like Zachary was saying, the lack of a pathway to citizenship, I do think that undocumented status does open them up for a lot of exploitation. And yet, could that exploitation put downward pressure on wages? So if you want to say that is a negative effect of immigration, I would say that's a negative effect of the lack of a pathway to citizenship. If you want to talk about asylum seekers, right, you got to ask yourself why people are seeking asylum. And often it's because their country, where they come from, is fucked up, right? Why is it fucked up? Well, I'm glad you asked. In the case of a country like Venezuela, who a lot of the more recent immigrants, to this country have come from, right? Venezuela's fucked up because of sanctions placed on them by Donald Trump. So the guy that's running on anti-immigration, you're telling me, is the guy that caused massive waves of immigration? Yes. He caused the problem and he's running on it. And he doesn't have a solution. He has a demagogic plan of a hermetically sealed border that just could never exist. That's not how shit works. When you have the immiseration of different countries by the global hegemon, United States, that has immeasurable power, particularly in Latin America, you are going to have immigration as a result of that. If you want to fix that problem so that people don't need to leave their homes, then you got to fix the policy. And if you want a situation where undocumented immigrants are being exploited by American companies, then you got to fix the immigration system. You got to provide a pathway to citizenship. But yeah, base chatter for bringing that up. Thank you. Again, I'm going to read the super chats at the end. We're almost to the end of this segment, right? We're going to be talking, stick around though. We're going to be talking about Joe Rogan in just a second. So, yeah, I'll, thank you for the super chat. I'll be reading those, after this, segment, and, make sure when you super chat, you can help us pick our next content, right? You can vote on it right now in the poll that's going on in the full scale stream. We got 101 votes. Vosh Road Rages on Bikers is in first place. Mr. Beast Hires a PDF is in second place. J.K. Rowling's Mold Symbiote is on third place. And NCC Dunks on President Sunday is in fourth place. But that can change depending on what you vote for. It can also change when you donate. You're able to put your donation as a percentage towards the topic of your choice. So just make sure if you do a super chat, if you get yourself a membership, if you gift memberships, if you sign up for Patreon, any of those things, let me know in chat which of these topics you would like to see next, and I will put your money where your mouth is. That goes for Twitch too. If you're on Twitch and you get yourself a sub, which you might need to get out of the top of the hour ad break. Where are we at? Yeah. In about 10 minutes, we got another ad break. It goes on. It's for 3 minutes at a time. It's unskippable unless you get yourself a sub. You can do that for free with the Twitch Prime sub. You can do that for $6 with $6. Or you could possibly be gifted a sub by a generous person helping to get you out of the top of the hour ad break. But you're more likely to have that happen if you're active in the chat.
So every one of you is gone.
So I imagine the Harris campaign is going to put that into an ad. They have to. That's a great...
Peter Hopkins, that's an interesting question. Why are there no other countries between Venezuela and the U.S. that can take refugees? Peter Hopkins, there are no other countries between Venezuela and the U.S. that the U.S. has not fucked up in some way. Does that surprise you? That we are a global hegemon and that we use our power in our hemisphere unjustly? That we are hated and deservedly so in many countries? Does that surprise you?
Way to
is this so are we the baddies moment for you, Peter? I hope I can bring you to that place, because it's something that you need to wrestle with, right?
Showcase just how openly
I told you how the immiseration of the Venezuelan people is the fault of American foreign policy, and you asked me, is there not another country that these Latin American people could immigrate to? Like, yeah, is there unfortunately, there's not another country that can stop the United States' fucked up foreign policy besides us.
Worker Trump is. You don't even have to go diving into, the policies, like the PRO Act, for example, that not a single Republican supported. You could just showcase his own words his recent words on this. Now, they went on to file federal labor charges against Trump and Elon Musk for attempting to intimidate and threaten workers. Their full statement here. Attempts to threaten and intimidate workers who stand up for themselves by engaging in protected concerted activities such as strikes. After significant technical delays on X, formerly known as Twitter, Trump and Musk had a rambling, disorganized conversation on Monday evening in front of over 1 million listeners in which they advocated for the illegal firing of striking workers. Goes on to quote Trump, "Under federal law, workers cannot be fired for going on strike, and threatening to do so is illegal under the National Labor Relations Act. When we say Donald Trump is a scab, this is what we mean. We say when we say Trump stands against everything our union stands for, this is what we mean," said UAW President Sean Fain. "Donald Trump will always side against workers standing up for themselves, and he will always side with billionaires like Elon Musk, who is contributing $45 million a month to a super PAC to get him elected. Both Trump and Musk want working class people to sit down and shut up, and they laugh about it openly. It's disgusting, illegal, and totally predictable from these two clowns." Wonderful statement. Really good to see the UAW do this. Also worth noting, the actual impact of this is probably nothing. As the CNN writes here, it's unlikely Musk or Trump would face significant penalties if they're found to have violated labor laws, and any action could take a long time to resolve. First, the NLRB will investigate the UAW's charges. If it believes Trump and Musk are in the wrong, the NLRB could attempt to help settle the case, but it could also sue Trump and Musk on behalf of the UAW. Even then, if a judge finds Trump and Musk violated the law, they would typically order Trump and Musk to stop their behavior and make any employees that were wrongfully terminated whole. So basically, cut it out.
Yeah, it's a slap on the wrist, but it's something. And for those employees that get made whole, for those employees that were victimized like this, who had their labor rights violated, it's a small scale thing, but it's a positive.
This isn't the fault of the UAW, of course. This is just the realities of living under.
This is the weak state of labor in this, late stage capitalist dystopia.
The NLRB, as great as it has been under Biden compared to previous administrations, it still doesn't have the teeth that it needs in terms of the power that labor should have against massive corporations. So this is, it's good to see that the UAW utilize whatever avenues they have, but it's unfortunate that those avenues simply don't have the teeth that they should have. Last thing I want to end on here is just the absolute insanity.
It's Bender. One in chat if you know who Matt Bender is.
For the further insanity of
friend of the VOD.
So Musk here is claiming that combined views of the conversation with Trump and subsequent discussion by other accounts now 1 billion.
It's hilarious. Look at that. I got 1 billion views on my recent talk with Donald Trump. 1 billion views, right? Mr. Beast, eat your heart out. Well, I guess not anymore. Mr. Beast is going down, it seems.
Elon Musk wants you to believe that 1/8 of the entire planet listened to the conversation between himself and Donald Trump. Nobody can possibly be this stupid. So as Matt Bender tweets out here, Musk thinks his followers are idiots and is telling them that non-unique impressions on text posts are equivalent to unique viewers on a live stream and its replay.
So in other words, chat, what Matt's saying is that if you are scrolling your Twitter feed, right? And in that Twitter feed is the Trump and Elon conversation, but you're not interested in that. And you scroll past it, right? And then after you've gone down there, you kind of scroll back up and you pass it again the other way. You're not just an impression. You're not just a view. You are 2 views. You are being counted as having watched the thing you skipped past twice, right? That's what Bender's saying. That's what Bender's pointing out.
The way Elon Musk is trying to count views here is completely insane. So if you just scrolled past a tweet mentioning the video, that counts to Elon Musk as a view. And if you did that 3 times, 4 times, there are multiple accounts in your feed posting this video. Those all count as individual views. Even though you didn't watch the video or listen to the discussion, you just scrolled past it, you just briefly saw it as you scroll, that counts as a view. Like, it's just so incredibly dishonest. This is what he has to do to try and pump up numbers here and make make Trump feel good, which is a big part of it. I think Bender goes on to post that as well, because Trump goes on to believe this bullshit. So he said, Bender writes, if you're wondering what type of person believes Musk's ludicrous claim that his X Spaces interview with Trump has 1 billion views, well, Donald Trump, an all-time record, but the media refuses to write about it because they are fake news. Is Trump this dumb to even believe this? I know Trump is dumb, but he can't possibly believe, right, that 1/8 of the planet listened to his...
Oh my God, chat.
Musk, come on.
I'm looking back at somebody that I said was based earlier because they brought up something that I wanted to talk about, but looks like they're kind of a scumbag. I have friends that have been in the country over 20 years and are still not a citizen. But fuck the immigrants, I guess. I don't know. Yeah, but my friend should get... We should move my friend to the head of the line, right? But I'm still a fucking racist xenophobe. Jesus Christ, Zach Gregory. Thanks for making me eat my words. What a disappointment. Anyway, chat. What do they say? If every pork chop was perfect, then you wouldn't have any hot dogs. And yeah, there's a hot dog right there.
Come on.
But you're still not banned.
So incredibly dumb. So if you missed it, it's not worth listening to, believe me. If you have to listen,
even though you called me goofy,
do it for whatever reason. Find someone who did live commentary on it while it was going on, because that's the only way you could possibly absorb it. It again essentially is a Donald Trump campaign speech, rambling campaign speech.
Yeah, that's pretty much what it is. It was a waste of time. We watched it live, and I swear to God, I don't think my viewers were interested in it. I don't think there was a lot of interest in this. Waluigi 2024. There you go. There you go. Anyway, chat. Now I did say we could look at some polls. I mean, I don't know if like numbers that's boring for you, and I definitely am not trying to bore you here. Let's take a look at this anyway.
Welcome back to today's video. Today is Monday, August 12th, 2024, and today we are going to be talking about how Vice President Kamala Harris has shaken up the 2024 presidential race and where we have seen the most improvements relative to President Biden in his expectations against Donald Trump in the 2024 presidential election. On your screen right now is the state of polling on the day that Joe Biden dropped out of the presidential race. The Real Clear Politics average had Donald Trump leading Joe Biden by 3.1% nationally. And in the final three polls of a Trump versus Biden rematch, Quinnipiac University had Trump up by 3, Forbes and Harris X had Trump up by 6, and CBS News had Trump up by 5. The overall average, as I said, was a 3.1% advantage. And yet today, Kamala Harris leads the Real Clear Politics average by 0.4%, with the most recent poll showing her with a 3-point advantage. And overall, over the past 2 weeks, practically the majority of polls that we've seen in battleground states and nationally show Kamala Harris with an advantage over Donald Trump, which leads her to leading the national average. And the political betting markets and the political betting odds have moved in favor of Kamala Harris in a way that we did not see for Donald Trump or even Joe Biden. Donald Trump had maintained a strong lead over Joe Biden, but it was very much over-exaggerated, largely due to the fact that Donald Trump was gaining momentum. I don't actually believe that at one point in time, Donald Trump had 70, 80, 90% chance of winning the presidency, but we did see market swings that suggested that Donald Trump's odds were, in fact, increasing quite tremendously. And in the immediate aftermath of the debate, really over the past month and a half, that's really when I found Donald Trump's campaign to be the strongest, not really anywhere earlier on. But that's besides the point, because now we're at a point where Kamala Harris leads Donald Trump on the national level.
So yeah, these are the betting markets again. We sometimes look at these. This is basically if you take the money that's being bet for Kamala to win versus the money that's being bet for Trump to win, or Biden or whoever's running, right? Then what's the percentage? And you see, since what is this? Since, I don't know, May. Now that's wild to me. Like, right, you have a couple of months there where Joe Biden regains the lead after having like lost the lead, right? You can see it looks really bad going back into March and earlier. I would say probably all the way out till October, right? There was more people putting money on Trump to win the election than there were on Biden, and that makes sense because Trump was kicking ass in those polls, right? I'm a little bit surprised that Biden managed to retake this in like April and May, but then again, you see him start to drop, come back, and then drop precipitously, and then drop off the fucking map. Look at that. Oh, wow. Okay, so the dark blue line, I think, is Biden. The light blue line is Harris. So that's this convergence here that you're seeing. I'm guessing maybe is the light, the super light, the teal line, that might be RFK Jr. And I don't even know who are these other, is this like Jill Stein or I don't know who else is represented there. But yeah, you see, even before Biden drops out, you start to see people betting on Kamala. And somewhere here, Biden, so probably like right here is where Biden drops out, where you see Biden drop off the map because he's quit the election, and you see Kamala Harris's numbers on the rise. Now, again, her numbers start about where Biden's ended. And now she's ahead. And that's the first time since May of this year that the Democrats have been the favors according to the betting odds. Remember, these are betting odds. We're going to look at polls in a second, but it's interesting to see what people that are gambling on the U.S. election, which I'm not advocating. Okay, save your money. Don't. I'm not saying you should. You should play the odds or anything like that. But people who are playing the odds with the election. They are now putting their money mostly on Kamala.
in the political betting markets, in the polls,
Vox Populi. Nice.
political pundits, and even members of the right and the left wing. And so we have to ask, where did Kamala Harris really make these improvements, and how exactly did she do it in these battleground states? And so, to give you an example of what we're looking at, I'm going to show you my map of the Joe Biden versus Donald Trump matchup right after the presidential debate, where we left Joe Biden off, where he left off when he announced that he was going to be departing the race, and compare it to my most recent prediction of a Kamala Harris-Tim Walz ticket against a Donald Trump-JD Vance ticket just a week or two after the announcement of her presidential campaign. And so here we are, 226 for Joe Biden, 312 for Donald Trump. A pretty strong advantage for Donald Trump here. His best performing map that we had seen in quite some time. And it was actually quite a dramatic swing. In the weeks leading up to the presidential debate, Joe Biden started to see an increase in support in battleground states on the national level. And there was a lot of hype around this first debate. Many Democrats had hoped that this would be the slam dunk moment, very similar to the 2024 State of the Union address that Joe Biden gave to the American public, where many people were saying, you know, Biden is back, that this is the president of the United States that they want to see on the campaign trail. This is the guy who can quell all the concerns around his age, all the fears around his ability to serve out another 4-year term. And on that first presidential debate, everything collapsed. And in Joe Biden's own words, he said it was a terrible.
Yeah, Narwhal, thanks for the super chat. And again, I'll read all the super chats after, this is going to be the after we're done with this segment. I'll read the super chats. I'll look at the poll results. Let us know where we're at, and then we'll move on to Joe Rogan. I'm excited to see Joe Rogan's latest career move, which is a special on Netflix. Right, we're going to be looking at how the numbers are working out for comedian Joe Rogan.
Night, and so it was. In the immediate aftermath, we saw many battleground states that were already shifting away from Joe Biden. Shift further away from Joe Biden. While they were certainly seeing minor improvements, and it was certainly on an upward trend, it was an upward trend of 1%, 2%, 3%. It wasn't enough to completely change the state of the race. And now where we are is that Joe Biden was at a really bad position, losing more points than he was gaining, and just overall a very negative trend in these super crucial states. And so Joe Biden at 226 would give him the worst Democratic performance we have seen in the 21st century and put him on the verge of losing key battleground states like Maine at large. And
Beverly Kirby says, did Trump's numbers drop around his court cases? Not in a significant way, right? You could say that stuff like that maybe helps Biden, regain a little bit of momentum, but it just didn't pan out to be like a huge difference. But you were noticing, I'm guessing back around May, this would be the time of it's possible that that's the event. Again, these are the numbers that we're looking at here are betting odds, right? These are not the poll numbers. Just so we're super clear on that, but it is this is the smart money. These are people that are, where people are putting their money in terms of the betting markets.
Many of these states very much to the left relative to
to the degree that Biden got momentum from the Trump conviction, it was short-lived.
Where they were for Donald Trump. States like Minnesota were locked down primarily.
He's a comedian, right?
Because of Tim Walz, but Tim Walz also helped Kamala Harris win over Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. And now the most recent A+ New York Times Siena College poll shows Kamala Harris with a 4-point lead in these 3 battleground states. And so when we take a look at that region, Donald Trump I expected to win Wisconsin by a point or two, Michigan by under a point, and Pennsylvania by under a point. And while it may not seem that impressive that it's under a point, a victory is a victory because, as Hillary Clinton can tell you, when Donald Trump beat her by 0.7% in Wisconsin, 11,000 votes in Michigan, and less than a point in Pennsylvania, less than a point in all 3 of these states, that every single vote matters. And a victory of 1 point versus a victory of 10 results in the same amount of electoral votes. And that's why we've seen Kamala Harris do quite well in these states, because even though it is just a shift of 2, 3, 4%, that is enough to overcome where Donald Trump in the advantage point that he had over Joe Biden. While we understand that Joe Biden was not on track to win the 2024 presidential election, at least not in the state immediately after the first presidential debate, it did come at a time where we do have to understand that although Joe Biden was not on track to win, he wasn't on track for a landslide loss either. The state of the race then was sure bad for Democrats, but it didn't mean that the states were unwinnable with the right candidate. and insert the right candidate and the right vice presidential nominee as well. We have to understand, too, that Kamala Harris's advantages have only been boosted by the fact that she chose a—
So you see what we're looking at right now? We're looking at present, Kamala Harris succeeding with her core strategy. If you've been listening to the program for long, you know what I'm talking about. The core strategy is win Wisconsin, win Michigan, win Pennsylvania. Our other swing states are Georgia, Arizona, and Nevada. And, actually, she's doing a little bit more than her. She's doing a little bit better than her core strategy, right? She's ahead in Nevada as well, which is actually kind of remarkable, considering that Trump made a play for Nevada. If you might have heard of his no taxes on tips plan, right? A lot of workers are tipped. A lot of workers in Nevada, receive tips. So that is a great way to get Nevada workers to consider voting for you. And still we see Kamala, if this is the poll I'm thinking of, kind of significantly ahead. Now, there's been a further development in this policy area, and that is Kamala sort of embracing the no taxes on tips plan, but actually with a twist, because Donald Trump's no taxes on tips plan could be taken advantage of by people that aren't really tipped employees. Like I think they were talking about like hedge fund managers trying to declare, trying to classify some of their income, some of their fees as tips in some way, right? Anytime that there's a change in tax laws, the rich and their accountants are there to take advantage of that, right? So Donald Trump's plan was very exploitable, right? It probably had some wealthy people like sort of chomping at the bit to try to get in on that, right? Kamala's plan is different. Kamala's plan, is specific to the employees you're thinking of when we say tipped employees.
A Midwestern governor from Minnesota who can speak to the claims that many Democrats have been trying to make across these three states. Because Joe Biden was born in Pennsylvania, because he had a stake in the game from Scranton, he made that the main thing of his 2020 presidential campaign. And what we noticed was that the Biden campaign had honed in on Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania.
Oh my gosh, I love this. I love this chatter. Sean Sims says, looks red to me, real red to me. Oh my gosh, wouldn't that be amazing if the vote was based on square footage, square miles, right? That's an interesting idea. Yeah, it looks really red. I see a lot of red on there. Do you see numbers on there too? Do you see numbers? Do you want me to explain the numbers? They're each of the states has a different amount of electoral votes, and that represents how many people live there. So a state like Idaho has a lot of square miles. Many of those square miles are actually taken up by the Sawtooth Mountains, though, and people don't live on the Sawtooth Mountains. So whereas Idaho is a pretty sizable state, it doesn't get that many votes. It's only got 4. Look at Alaska. Look at Alaska. Wow, you want to talk about inhospitable terrain? There's a lot of it in Alaska. There are cities, though. There are people that live there, obviously, and there's enough people to justify 3 electoral votes. So that might be what some people are missing. I hope this isn't a lot of chatters that are that this is a difficult concept for. But what you do when you count the votes that count in the American election, unfortunately, are not the popular vote. It's not the number of people voting for one candidate over another. I kind of think it should be, right? But the way that it works now for the presidential election is that each state gets allocated a certain amount of electoral votes. And based on those votes, if Utah votes for Trump, then 6 votes go to Donald Trump and J.D. Vance. If Texas votes for Trump, then 40 votes. Wow. Go to Donald Trump. If California votes Harris, 54 votes. And that's not because California is like this evil place that has all the power in the world. That's because a lot of people live in California. But a lot of people live in Texas too. Hey, so, but yeah, that's what we're looking at here. This is an electoral map of the U.S. This is how elections are actually decided. There's some interesting features on here, right? If you look at Nebraska, This is a little bit different, right? You got some demarcations within Nebraska, and that's because they divide their voting up a little bit different. They've got kind of like districts within Nebraska that they count the votes within, and they allocate those votes. So not all of Nebraska's votes, in other words, go to the winner overall in Nebraska. These areas kind of vote separately. Same thing in Maine. Actually, Maine's interesting, right? It's got, I think, at large, right? So Maine allocates 2 votes to the candidate that wins Maine at large. It allocates 1 vote to the candidate that wins the 1st district of Maine here, right? This little southern area, and it allocates 1 vote to the candidate that wins the 2nd district, that is the larger northern area up here. So, we got some diversity in how these electoral votes are counted, but this kind of gives you an idea of the lay of the land. And again, like I said, when Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, Georgia, Arizona, and Nevada, those are our swing states, right? Those are the states that are likely to possibly change hands. Those are the states that could be won by either candidate. Most of the other states are not likely to. There's some exceptions here. North Carolina has got Kamala and Trump even, so maybe North Carolina is a swing state. New Hampshire up here in the past has voted Republican, and we're not looking for New Hampshire to swing currently, but it's possible. Virginia, is there are some people even talk about states like Ohio as being a possible swing state. Now you got to go way back, way back. I think to 1996. No, maybe 2000 to find Ohio voting blue, right? Iowa, same thing. Under Obama, I think that Iowa. Wait, maybe did Obama win Ohio? I don't know, but right, these have been swing states. Florida has been a swing state in the past. Florida's pretty red these days. Texas, interestingly enough, look at how it's light, right? So if you see these areas of the map, some of them are light. Some of them are dark, right? California, that means that it's very unlikely that California would ever vote for, would ever vote red, right? Let's find Alabama, very dark red, very unlikely that Alabama is going to go blue. Tennessee, right? So you see like that. Then you've got lighter ones, right? Texas is kind of light. And that's because the margin of victory for Trump last time wasn't huge, but it still was a margin of victory, and Trump did win it. And we're not really looking for Texas to go blue in this next year. It's possible, it's just not very likely. So the main states that we're focused on here, the main states that we're looking at to tell who is going to win the election are, again, Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, Georgia, Arizona, Nevada. And as you can see, Kamala's got these 3 states locked up. Like now, right now, that alone, let's say we take Nevada off, right? So we take away 6 votes from the 276 votes that Kamala and Tim have. We add them to Trump. So that would be Kamala 270, Trump 268. So Kamala still wins while losing Nevada. If she wins Nevada, that's icing on the cake. If she wins Arizona, that's icing on the cake. If she wins Georgia, that's icing on the cake. If she wins North Carolina, it's going to be a very good night, right? If we see something like Ohio go blue, I mean, you can forget about it, right? But again, like I said, you're not likely to see many of these other states flip back or forth. So yeah, that's where we're at.
Some of their target states. And if there were any
blue Texas, not possible. I mean, I'll believe it when I see it. Let's be real.
Any of the 3 states of
yeah, no, actually blue Texas is possible. It's just not very likely. It's more possible in the future. Let's just put it that way. Georgia, the same thing, right? Georgia was a state that had gone red for years and years and years. And we saw in 2000, Joe Biden won Georgia, right? So that was another state that many people, including myself, would have said was not possible, like, right, to turn blue. But again, demographics change and rearrange, and Georgia did, in fact, go to Biden, much to the consternation of one Donald Trump, who called down to the Secretary of State asking him to find him, what, 11,000 votes? Find me 11,000 votes.
Any of the battleground states, the Democrats were hoping they'd win in 2020. It wasn't Arizona.
Yeah, if the Democrats ever start to win Florida or Texas, it would change and look, that could happen at some point, right? There is a thought that demographically things are swinging to the left. Now, that can always change, but if that were to happen and the Republicans were truly to become a regional party, then that's where you might see another third party arise to replace the Republicans. And I think that's our only hope, because, chat, I'll be honest with you, I don't like the Democrats. I don't trust the Democrats. I don't think they're good enough. I think that America deserves better. But because the discourse is between two sides of a capitalist uniparty, that's what we're stuck with as the lesser of two evils, right? I would love to see a discourse open up between democratic capitalism, that is a capitalism that tries to protect capitalism from itself, that is a capitalism that regulates corporations, that regulates industry, that provides a social safety net, and maybe something a little stronger, maybe more of a workplace democracy focused party. I would love to see that become the conversation that we're having, rather than the conversation being between craven crony capitalist Democrats and corrupt, demagogic, genocidal Republicans. Honestly, this is like I don't think this is. I think the American people deserve better.
Arizona, it wasn't Georgia, it wasn't North Carolina, it wasn't Ohio, it wasn't Iowa, it wasn't Texas, it wasn't Florida. It was Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. Because with those three states under the 2020 electoral map, it would have been a victory for.
Wait, Serotonin, is that a prediction from you? That sounds like a Tim Pool prediction. Have you been hanging out in Tim Pool's chat? Tim Pool said famously, I think in 2020, what did he predict again? It was, wait, Tim Pool 2020 prediction. What would the 5-state maximum be? I'm trying to figure out. Predicted a 50-state landslide. That's not quite what the chatter's predicting. But yeah, the 5 states would be what? Washington, Oregon, California, New York. You said 5-state maximum, right? So wait, I don't know. That's a wild map. This chatter's got, I don't know, Virginia, Maryland, Delaware, New Hampshire, maybe Vermont, maybe Massachusetts. Going red. That's wild. That's Colorado, New Mexico, Minnesota, Illinois. I don't know. Maybe you're including Illinois. I'm not sure which 5 states you're talking about, but that is a wild prediction, chatter.
Joe Biden, regardless of anything else. He could have lost Georgia. He could have lost Arizona. He could have lost Nebraska second. He could have.
Oh, you're gonna win New York. Really? Trump's gonna win New York too. Wait, let me see. California, Nevada. Okay, sorry. California, Nevada. Okay. Wait. California, Nevada, and Oregon. Wait, so Republicans are gonna win Washington State? Is that what you got, Serotonin? Do you have Republicans? Because look, like on some level, right? You know, we're talking about the horse race here. We're not talking about ideology or what we think is right or who's got the best policy or who's going to be better for the U.S. When we're looking at polls, we're talking about the horse race. So it's kind of fun. It's almost like the Sweet 16 or the what is it called? The basketball thing where people write their brackets and stuff. It's kind of like the brackets, right? But I'm curious what this chatter is cooking. Mods, let them cook. Okay, California, Nevada, Oregon, New York. What's your fifth state, though? Wait, no, I don't know if they're saying Trump winning New York. I think they're saying you're not a democracy. You're a constitutional republic. Yo, a democratic republic, and don't you forget it. And don't you forget, if you keep it, though, if you keep it. In other words, if you keep Donald Trump from getting reelected. Because that motherfucker wants to be a monarch. The United States revolted against a monarchy, but Donald Trump wants to return us to the, How can Trump win Nevada if he couldn't make a casino profitable? Squall Leonhardt. Squall Leonhardt with the comment of the day. That's a good question. I don't think Colorado will go blue. I predict it will go red, but Nevada and New York will go. Okay, so you are saying, yeah, Nevada, New York, what did you say? California and Oregon. What do you think about Washington State, though? I'm curious, Serotonin, what's your prediction for Washington State? F says Trump won Nevada when he promised no tax on tips. I talked about that earlier, and I said that that does increase his odds. Unfortunately for him, copycat Kamala came out with a better no taxes on tips policy, so he swing and a miss on that one. Also, the poll that we're looking at right now, and I'm assuming this is the poll that I saw earlier today. I don't know. We could be looking at an aggregate of polls too. But yeah, I saw Kamala up by a sizable margin. Let me see if I can find that again. They don't have a video on Nevada, but there was a recent poll that had, I think it had her up as by like 6 points, which surprised me because honestly, I do think that the no taxes on tips policy is something that could sway Nevada voters. But again, when Kamala's got a similar and actually a better policy, see, the problem with Trump's no taxes on tips policy is that even though it's designed for working class people, even though it sounds like it's for tipped employees, it could be exploited. Anytime there's a change in the tax code, the wealthy are on there with their accountants trying to figure out how they can exploit that, how they can benefit from that. And people have mentioned things like hedge fund managers potentially trying to classify some of their income, some of their charges as tips, right? So Kamala's plan, to my understanding, precludes that. So it's actually a better version of the policy that Trump has proposed. But again, yeah, there's a lot of tipped employees in Nevada, and it makes sense that that's a policy that would maybe garner more support. Unfortunately, it doesn't seem to have worked yet because, yeah, she's up in Nevada.
And the electoral math rather, would have been there to give Democrats the victory on the national map. And so while we have started to see something similar adopted for the 2024 election, Kamala Harris and Tim Walz have really made major improvements.
Oh, and this is okay. So Squall Leonhardt's got a question for me. Do we in the U.S. even have liberals? Aren't liberals here kind of right-leaning compared to other countries? Yeah, by other countries' measures. In fact, we have an artificially truncated Overton window. I'm sorry if this is brainy talk here, right? But when we talk about an Overton window, we talk about the reasonable possibilities in terms of policy and what kind of candidates, what kind of policy, what kind of politics can succeed in a country, right? And the United States, because of having fought a Cold War against the Soviet Union, has lopped off part of the left, and that causes the country to kind of swing to the right. Now, obviously, there's also what I always mention in terms of the New Deal coalition that sort of, fell into place after the Great Depression and the Cold War. So you had a lot more regulation, and you had a lot more of a social safety net than you had during the Gilded Era that preceded that New Deal coalition. But you also had staunch anti-communism. You had that officially. You had the institutions of democracy not allowing and facilitating free speech, but cutting that off and viewing Americans whose free speech was advocacy for something stronger than democratic policies as being communism, as being, people being investigated for un-American activities, right? And so because of that, and because of we live in the shadow of the 20th century, you still have sort of a truncated Overton window on the left. And that allows for things like Charlottesville. That allows for more excesses on the far right. But good question. Damn good question.
Because of the fact that Kamala Harris has sort of done good for the Democrats in terms of reinvigorating the Democratic base. We've seen a lot of disillusioned Democrats, whether in Dearborn, Michigan, or Detroit, Michigan, whether in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, or Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Kamala Harris has done something that Joe Biden couldn't even do back in 2020, and that is excite the base for the first time since Barack Obama.
Serotonin says if Kamala gets 3 big swing states, that would be close enough to winning. I wonder what's going to happen in the campaign to hold those. Well, yeah, the states that we're talking about for what I call the core strategy for Kamala's campaign, and it seems to be the states that they're targeting the most, right? Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin. Again, like I said, there are 6 states that we're calling swing states at the moment. 6 states that are likely to, be what that could be reasonably like one either way, right? You could also maybe throw North Carolina in there, although, she has been, she pulled even with Donald Trump in there recently, but again, not necessarily. But yeah, if she wins these 3 states and nothing too wild happens, nothing too unpredictable happens, then she wins by 270. Even if she loses Nevada, even if that taxes on tips thing ends up panning out for Donald Trump, and she loses Nevada, she loses Arizona, she loses Georgia, right? She would still win with these 3 states. So it's actually part of Donald Trump's strategy now to try to disrupt that, to try to pick off one of these states.
Yes, Democrats were excited about the prospect of Hillary Clinton, but not to the same extent. Candidate satisfaction is at an all-time high for the Democratic Party since 2008. We're nearing 95% in many national polls amongst Democrats. To the question, are you satisfied with the nominee that you have for President of the United States? And Republicans, with Donald Trump led in that for the past 6 months without fail. Every single poll up until recently were either they're running even with Democrats or losing to Democrats on enthusiasm, and that gap has certainly been closed by Vice President Kamala Harris. And that's where you see Kamala Harris do the most good for the Democratic Party, where you see her making these advantages, doing the best amongst the American public, and doing the best for the Democratic Party at large, because it is these states where enthusiasm and turnout absolutely matters, as Hillary Clinton can tell you from the 2016 election compared with the results in the 2020 election of an all.
You don't understand politics, though? Well, stick around. I'll try to help people out, right? Again, like some of the stuff is purposely over your head. Some of the stuff is stuff that, they kind of want you to vote on these, I don't know what you want to call it, like a cultural affinity. And, what you really should be voting on is policy, right? In other words, the laws that get made and how they affect things.
All-time high presidential turnout over the past 100 years.
She's the vice president. Can't she do something about no tax on tips right now? Energetic drafts, good question. But no, she can't. What can the vice president do? The vice president can vote in the Senate. If the Senate votes and it's 50-50, the vice president can tie break that, right? And as long as they're the vice president, there's nothing the president can do about it. So as far as the independent power of the vice president, that's all they can do. Now, Kamala Harris is kind of a special case because she is not just the vice president, but she is the candidate. She is the nominee for the Democratic Party. So I would say that she's got more influence over the Biden administration than Pence had over the Trump administration. Famously, Pence was told to just kind of go and do the work of Donald Trump. Pence was told to cheat on the election for him, to try to overthrow the will of the American people, the vote of the Electoral College, to keep Trump in power. And famously, he refused to do so, and that's what had people running through the halls of Congress shouting, "Hang Mike Pence," on January 6th. But Kamala's a different case, right? That she, she's locked up the nomination at this point. She very much represents the future of the Democratic Party. She can't force Biden to do anything, but she might be able to suggest something. And yeah, something like a no taxes on tips policy. Again, it's important how it's implemented, though, right? And more to the point, I actually think it's insufficient. Like, I like the idea of targeting tax cuts for the working class. I do. But not all of the working class are tipped employees. So there's people that are missing out. I also like the idea of raising the minimum wage, which is $7.50 and has not been raised in freaking decades. It's nowhere near the cost of living in most states, and I think all states actually, right? It's an unlivable wage. I think the minimum wage should be, there's a number of policies. Like, were I an influential figure in the Democratic Party, there are a number of policies that I would suggest, but most likely these are policies that the Democratic Party would not be interested in, because they play this game. They play this game of trying to, keep enough voters to win a majority, to win their elections, but at the same time satisfy their donors. And their donors tend to be, or the more important donors tend to be, capitalists, tend to be people who own the means of production, and thus there's always an incentive for the Democrats to drag their feet on progress, to drag their feet on things that would improve the material conditions of workers, right? Take, for example, something like Obamacare. Barack Obama was elected with a huge mandate, an enormous mandate. He was a once-in-a-lifetime, charismatic, transformational figure in American politics. And he had the power, and he had the mandate to massively change, at the very least, the way that healthcare worked in America, right? There were a number of ways that you could have gone about healthcare reform as Barack Obama. Universal healthcare is something that has been sought after for a long time. And when healthcare was first proposed, when healthcare reform was first proposed, it was assumed that universal healthcare would be the policy that would be put in place. However, there's a huge industry, there's a huge business around healthcare that very much does not want that, right? They want to be able to keep charging the prices that they're charging, whereas the incentive under a universal program would be to control those costs. And so there's a little struggle there, right? So, another policy that Obama could have enacted and talked about enacting was a public option, a public healthcare plan to compete with private healthcare plans, right? Another thing that gets talked about is Medicare for all. Medicare is one of the most popular programs in the country, and opening it up to everyone is another possibility of how you could go about this. But these are not, in the end, these were not the policy that was chosen. Instead, we got Obamacare, which is actually a plan devised by the Heritage Foundation, a right-wing think tank and implemented in Massachusetts under then Governor Mitt Romney. So you see the Democrat transformational speaker, charismatic figure, runs on hope and change, has the American people behind him, but chooses to use that power, chooses to use that mandate to drag his feet on healthcare, right? That is the kind of candidate that Democratic donors love, right? He's able to, mobilize the American people to vote for him. But then as far as the actual policy, he keeps the profits intact for the healthcare industry. So, I mean, that's a great example of my complaint about the Democrats. I always, people come in here, they say, are you a Democrat? Are you a liberal? Why do you like Kamala? Why do you hate Trump and all this stuff? And in reality, I'm not satisfied with the Democratic Party. And even at its best, I think it's insufficient, right? Even at its best, when they are implementing strong regulatory policies and they are implementing social safety nets, right? They seem to only do so in order to save capitalism from its own excesses. And they never want to put the power in the hands of the workers where it belongs. So that's why the Democrats are not, sufficient for me.
But it doesn't just extend to the Rust Belt. That was an oversimplification.
What's up, Femios?
The Sun Belt has also seen some improvements. North Carolina, Georgia, and Arizona all going from lean red now to tilt red, marginally moving it down in favor of Kamala Harris, leaving room to grow between now and November. But the biggest change I've noticed in the Sun Belt region are in states like Colorado, New Mexico, and Nevada.
Question from Femios. Do you think that Tim Walz could become the president later down the line? Yeah, I think he could. I think he's pretty charismatic. He's really good rhetorically. I think he's got a good chance. Oh yeah, absolutely. And he's actually the same age as Kamala. He looks a bit older. He doesn't look the same age, but yeah, he's the same age as Kamala. Yeah, no, he absolutely could.
Where Kamala Harris has narrowed down these states to being Colorado and New Mexico back to solid to where they were back.
Oh, Squall Leonhardt said, didn't Fox calling it Obamacare help scare people off despite it being, well, I mean, that was one of the attempts. In the long run, though, I think that actually helped, right? In the long run, calling it Obamacare helped out because it ended up being a popular policy. It did achieve some things. It's not, shit was way worse before, right? So what did Obamacare achieve? They expanded Medicaid, which is great, right? If you don't make shit, then you can get your healthcare covered. Right. And that's important because there was a lot of people that were just going without health care. Right. It also abolished pre-existing conditions. So it used to be that if you had what was considered a pre-existing condition, it could be really hard for you to get health care. Right. Nobody wanted to cover you because you had this condition. They knew that you were going to be expensive. And but that means that you need medical care, right? If you're going to be expensive, you need medical care. And they didn't want to cover that. So Obamacare abolished that as well. So yeah, no, it's not, it's not a step backward. Let me put it that way. But it is an example of the Democrats dragging their feet. And that's kind of what they're there to do.
In 2020. While they don't have the characterization of safe because I go by margin and not by percentage of chance of victory, I would say the odds of Kamala Harris winning New Mexico and Colorado run roughly even with that of Democrats winning in states like New Jersey and Connecticut. The margins may not be identical, but arguably they're only a few points off, and I would say in terms of who's going to win them, easily Kamala Harris. But it is Nevada, too, that I find to be the most interesting because it goes from being a lean red state to a lean blue state. And while I could sum this up shortly and say that Kamala Harris just has a regional advantage and a unique appeal to Latino voters and minority voters in general, it has to go deeper than that. Because what you have now found is that Kamala Harris is doing much better than Joe Biden even was doing in areas like Texas and even Miami-Dade County in Florida. And if you're wondering what that has to do with Nevada, because certainly Hispanic voters do not vote in a monolith. We know that.
Jordan Van Nordwick mentions Groypers, funnily enough, are very frustrated with Trump right now. but they'll vote for him anyway because it's a cult. What MAGA is a cult. Yeah, I do have that Slippery Nick video where he's talking about declaring war on Trump. But yeah, I do believe that you're right that they will fall in line.
Florida and Nevada and Texas and Arizona, New Mexico, all across the 2020 election. But what we do know is that consistently across the board, while Hispanic voters may not be a monolith, in terms of the advantage that Kamala Harris has seen amongst minority groups, it has been consistent regardless of the group, including white voters, where Kamala Harris has made advancements amongst every single demographic group. And specific to what we've seen in terms of her electoral history and how she has a unique appeal to minority voters, she has the electoral experience and also the regional advantage to know Nevada well, to win over core Democrats that weren't willing to campaign with Joe Biden, that weren't willing to show up at the rallies and introduce him when he was speaking in Nevada or speaking at an event. And now she's reeling in endorsements from very, very massive unions, culinary worker unions, even unions that are founded by, that are Latino unions that have never endorsed, Latino organizations rather, not unions, that have never endorsed a presidential candidate, not even in 2016, not even in 2020, but will in 2024. And that is a big deal for Kamala Harris. She is changing the state of the race.
Okay, so Detroit Shroom says, I see people praising Kamala over and over without being blocked. Someone supports the orange guy, the orange man bad, though, Detroit Shrooms. No, so in general, what I want from you is a discussion. So if you come in here saying, I like this policy that Kamala is... Oh, wait, do we have a Bevo chatter in here? Sorry, I got distracted. What's up, Bevo? Sorry, chat. This is like a great TikToker, Bevo. Nobody eats like Bevo, okay? Didn't Bevo get in some kind of controversy or something, though? I'm sorry. I was supposed to talk about your comment there, Detroit Shrooms. Yeah, so if you're like Kamala 2024, right? I mean, that's not, super interesting. You're saying that you like her and that's great for you. If you say Trump 2024, you like Trump, that's great for you, right? There's not much we can do with that, right? That's not really a comment. I'm trying to promote an atmosphere of discussion. So if you want to say what you like about Kamala, if you want to say what you like about Donald Trump, specifically policy oriented. Now understand though, we're actually not talking about policy right now. We're talking about the horse race. We're talking about polls, essentially. Right? I mean, this is like I said, this is like a college basketball Sweet 16 bracket that this is a parlor game that we play by putting up the political map and saying, these are the states that we know are going to go blue. These are the states that we know are going to go red. What about these swing states? So what are they going to do? Like, you make an argument, you say, I think Wisconsin's going to go, it's exactly like the college basketball discourse. I mean, just for presidential politics.
Because of the fact that Kamala Harris has a unique appeal that many other Democrats did not foresee before she became this role as now the nominee for president of the United States. And there have been massive, massive gains for the Democratic Party at large.
All kinds of gains.
276 to 262 is a huge difference than 226 to 300.
Right. What a difference a month makes, right? It's easy to forget that just a month ago, this is what the map looked like, right? Trump winning in Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania, winning in Georgia, winning in Arizona. That's all the swing states. Trump was ahead 1 month ago, right? Nobody wanted to vote for this walking corpse that is Joe Biden. Nobody was excited about this. And nobody was excited for a rerun of the 2020 election. I still think that holds true. And like I said a few days ago, and this is the stream that, got me the biggest numbers that I've ever had, but also some of the most outrage that I've ever had. People were pissed when I said that Donald Trump, for the good of the Republican Party, should drop out. Now, Femios here says, part of me is glad Trump is the face of the GOP. Republicans are so insane now that they are no longer milquetoast neocons that cut taxes for billionaires and corporations under our noses. Yeah. Trump is harmful to the Republican Party. Trump's instincts politically are harmful. there are things that Trump could be talking about that Frank Luntz mentioned earlier in the stream that he's not talking about because he wants to speculate on Kamala's race. He wants to question whether Kamala is black, right? He wants to, all this weird shit. He wants to relitigate the 2020 election, and that is actually hurting him. That is actually turning undecided voters off. And what he needs to do is try to turn some undecided voters on. But unfortunately, chat, it's been a long time since Donald Trump turned anyone on. It's been a very, especially Melania, right? Melania can tell you that better than anyone. But yeah, you even had Minnesota looking just a very pale shade right there, right? And Minnesota is not a state that Democrats should lose. Chat, we were talking about landslides, right? And I don't know if we're likely to see a landslide this time, but one notable landslide was the election of 1984. You had the entire country turn red, with the exception of Minnesota. And so for the Democrats, you know, I mean, and that's, you know, this was the 1980s, right? That's 40 years ago. But it's still kind of wild to think of the possibility of Minnesota flipping red. And, you know, Trump wasn't winning, but he was way too close. He was way too close in Minnesota. He was way too close in Virginia, New Mexico, right? These are states that the Democrats should not lose. And they're only losing because the fucked up primary process, the lack of the ability for anybody to meaningfully challenge a incumbent candidate like Joe Biden yields this result. And this matchup of Joe Biden versus Donald Trump is not a matchup that anybody really wanted to see. So just as Joe Biden dropping out of the race reinvigorated the Democratic Party, Donald Trump dropping out of the race would very likely reinvigorate the Republican Party, would give them so many more possibilities of winning. But again, Trump will not do it. Biden barely did it. Biden was a freaking narcissist. Biden is an egomaniac, right? And it took a lot of pressure on him to get him to see the truth that he could not do the job as the nominee. Donald Trump, I don't think will ever admit that. He cannot admit that. And furthermore, winning this election is probably Donald Trump's only chance of putting all of the charges that he's racked up, all of the, you know, crimes that he's committed, potentially, allegedly, behind him. If he doesn't get elected, at least one of those charges will probably catch him. Now, do I think that he's going to go to jail? Probably not. Rich guys don't usually go to jail, especially powerful rich guys, especially former presidents, right? He'll get a little slap on the wrist. But that's a slap on the wrist he doesn't want to get. And it might actually be a slap on the ankle, as in slapping a bracelet on his ankle and restricting his movement. He definitely doesn't want that. So again, if you want to see a rich guy for once in your lifetime face some little bit of justice, that's another reason to weaponize your vote. If you're living in one of these swing states, right? Weaponize your vote and vote against Trump.
And 12. And so when I take a look and I take a step back and understand how Kamala Harris has completely rejuvenized this race for the Democratic Party, I look at three main things. The polling data that shows Kamala Harris massively overperforming Joe Biden, not only on the national level. A 4-point swing on the national level is like night and day when it comes down to a close and competitive race. But it is these swing states too, where the polling data trumps all, no pun intended. Fundraising data, where Democrats lagged behind after the mugshot was released of Donald Trump, all the way through the conviction, finding him guilty.
Okay, so wait, no, somebody asked about this, the effect of the mugshot, right? I'm curious about this. Or the mugshot was like way earlier, though. That was like in the fall.
Data trumps all, no pun intended. Fundraising data on the national level is like night and day when it comes down to a close and competitive race. But it is these swing states too, where the polling data trumps all, no pun intended. Fundraising data, where Democrats lagged behind after the mugshot was released of Donald Trump, all the way through the conviction, finding him guilty through the assassination attempt and the RNC.
So yeah, he's talking about these things that did not move the ticker, that did not, you know, bring the Democrats back into did not bring Biden back into the lead, right? That some people thought might change the game.
Donald Trump was outpacing Democrats in fundraising, the one area the Democrats were certain were certain they were going to do well in. And I've already touched on this point, but enthusiasm. Who's inspired and excited?
Okay, so I want to point something out, right? I'm seeing they also do it this day in history for 2020 and for 2016. This day in history, Biden plus 7.5. Biden did not win the election by 7.5 points, right? This day in history, August 12, 2016, Clinton plus 6.3. Clinton did win the popular vote. Again, that wasn't enough. And she was close enough in the popular vote to be able to lose the Electoral College, right? So do not get complacent. Do not think that anything is over. Do not celebrate if, if these results are something that you like to see. Do not celebrate too early because, it can go bad from here.
To vote in this election. And now it's the Democratic Party in a way that it really, really wasn't before. And so that has, again, been a huge factor that has changed the state of the race in a way that Republicans just simply couldn't see coming. They spent 4 days at the Republican National Convention railing against President Joe Biden, trying to find a way to tie in Vice President Harris. But it didn't seem to work because right now her approval rating is starting to rise quite tremendously in a way that Republicans can't combat because Donald Trump at net overall is unpopular. Voters don't like him. Voters don't love him. And that's why this job approval rating and political leaders' favorability that we see for Kamala Harris versus Donald Trump is where you see the massive improvements that can make all the difference in this election. Voters like Harris more, they're more excited about her, and she's a new name to the ticket, even though she was vice president. And in terms of where you've seen direct improvements, primarily across the Rust Belt.
So again, you're likely to see both candidates underwater, right? Anybody that's been involved in politics, that's name is out there, they tend to end up underwater. Like it's easier to get people to say they dislike or disapprove of the candidate than approve. Trump is way underwater though, and what's changed though is that Kamala went from being fairly underwater to actually in some polls having a slight positive favorability rating, more favorable than unfavorable.
Especially,
did we get hit by a raid and I just didn't notice?
Especially exemplified by the fact that Tim Walz is the VP nominee. Also, we've seen...
Sorry, I mean like a good raid, right? What's weird was Trump's convictions did not increase the polls for Democrats, but announcing Kamala's candidacy did a bunch. Yeah, I mean, Biden was dragging the Democrats down. You saw, there's something called the generic ballot, right? Which you ask people the question, would you be more favorable of voting for a Republican or for a Democrat, right? And the generic ballot was actually favoring Democrats. But when you ask them, would you vote for Trump or would you vote for Biden, more people were saying Trump. And that has a lot to do with, people that would vote Democrat not wanting to vote for Biden, not having a lot of confidence in Biden, not being inspired by Biden. And so you remove him from the equation and it's like night and day.
Improvements in the Sun Belt, a region of the country that many Democrats knew Kamala Harris would help in 2020 and now can speak to directly in 2024. And so overall, we are finding that her shaking up of the race can really be seen in those three main points. But everywhere else, whether it's the betting markets or the